What up? What up? Yeah. What up? What up? What do you do? Yes. Let's get into it.
We were from different cities on the same block. Grew up in different circles in the
Hey, what's
same
good,
spot.
man?
Like raindrops, we fall in love.
How y'all doing today, man? Hope everybody having a good time.
At the ball, I recall the walls that I had up.
Sunday fun day for some people.
The cloud boom pop, sound of my heart when it drops.
We got to talk about the culture, man.
It might be forever. I hear people saying that they like us together. I ain't afraid to life is
we got to talk about the men who pander to other men.
I had issues like ebony, your essence, your pedigree, your presence.
It's wild.
And clothes can't say for you. When I shop, I got to
appreciate you, lady.
I pray for you and us. That we
appreciate y'all.
And a crew to trust. Let's shake off the dust from the claw.
I'm over on the YouTubes too. Anybody that want to go over there and get it in over there, we over there. We active. I see you all teams. It's fun here, huh? We're gonna have a good time. I choose sharks. Blocked. I choose to block you. How about that? What up, Lux? I choose to block you. That's crazy, right? See how that works? Eminem. Let's see how this goes. Hold on. Hold on. I can't hear you. You gotta give me 1 second, brother. Or sister. I don't know. Okay. Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah. Thanks for having me on. This is like a good question for, did you see the bear versus over man conversation?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is like a good thing for that, because it's, I see that obviously there are a bunch of women that are understanding why they're choosing the bear, but there's a bunch of men that are also understanding. But those same men that are understanding and listening and being empathetic towards women, they are getting like degraded, they are getting insulted, and they are getting like I don't know, hate comments from other men, which I'm like, it's a little weird to see, to like you say that men who pander to other men are dangerous. It's like they want those men to either validate their feelings or think exactly like them, which I always thought was kind of funny to me, because it's like, why would you not want to be empathetic towards somebody? Why would you degrade another man for being empathetic or to be, or listening and learning? Especially with like, you had like the red pillars and stuff like that. They're like telling these men that it's okay to cheat on women. It's okay to, you know, uh, have women that are completely docile. It's okay for you to like even maybe like cheat on her and then she can't leave you afterwards. And it's like every time a man says, "Well, I disagree with that because that you're treating a person unfairly," those same men they attack those women and they attack those men as well.
Yep.
And I'm like, you want other men to be unempathetic. You want these men to be mean. You want these men to be rude. You want these men to be, I don't know, basically like evil. It's like, why would you degrade someone for being empathetic or saying like, hey, I disagree with this. Like that's dangerous what you're saying. You're saying that we should treat women like they don't matter. Like why you insulting me for saying that I want to change? I don't want men to treat other women like that. That's crazy.
Yeah, right? That's a really good point, because that is also what I hear. A lot of the men saying is like, if you disagree with them, then you know, their whole thing is like like they just do like straight up shaming tactics. It's just like attack, attack, attack. You know, gaslight, 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 shame, 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 and you know, and they'll even threaten you with violence, which I always find funny.
Yeah.
But,
For oh no, you can go ahead. Sorry.
yeah, like I think that that's funny to threaten somebody with violence over the internet. But it's also just funny to do that over the things that we're discussing. But but that's what that's what I have encountered a lot, and I mean exactly what you said at the beginning. It just is kind of like it's like, don't you guys see exactly what's going on? Like you guys, like you're not seeing that like, okay, when it was the women, it was one thing, right? But now it's a man saying it, and y'all are attacking the man. So what? So the women are looking at it, going, yeah, see,
yes,
see what I'm saying? That's exactly what I'm talking about. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's really crazy.
Yeah. For example, to prove your point even more, I'm a mod in a woman's live stream. She was talking about her experiences with, you know, SA and assault from men. And as I was mod, I'm supposed to make sure the cat is like clean and stuff like that. And there were men inside the comments that were making fun of her. That was saying, "Oh, you deserve to get SA."
Yeah.
They were saying they were telling her, "Oh, you're too ugly to be SA." They were like spamming her comments. They were like, "Oh, did you know that women divorce men?" And like, that doesn't matter. She's talking about her experience with SA. So like, I started to mute those people, those men, and after the live stream gets ended, I get a bunch of like hateful DMs.
Yeah, like why you mute me? Da 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 da. Yeah, I get that all. I get that after every live. I get like a handful of like they be mad because they didn't, you know, they're afraid to come up, and then I'll mute them or block them, and then they'll go to my DMs and be like, like air their grievances. I don't even read them half the time anymore. When I first started, I would read them, and then I was like, you guys are too nuts for me to even read this shit.
And they started sending me hateful DMs, and then those same men, they mass reported my account so much that my account got banned for like an hour, and then I got it appealed, and now it's saying that, oh, your account has received too many guideline strikes. So now you can't DM anybody on TikTok for a whole month. So I'm like, you guys mass reported my account because I was muting you guys because you guys are spamming her live stream and you guys are saying misogynist things in her live stream. But you guys reported my account. It was weird. Yeah. It was so weird.
That's that cult. That's the cult, man, that I'm speaking about right now. But hey, brother, I appreciate you coming up, and I'm really sorry to hear that they did that to you. But keep doing it. You know, what I mean, it's worth it. It's the right thing to do. Don't ever let anybody tell you anything else. You know what I'm saying? You know what's right. You know what's wrong. So just as long as you know, you keep that at the forefront, then you'll be all right.
Yeah, thanks.
No problem, brother. Can't trust all men or can't trust any man. What up, Tino?
What it do? So I was reading like that first prompt, right? So I'm guessing, and then we all know what that means. Men who pander to other men are dangerous. So this one's a tough one for me, right? And I say that respectfully, because like I feel like, you know, we understand that there's a problem with the patriarchy, but then wouldn't we say like the generation that's being raised on how to survive in the patriarchy could potentially be harmful to some men?
What?
Like let's just say she knows like that P is power. Let's just say she knows what she's doing. She knows how to like mold a man. You know, like the type of girl that says, "Yeah, I can fix him." You know what I'm saying? Like, "Oh yeah, I can fix him." Like, when you say like that isn't healthy behavior sometimes, like to manipulate somebody to an exact way that you think he's fixed. Your ideal of he's fixed. You don't think so?
Nah, bro. We're not trying to, like, that's weird. That's a weird angle to take.
The reason why I'm saying that is because I just saw, I'm not going to say too much because, like, you know, we got involved, if you know what I mean. So, like, this dude is docile, bro. this dude is docile. Like, he doesn't think for himself. He doesn't actually have a sense of integrity. So I say that respectfully because, to me, he can't see when he's being manipulated in someone's insecurity.
But what does it have to do with what we're talking about right now, though? Like, what do you mean? I don't understand how this has anything to do with any of these problems.
Because, like, men who pander to other men are dangerous. And a lot of the times when we go against patriarchal beliefs, we're told that we're weak, we're told that we're feminine, we're told that we're all of this. But yet I think at times we genuinely, as men or women, we still have to display strength in order to really decipher on what we believe we actually value or not. Hence integrity, bro. So, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think, like, some men can't be manipulated. And that's not good for anyone.
Some men can't be manipulated?
Some men can be manipulated.
Oh, the vast majority of people can be manipulated.
Right, as they are. But then, like, I'm just saying, like,
we are literally being manipulated. Like, all this shit is a manipulation.
It's a capitalistic society. That's why I kind of just wanted to see your points on that and just, like, wanted to just, like, gauge your thoughts on that. I don't have, like, a straight up fact on that, but I just wanted to hear what you had to say.
Well, what do you mean? I don't understand the question, though. Like, is it a bad... I missed the question. What's the question? What do you want me to answer? I'm sorry.
So, if women were trapped in a society that was very against them because I'm a big, strong man and I can have more power over women, then don't you think women innately had to adapt a survival mechanism to manipulate men in order to actually benefit them? So do you think that there are good men that can be manipulated?
Yeah, I think, once again, good or bad, most people can be manipulated. But I don't think that the manipulation you're describing is, if you want to call it that, how is it harmful? That would be my question.
Right. So that's where I was just saying, because in this situation that I have personally seen, there was a docile person that was neither good nor bad. But then this girl had a sense of insecurity. So because of that insecurity, she is taking someone that is below her. And I say that respectfully, bro. Like, this dude is below her, and she is molding him to an image that I believe she deems as fit. It sounds crazy. Someone said he's overthinking this. I am.
I don't know what you're saying, bro. I don't know what that, but I'm still trying to find out, like, what does that have to do with what? Like, what does that mean? She was trying to mold him into what? You know what I'm saying? He was docile.
Right. Whatever she deems to be, like, ideal to her, but I personally know this man cannot meet those standards. If she was, like, actually, like, aware of what she was picking as a partner, as someone that's a long-term commitment, this man is not it. She has a master's. He doesn't even have a high school. I mean, he has a high school degree, like, easy, but he doesn't have college. He has, like, no education. She's a breadwinner. He is not a breadwinner at all.
I'm just not understanding how this is harmful, but I mean, yeah, sure.
No, I'm not necessarily saying that it is harmful. However, I think when situations like that occur, I'd rather a woman actually be honest with me and just tell me, like, hey, I think I'm a little too good for you. But I understand everybody is insecure. But then when it does come to those insecurities, I believe that men could also be a victim of those insecurities.
Yeah, men are victims of their own insecurities. Like, we victimize ourselves and we victimize each other usually. It's not.
Without a doubt. I'm not denying that, bro.
No, I'm just trying to understand, like, it's not, but you're trying to make it into this, like, to me, it just sounds very, like, weird, because it's like, so what are you saying about the woman? Like, she's manipulating him? That's not manipulation. To be like, I think that you can be a better person, and this is the vision that I have for you, and this is where I think we need to go, and let me try to lead you. Like, that's not manipulation. That's development.
But then, like, we should still tell other men that, like, yo, listen, like, you got to be cautious out there. You have to stay strong in your values, and you actually have to be able to know your values in order to stand for nothing, because a man that will stand for nothing will fall for anything.
Okay. Yeah. I get it.
Someone said I'm front zone. I'm done.
I'm not tracking. Wait a minute. I want to get to Jonathan real quick. Go ahead, Jonathan.
You're good, bro. You're good.
Yep.
I guess I'm not making sense.
Yeah, I'm not following, bro. Go ahead, Jonathan. I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate you letting me up here.
No problem.
I think it's cap. I think it's the opposite. I think most people pander to women. I and I feel like nobody panders to men. And these people, they got to talk because they are men, like all these people you see out there. Now, some of them are messed up, like the fresh and fit guys. I don't agree with those guys, but the other three, those mans, like they actually help men. You know what I mean? But what I'm saying is like a lot of times, like at the end of the day, like that pandering to women actually leads women into the nonsense, because that same energy that people use to pander towards women, that could be used to helping women to actually get a good man, and then those women wind up using all the creative energy on complaining about bad men when they could be using that creative energy to get a good man. It's like staying at a crappy job, and you could just use that same energy to find a good job instead of complaining about the crappy job. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So if you were being honest, if I thought you were being honest right now, I would have been more open if you would have said men and women both get pandered to, because that was more what I was expecting. But when you said it was the complete opposite, I know right there you're lying. Like right off the bat, that's crazy. We know that doesn't make any sense, right? Because give me an example of men pandering to women. Quickly.
Yeah, you're just
No. Don't assume anything. Don't assume it. Tell me exactly. Give me an example of men pandering to women. Derek Jackson wouldn't be an example of men pandering to women, by the way.
You got Derek Jackson.
He wouldn't be an example of that.
So why can't I use that as an example? He's a perfect.
How is he pandering?
He'll say things like, "Oh, single mothers, like top 10 reasons to date a single mom is because she has fruit snacks in her fridge because they only a grown man can handle a single." And I'm not shitting on single mothers.
but wait, that's what I'm saying. How is that pandering? That's clearly a joke. Wait. That's clearly
giving them honest advice.
But Jonathan, wait. What do you mean honest advice? It's whatever it is. It's clearly. Jonathan, listen to what I'm asking you. It's clearly I haven't even heard. I don't even know what the fuck that is. But top 10 reasons to date single mothers because they got bomb fruit snacks is clearly a joke. That's not pandering. So give me a better example. If you're gonna say Derek Jackson, give me your best Derek Jackson pandering. I want to hear it. Give me an example. What does it look like? What does it sound like? Because that wasn't it.
You just give women just horrible advice.
Be specific. What type of advice? Be specific. You have to be specific.
It's all over this channel. It's just everything.
No, bro. Sir, Jonathan. Okay. So you expect me to take you at your word when you can't even articulate or give me one example of how people pander to women. But you expect me to believe it's the complete opposite. That doesn't sound weird to you? That makes sense to you? If it's the complete opposite and it's happening everywhere, can I have one example? Just one. All I'm asking for is one.
We talk about this. I gotta go on this channel to actually look at exactly.
It don't even got to be Derek Jackson. I just said not Derek Jackson to somebody in the thing. But give me, if it ain't him, give me another example of a man pandering to women. I want to hear it. I really want, or even a woman pandering to women. It doesn't matter. Give me an example of people pandering to women. What does it look like?
Imagine Googling something.
No, Tino, hold on. You gotta go, Tino. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jonathan.
Give me a second. I'm trying to online. Not gonna lie, I can't look better prepared still, but this bear panda.
Are you Googling it?
I'm not Googling.
Oh, okay. I was like, damn, that was taking a long time. So Jonathan, for a person that has such strong views on this, but you can't come up with one example, do you think that just maybe you're pandering to men right now? Like this, because to me, this is an example of a man pandering to men. To say it's the complete opposite, because no, but here's what I'm saying. I'm not even saying you're doing it intentionally. I'm giving you grace. I'm not saying you're doing it intentionally. I'm saying that you made a bold ass claim, right? That it's the complete opposite. And then when I ask you to give me an example specifically, you can't give me an example. So to me, it sounds like you're pandering to men. It sounds like you said something that we all, because this is what pandering is. You say stuff that pretty much everybody knows is a lie, right? And then you say it to appeal to a certain demographic or a certain group of people to gain favor. That's what pandering is. So that's what I'm trying to understand. Where's the pandering at? Who's doing that to women? Where is that happening?
Well, pandering is not necessarily a lie.
It is a lie.
Telling somebody, no, it's not.
It is.
Pandering is telling somebody anything or everything that they want to hear.
That's not what pandering is. That's not what it is. That's not what it is. You should look up the definition.
To give your own definition.
I promise you that that's not what it is.
No,
yeah.
I promise you that that's not what it is. Pandering, I can tell you whatever you like to hear. I can spin whatever fairy tale or whatever. And as long as you go with it, that's what it is.
How much money do you want to bet that your definition isn't right? How much money do you want to bet? How much money do you got right now?
What source are you using?
No. What? Hold on. Huh?
What source?
No. No question. What are we talking about? I'll Google whatever source you want. Whatever source you want.
Oh, no, I wasn't doing yesterday.
Okay, so you don't want to bet on it. Cool. Just say that. It's all right.
Yeah,
I was just saying from my point of view, I feel like a lot of the pandering it leads women astray.
But how is pandering to women dangerous to men? That's what I want to know.
No, it's not dangerous to men. I'm saying it's dangerous to them. It's dangerous to women because it's like horrible. It gives them horrible advice that doesn't actually get them the results that they should be getting.
Okay, so
like they don't give them honest advice.
So let me read the definition again because I have to do this almost every episode that I talk about pandering. I have to read the definition, because people use the word and don't know what the definition is. So pandering is gratify or indulge, right? An immoral or distasteful desire, need, or habit, or a person with such a desire. So basically, it's saying if you're doing something that's bad, like Jonathan, you're doing something that's bad, right? I know you're doing something that's distasteful. I know you're doing something that's bad and more, whatever the case may be. And then I go to you and I tell you that act that you're doing is okay. Just so I could hold on. You can't hold on. Wait, y'all. Please don't interrupt me. Just so I could gain favor with you or that group. That is what pandering is. So what I want to know, and for my gratification. So what I want to know is how does that look when you talk about people pandering to women? What immoral or whatever distasteful acts are women doing that men are like, yeah, keep doing that?
So I can say
no. We got to verify that definition first. What source is that?
Brother, it's just the fucking dictionary. What the fuck?
What dictionary? You said
how many dictionaries you want it for? This shit is crazy. I'm not about to sit here and waste 30 minutes arguing over the dictionary. Like, it's Google. We Googled the word. Hold on.
I went to this company.
Sir, just stop. It's okay.
I'll just say my thing real fast.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like from my point of view, and maybe it isn't. Maybe what you're saying is a different definition or whatever you're saying. But I came in here. It's like I'll hear Derek Jackson say everything to single moms, but not to heal themselves. He'll say fruit snacks or she's a grown woman, but like he won't tell her.
So what immoral act is he? What immoral act is he encouraging? That's what I'm saying. What is he saying? That's like, here's what I'm saying, Jonathan. You got to understand. Here's the difference. Whether I believe it or not, right? Whether I believe it or not, if women I see a bunch of women going to the gym, right? Whether they look good, it don't matter. I'm just saying, we see a bunch of women going to the gym, and I'm in the room and I'm talking to the women. I'm like, hell yeah, go to the gym is dope, and and make you healthy, and yada yada yada. And I'm encouraging this positive behavior, right? And I don't even care if they go to the gym or not. I'm just doing this so that they'll like me, right? But for whatever reason, what I'm saying is that how is that harmful? How is that distasteful? What you see what I'm saying? Like, how is that harmful and how is that distasteful? I'm not understanding, because the things you're saying about fruit. But here's what I'm saying, Jonathan. The thing about fruit snacks and stuff like that doesn't hurt anybody. You see what I'm saying? But the shit that men tell other men is okay, like that we pretty much we for an example, in this country we have a culture steeped in we have a grape culture in this country, and then men just being like, oh, boys will be boys, and but that boys will be boys culture, which is harmful and toxic, and literally causes harm to men, women, and children. Nah, bro, that's not. We're not comparing. We're not talking about the same things, right?
Mm-hmm.
I get what you're saying on that part, but that's why I disagree with Fresh and Fit. But Jordan
Peterson,
Peterson,
yeah, he has a video where he endorses grape culture. He has a video. I just watched it today. Yeah.
And Kevin Samuels and those guys. No, Kevin Samuels,
Kevin Samuels also is cool with grape. Kevin Samuels also cool with grape. Kevin Samuels cool with grape. This dude's a trafficker. We already know he's cool with grape. He's cool with grape, and this dude's cool with grape, and these dudes are cool with grape. So all four of them, so you're wrong categorically.
I would be surprised if he was a trafficker, the bald guy. So I would not be surprised because the money he's called popping out with stuff. But
yeah.
But I don't think they're lying. Like I think they help men. Like they actually.
How do you help men by perpetuating grape culture?
Nah, but like they tell you to go on your purse.
I know, but wait, you do realize that one cancels out anything else he would have to offer. Once you are a proponent of grape, then it doesn't matter what your other messages are.
I've never heard them say nothing about that stuff.
Okay, so you need to get more educated.
No, how about we just cut you off script like that, or you provide evidence? That's a big.
Oh no, I can tell you right now. There, you could go.
Don't tell me.
You could go. No, sir. I am doing my live. If you want to go study some shit, go study it on your own time. But I'll tell you what they said, and then you could verify it later. I'll tell you what they said, and then you can go look it up at a different time, right? That's okay. I'm okay with that. But this dude right here said that you shouldn't believe your daughter. He told a woman that she shouldn't believe her daughter if the daughter comes forward and says that her boyfriend was touching her. We said, why would you believe your daughter? Yada yada yada. That's grape culture right there, perpetuating it. This dude was just talking about basically doing the old what is she wearing shit? What does she wear that she might deserve it with the great thing, like denying a man might hurt his ego and all of that stuff, and like all types of super duper weird shit. So this dude is grapey. We already know this dude, like I said, is a trafficker. I mean these dudes just buy women on, they just buy women. I don't know. I haven't heard what they said about it. I don't know about them, but I'm just telling you. So it doesn't matter.
They're coming from that point of view, though, sir. I don't think they're coming from. I think they're saying that like some women are professional liars. Some women are
professional liars. Mm-hmm.
I know women in my life that have been abused, and they actually had to.
How many women have lied to you?
Like lied to me? Like I've never had that though. Like I've never had.
Okay, so why? So I've never had it. I never had it. I never had a history. I never ran into a bunch of women lying to me. Most men have it. So why are we talking about the minority of women and acting like men really need to hear that message? Is that what you're telling me?
No, I'm not even saying from that point of view. I hear what you're saying, like I know what you're saying, but I'm saying like there's women out here, like I feel like what happens is that we forget that there are wicked and evil women out here. Like there's a bunch of women out here that have touched children, that they're things to children all the time.
More men touch children. Way more men.
Like you're right about that, 110%.
Way more men touch children. Way more men are violent.
There's still women out here who are wicked though. So I think that's
the topic wasn't women with men.
You said what?
I think the topic wasn't women. He's trying to go to women. We're not talking about what the bad that women do.
Oh, this is definitely about women and men. It says right here, nobody panders to women. So if once again, if you're going to sit here and try to have me believe that these men or men in general who pander to men and excuse egregious behavior of men and make it easier for men to be dangerous and be violent towards women, if you're telling me that there is an equal amount of that for dangerous women and those women are also just as dangerous as those men, I would like to see evidence of that. I would like for you to prove it to me right now. Because Domini or whatever, you said Shira 7. How is Shira 7 pandering to women? What is her message to women? How is it harmful to men?
It's just what Jonathan said earlier. It's manipulation.
Be specific. Be specific.
About how to get a certain type of man with certain resources. You said even if you don't like them, even if you don't want to be with them, this is how you should operate. This is how you get. This is how you should get with your man, or this is how you should get with this man. That is straight up manipulation and exploitation. Because guess what? He has to work to get those resources. Whatever lifestyle, whatever thing that she wants to do, and then also a lot of the insults and ad hominem she throws at just man on average, on men, just on average. Now, is she talking about every man? No. But she's talking about men in general.
So how is that pandering to women? Wait, I'm curious.
I'm sorry,
how is that pandering? First, wait, I give you two. Wait, sir. Two things. A, her basically telling women, and this I'm just taking you for what you said. Her saying that she's teaching women how to be sugar babies, essentially, right? How is that harmful to men? Because the men who sign up to be sugar daddies know exactly what they're getting into. So it's a mutual deal. It's not like he didn't know what was going on when this fucking 50-year-old man is this ugly fat 50-year-old man is dating this very pretty attractive 30-year-old woman. You don't think that he knows what's happening? Like, please be fucking for real.
She talks about that specifically, and she talks about he may not know what's going on. She talks about how men are too slow and they don't even see what's coming. She talks about that a whole lot. No, all the men are not always in on the situation. It's not always, a verbal contract where, I'm this old guy and I'm going to pay for you like Diddy did with, what was her name? From City Girls, $200,000 a month or some mess like that.
I don't think you've ever heard her say any of this stuff, to be honest with you.
I have. You can think that all you want, but I got to tell you, you're not inside my brain. You're not a mind reader.
Well, no, I'm not saying that you don't
believe whatever.
Wait, I don't. What I'm saying is that you can think you heard you can think in your brain that this is what she's saying, but I don't think you actually heard her say it.
But that applies to you too, sir. Concerning, and especially some of those men that you just talked about, like with Kevin Samuels in that situation.
Yeah, but I've heard that, and I played that clip on my show many a times. So where's the clip at?
That's what I'm saying. I don't think I've heard those three.
Look it up.
But I don't
you can look. Like, here's what I'm saying. Here, I think you guys are missing what I'm saying. So I'm sorry, is it Dominique?
You can just say Dom.
Dom. So when Dom was saying what he was saying, the comments lit up. Like women who actually listen to Shira 7, because I'm sure they listen to her way more than you and I do. They said, you're a liar. They said that she ain't never said that shit. But when I said what I said, everybody said, oh yeah, no, because they all heard Kevin Samuels say that shit. Many people have heard what Jordan Peterson just said about Grae. Everybody knows that this dude's a sex trafficker. Like, I'm not making none of that stuff up. That's not. But the thing you're saying, though, I've never heard her. I've never heard Shira 7 say that. I've never heard Shira say that. And I've listened to a good amount of her stuff. I've never heard her say that men don't know what's coming and manipulate. Like, I haven't heard her say anything like that.
I've heard her say that plenty of times. But have you ever heard of a logical fallacy called appeal to majority? You just put that into effect. You just demonstrate that. So because the masses of people say it's right, it's good. So the majority of people thought chattel slavery was good. It's good.
Nah, this is a terrible analogy. This is a terrible comparison.
Appeal to majority is the same thing.
This is a terrible comparison.
But then again, that actually demonstrates a kind of pandering here that you have with your audience.
Oh yeah, you lying for sure.
You want to hear.
Oh, you lying for sure. First of all, you don't know what the word pandering means, so I'm not listening to you. I'm not listening to nobody that don't know what the word is that they're using. Like y'all make my ass itch the most. The people who use words that they don't know the definition to is wild to me. Like, that shit always blows my mind.
But isn't pandering like telling people what they want to hear? Like, isn't that?
No, that's what I'm saying. That's not pandering. It has to be for what you're saying has to be rooted in it has to be like immoral. So like basically, if I'm out there saying like, it's okay to be great to be a racist, right? And I'm saying that to a group of white people, like what Trump does, like how Trump goes around the country and he panders to poor and working class white people, and he emboldens them. And Trump is a Democrat from New York. He voted Democrat his whole entire life, right? He's a New York Democrat. He's racist, don't get me wrong, but he's a New York Democrat. He would never be caught in the same vicinity as these people prior to him running for president, right? Now he's running for president and he's going around the country telling the very people who he laughed at for 60 years, 70 years of his life, who he just laughed at, he's telling them that they're right and they're the salt of the earth and yada 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 and all that stuff. And he's basically reinforcing all of their terrible behaviors. He's like, yeah, no, you guys are cool. It's okay to think that way about immigrants. It's okay to think that way about black people. It's okay that you feel like that about women. And the things they feel about those people is dangerous and toxic. That's pandering. That's pandering. But if Donald Trump was going around going to educated people and saying, and those educated people were like, hey, we all need to love each other and we all need to be better and blah, 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 blah. And he goes into the room, he goes, yeah. And whether he agrees with it or not, he goes, yeah, we all need to be better. And that's not fucking pandering. There's nothing wrong with that. Who fucking cares? Who does that hurt? Who are you manipulating when you like? That's what I'm saying. That's not pandering. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all.
You could kill our argument in a quick second by just giving your source in good faith and just having a good.
I just Googled it and it says dictionary on Google. It's the Oxford Dictionary. It's whatever dictionary it is.
Oxford Dictionary that don't specialize it.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck. You don't know what the word means.
So for me,
it's FYI.
I want women to get I love women to death. I care about women. I want.
Don't say that. You don't need to tell anybody that you love them to death. Show them.
I want them to find out.
Yeah, you don't have to. When you come up, when you come up in front of people and you say I love. Hold on, I'm just muting you because you just yapping, bro. I don't mind. I want to hear you, but I'm talking.
Can I just finish what I'm saying?
No, wait. Don't get up in front of a group of people and say that you love people.
You don't like that truth, y'all.
It just Dom. Dom, hold on, wait, Dom. I'll let you talk, brother. Dom, I promise you. I'm gonna let you talk. I promise you. I'm gonna let both of y'all talk. I'm just giving you heads up, Jonathan. Don't start off your sentence with "I love women" and yada yada yada. They don't believe you. You got to show it to them, right? We're human beings. We got eyes. We got ears. You don't need to say that, right? That's all I was trying to tell you. Go ahead.
I'm giving the women virtual hugs, virtual kisses. I'm showing them my love.
They don't want it. They don't like that shit. That sounds great. That sounds grapey.
But I'm saying, like, I hear what you're saying. Honestly, maybe my definition is probably wrong. So I did come on here and I did learn something here from the whole.
What did you learn? You didn't look anything up for yourself.
Hey, Dom, be quiet. Let Jonathan finish.
No.
Okay.
No, you don't respect me.
Okay. You can go.
But I'm saying I did. I do hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. Like maybe my definition of pandering is a little different of what I thought, and I need to go research the definition. But I do see. I am all about the women actually getting to the root cause and healing, and also the men too as well healing.
Yeah.
And just like maybe I did learn from you today, and I do love these women. I care about them and stuff like that.
Okay. So do this, Jonathan. Let me ask you a question. What is the first step in healing?
I think the first step in healing is realizing that you're not a victim and that you can change.
Nope. You most certainly can be a victim. That's crazy. That's wrong. The first step in healing is admitting that you have a problem. Right?
100%.
Okay. So when you came up here and said, "I think this is the complete opposite," that was you not acknowledging the problem. But you want to say, but then you're saying right now, I want women to heal and help women heal, but you yourself haven't acknowledged that you are a part of the problem. You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. You don't need to say you love anybody. You just got to prove it. Prove it by acknowledging your role and how you harm people. Take accountability. You see what I'm saying? Like, there's no need for you to be like, I'm not that guy. You don't have to be like that. Prove it. Prove that you're not that guy by accepting accountability.
I accept accountability. I apologize for coming in live and just assuming that the women are this and that, and also just like I learned something today from the host. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm trying to be genuine and I'm trying to like really help the women and shit.
Okay.
But at the end of the day, I do be seeing, maybe it's a different definition, but I do see people online kind of just like they don't really, they kind of just give people content that doesn't actually help them to get to the root cause. They kind of just like, it's more of like a rant and complaining. But like I hear what you're saying. I acknowledge what you're saying. And
I don't think you need to help women. I think the best way you can help women is by helping yourself and making sure that you are not a part of the problem. I think that's the best. Like the best thing men can do is to help other men and to make sure that men aren't a part. To make sure that you yourself aren't a part of the problem. Number 1 and 2. That's it. Let the women. They'll figure. They're good. They don't need your help. You know what I'm saying?
100%.
They got it. But, hey, I appreciate you coming up, Jonathan. What up, BBG?
Hola.
What's happening?
Yeah, I think it's going to go the same route of what do you want to hold women accountable for? There won't be an answer. There are answers. There are always answers. I don't know why men struggle so deeply to find what those answers are. It's the same thing with pandering to women. When they talk about the issues that they have with men or women who pander to women, it usually has something to do with them having an issue with women doing things is that give them access to independence. You teaching these women that they can go to school. You teaching these women that if they have a baby by a dude who could be considered a quote unquote bum, that they can start their lives over. That it's not the end of the world. That they can still educate themselves. That they can still move on and become whatever it is they desire to become. Usually, that's what is considered pandering. That is the parts that's considered pandering. When men pander to other men, though, fresh and fit clips of them telling women, of them telling men how to get a woman to make them a sandwich. I think the other guy, the trafficker guy, he said something similar. Like, all of these guys say similar things. How to get women to do things for you, how to be essentially abusive towards women, how to get her to be quiet, how to get her to be docile, how to
manipulate them.
How to manipulate a young girl, how to, get a woman to get on her knees for you, how to, be dominant and aggressive because that's your nature. That is what that content usually is. So it's never balanced. You don't see women online telling women that you're naturally aggressive and that's the reason why when you see a man in basketball shorts, you have to attack him. That he needs to change what he has on because he's too tempting for you. Or you need to figure out how to manipulate him in order to get access to, access to controlling him, controlling what he wears, controlling where he goes, and getting him to do what you want him to do. Usually that begins and ends at money. Even Sheer 7, who I don't necessarily agree with.
Yeah, me either.
But a lot of it is you want to get with the old man because if you get with a man that you love, the likelihood of that man misusing, manipulating, and beating you is still the same. So you might as well be with a man who you can use for resources. That's what the content is. Is it wrong? I mean, for sure. But it's not a matter of her telling women to do that because it's in their nature or because it'll be of benefit to them. It's telling them to do that so that they can siphon money out of that man because he's going to try to siphon some form of resources out of you. So it's not a balanced conversation, and I don't think that they realize that.
That's facts. Rich Boy June, you can come up. Rich Boy June made a comment. He said, Kevin Samuels is dead, but y'all still talking about him. So is Tupac. So is President Kennedy. Just because you died doesn't mean the harm or the deeds that you did don't continue to reverberate throughout society. That's a stupid comment, by the way. Just FYI, if you don't understand, that was dumb. I follow his page. I'm subscribed to his page, I think, on YouTube from a long time ago. I just never unsubscribed because I'm like that. But they repost his clips all the time. So it's not like they just shut the page down. This shit is still on the internet right now. You can go look it up. They just posted something like a week ago. Oh, Chris, you're going to get muted for the live. Tupac was hella cap. That gets you muted for the live. Sounds racist. D-Man? Is that it? Damon. Hey, how you doing?
The model is Diamond, so if it's easier to say Diamond, that'll be fine as well.
Okay.
I've seen your live a lot. I just haven't been able to be part of it due to the fact that I was working all the time. I live in London.
Uh-huh.
But thank you for having me. I really appreciate it. I think that I appreciate the fact that Dom is actually here because I can use a simple person as an example to make him understand what pandering really is. Pearl Davis panders to men all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And Pearl Davis is somebody who is all over YouTube and TikTok, etc. She's also the same woman that said that if she could abolish divorce, then that would have been what she wanted to do.
Yep.
Unfortunately, I do have to agree with your title, which is that a lot of men do pander to men. And it's also because a lot of men respect men far more than they respect women. Hence why for the longest, we as women, and I've used that line myself, I have to be honest, when a man approaches me, I immediately say, I have a boyfriend. Because if I say I'm not interested, he's still going to continue. But if he hears I have a boyfriend, which used to work, but doesn't work anymore.
When did that used to work? I'm 42. I distinctly remember every one of those things, even every one of those exchanges being followed up with, what you mean you can't have friends?
Yeah.
That shit never worked.
No, but it used to work for me for a long time, but unfortunately it doesn't anymore. But that also symbolizes how, and there's always other men around, and I have seen a woman being violated and disrespected in front of other men. I'm personally Somali Muslim, and I know exactly where to go to get my protection, to get my help. Unfortunately, here in the West, and as a person who's lived in the States myself, I've seen that a lot of men kind of like allow other men to get strangely out of line, and they don't do anything. And I had to even call some of my friends out when they were telling me stories about like, oh, there was this girl and she was getting groped, yada yada yada, and I was like, well, what did you do? As a man, what did you do? And they were like, well, it's not my business. Why should I get in trouble for her? Why did she dress like that? Why was she out like that? And I'm just like, you guys are complaining about Instagram models and you guys are complaining about OnlyFans models, but you guys are subscribing to them. Mm-hmm. You have to think about it in a sense of a business. For a lot of young women, unfortunately, that has become their business. So if there's no demand, there's not going to be a supply.
Yeah.
Do you get me? So who's demanding it? Who's expecting that? Mm-hmm. As men, your standard has never been held to a certain level. As women, we're taught already from an early age what we're supposed to be. That's why we give young girls a doll, we give them a pram, we give them responsibility as an infant. But the boy gets to have, a toy car, G.I. Joe, etc. Mm-hmm. So the responsibility is always been put on the women already by a young age. Mm-hmm. And it's always, what was she wearing? What was she doing? Why was she out that late? Why was she not, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So men should hold themselves accountable. If you really want to have an outstanding woman, a respectful woman, please understand what you are is what you attract. What you put out is what you attract.
I don't know about that one. I don't believe that at all, actually. I think you just attract whatever you attract. There's good people that attract terrible people all the time. Doesn't mean that they're terrible. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's not a reflection of...
No, I understand that part. I'm not saying that there's no exception to the rule. But what I'm saying is, if you're attracting certain kind of women, if you have 2, 3, 4 baby mothers, don't be talking about a traditional woman.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That's on the person. That's not on the, you know what I mean? Like, that's on the man, not on the woman. It's not like he attracted these women. It's that he doesn't deem it necessary to take care of the kids. He is the, you know what I mean? He's abandoning the kids or whatever the case may be. And he's the one that's impregnating these women and then, not marrying any of them or not being committed to any of them and so on and so forth. You know what I'm saying? I don't think, I just want to make it clear because I know that a lot of people that have, a good, you call them decent people. Decent people are sought out by immoral people all the time. They're, you know what I mean? They're victimized. Rarely are there two immoral people in a relationship, right? It's usually like one person is like, yay, cool, I'm nice and I'm good and I'm trying to do the best I can do. And then there's one person that's like, I got you, bitch. And they're trying to take advantage of the other person. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I'm like, I just want to be careful when we say stuff like that because it kind of comes off as like victim blaming. Like, you are what you attract. And it's like,
They didn't know that one didn't know that they had 4 other baby moms.
Say what?
I'm sorry?
What is that?
That one didn't know that he had 4 other baby moms.
What does that have to do with anything?
He didn't know. You just ignore it. Like, you got 4 other baby moms. You just ignore that.
What does that have to do with the person?
That is not at all what I'm saying, Chris. What I'm saying is, as an individual, please be very careful with the way you're wording characterizing yourself and others. I'm not generalizing. I have admitted there is an exception to the rule. There are great-hearted people who, both on the male side and female side, who are worth of a lot more than what they have attracted, unfortunately. And unfortunately, a lot of well-established people who are, and when I say well established, I'm not talking about finance. I'm talking about like emotionally, mentally.
Yeah.
The emotional intelligence is at a higher level than the person that they're with, because they seek out to help, and unfortunately fall in love with the wrong person. That happens all the time. Yeah. We know that. What I'm saying is, men, and I'm going back to the point that is on the docket right now, which is men should be holding each other accountable. Same way as women should be holding each other accountable. And as a man, you can't be sitting back and like allowing your homeboy, your brother, your cousin, your father to continue to be falling short as a man, but they want to blame that all on the women. Yeah. You can't do that.
That happens all day long, yeah.
I was in a seminar last weekend where it was about DV and SA survivors, and it was a mixture of men and women, and the speaker literally asked, raise your hand, stand up if you know or have been a victim of DV or SA. A lot of women stood up.
Of course.
And there was very few men that stood up. You mean to tell me that you don't know one guy in your friend group, in your family, in your relative section that hasn't crossed the line, but every woman in that room knew somebody or was affected herself?
Yep.
And that's where accountability comes in.
A lot of that is also because men don't talk to women. Like, men want to be blissfully ignorant when it comes to SA. So a lot of men don't actually go out of their way to have a conversation with women about their, you know, like what's happened to them in their lives, right? Like, I was talking to some men about it yesterday, and I was like, have you ever talked to your mom about it? No, I never. And I was like, yeah, there you go. You got to talk to the people. You got to talk to the women around you first. Like, see what they say about it. Because, you know, if you... For me, that it was. I had already had those conversations before I started doing any internalized work. But then when I started to do the work, and then I started to piece everything together, I was like, damn, all these women that I know, all the close women in my life, like they all have these horrible stories. Some of them repeated, you know, long history of abuse. Sometimes, you know, some of them was like one thing, two things here and there, but like it was still like they all had a bunch of examples personally. And then I was like, okay, like that tracks, you know what I'm saying? Like, so yeah. And also I also remembered a lot of stuff growing up from men and boys, you know, smacking girls on the butt on the playground, all the way to smacking girls on the butt in the club. You know what I'm saying? All the way to grabbing a girl's arm when she's walking down the street, grabbing a girl's arm in the mall so they can talk to her, all the way up to kissing a girl on the dance floor against her will, walking up behind a woman, you know, and start grinding up against, like, stuff like that. And I was just like, wow, yeah. So when you start to really, you know, see it and you stop lying to yourself about it, you will see it like everywhere. You will see how these examples exist, like all throughout a society. You know what I'm saying? And you probably, as a man, you probably done a few of them. You know what I'm saying? Like walked up behind a woman, touched a woman inappropriately, whatever the case may be, whatever category you want to put yourself in. I'm sure most men could say, as a boy or as a man, they've done something like that, right? And it's not like to like say it's okay, but it's okay to admit that you did it, acknowledge it, and that way you can correct it. But so many men don't even want to acknowledge that they did it. They would rather say that the things that they've never done anything like that. I've never done anything like that. I've never done. And I'm like, how could it be that all these men have never done anything like that, but every woman I talk to has a story of a man doing that to them? Like, that doesn't make sense unless you're about to tell me that 5% of men is just doing this to every woman. But hey, real quick, D, I'm gonna get to Dom real quick, and then we got to get to Chris. Go ahead, Dom.
Hey, I think what Chris was trying to say, Chris, you can correct me if we're wrong. You were trying to bring up the fact that pretty much everything that Dee was talking about just a while ago, the same could be said concerning women. And how, like, if you want to talk about, like, you know, everybody's raise your hand or stand up if you know someone who's been the victim of domestic violence. And not a lot of men stood up. But a lot of times, if we want to talk about conditioning and, you know, that type of thing, men get slapped around, men get yelled at in their faces, they get insulted and stuff like that. There's a lot of domestic violence against men. Not to the same severity, to the same degree, to the same, like, physical dangerous women? No way in hell, no. But it does happen, and
that wasn't what he was saying.
Really, the conversation was not. I'm sorry, what?
That wasn't what he was saying, though. Just to be clear. But
we don't know what he was saying. He said something, and then he just.
I heard exactly what he said. He was basically trying to do the whataboutism, like, or he was just trying to blame the woman, like she should have known better than to get involved with the man who has 4 baby mamas. Doesn't she know he had 4 baby mamas? Like, which is like, who gives a fuck? Well, that was irrelevant.
Well, I mean, okay, well, if we okay,
I mean, you date Jeffrey Dahmer. Would you date a Jeffrey Dahmer if you knew what all he did? Like,
are we really comparing? Jeffrey. So are we comparing the Nick Cannon to Jeffrey? Wait, hold on.
You know
one person at a time.
I'm not saying it's always their fault, but I'm saying if you know better, do better. If you knew that, then why would you do it?
Yeah, these are wild assumptions, and also people lie all the time and acting like people don't lie. Especially men, when it comes to these things, acting like men don't lie about these things. Men lie about if they got baby mamas. They lie about how involved they are in their children's lives. They lie about how, like, moving forward, like, I'm a changed man. They mask and all of that stuff. And then at that point, it's like, so you basically what you're saying is that these women should never give men another chance. At the same time,
you're right. No, you're right. You're definitely right about that. I mean, people lie, but every instance, like.
The vast majority of the instances, yes, Chris. That's what I'm saying. So let's think about it logically. Your assumption is a woman meets a man. The man has 4 baby mamas. Cool, got you. Let's say he's honest. Let's say he tells her what? I got 4 baby mamas. I don't take care of my kids. I'm a deadbeat. I was abusive to all 4. Do you still want to date me? And you're sitting here telling me that the women are going, sign me up, or do you think that it's happening differently?
No, I definitely think there's some of both.
You think there's some of both? Like,
yes,
come on.
Definitely some of both.
Okay. All right. This one, it's hard to have the conversation.
That does happen like that. In reality, it does happen like that.
To who?
Some women do pursue men like that. If you look at where?
Yeah.
Look at some of the people that's in the black community. Look at some of the people that black women look up to, that certain black women, not all black women. Of course, nowhere near all black women. But look at some of the men that some of our women look up to. Rappers and artists and celebrities and things like that.
You mean the same people that the men look up to?
But, no, not all men, but certain men, yeah.
The same thing. The same logic. Who likes Future more, men or women? Who looks up to Future more, men or women? You see what I'm saying? Men.
Probably women. Probably women, because the thing is, they make up how much of the market do they like 80% of consumers are women.
Who still gets with the Futures more, knowing that they act like Future?
Wait.
Future is a multi-millionaire star. He's always going to have an endless supply of women to have access to. So that's
just Future.
I know, but I'm telling you, trying to bring up Future in this particular instance wouldn't apply. Wouldn't mean anything.
The Futures, the guys that act like him.
It does apply. Ask Sierra. She don't want to be with Future.
Can I, as a woman, just say something real quick? Because I feel like both Dom and Chris really do not understand women.
No, I do understand. I haven't been able to finish.
No, you don't, sweetheart. No, you don't.
No, I haven't been able to finish. Let me finish, and you'll know exactly what I'm thinking. So there's no putting stuff inside my head.
This is why I don't like having a lot of people up here, by the way. I don't like panels where I'll be honest with y'all. I don't care to hear y'all argue. I'm just gonna be completely clear. I don't care to hear y'all argue. Me and you, we could go back and forth. I don't care to hear y'all argue with each other. Just FYI. So let's try to mute up and let people say what they want to say. But go ahead, now.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. But no, like, the thing is, it's like, okay, even with Chris's example, like going after people who act like Future, and even Future himself. The thing is, people tend to take on certain behaviors, and they tend to go on with these behaviors over a lifetime. So the question would be, how do we change that behavior? We're always talking about problems. How do we fix it? And that's not fixed by just sitting up here going back and forth with each other. How will we effectively talk to people? He has all those children out there, and he's not with all those children. How do we fix that? Me, I think personally, yes, we would have to sit them down, talk to them, take them through different practical exercises, a behavior modification plan, all that type of stuff. And that's only if he's willing to do it. So in the meantime, when we're doing all this work with Future, if he even volunteers to do it, we still at the same time need to tell young ladies, stay away from a man like this. But then at the same time, if we get pushback saying, nah, I think I'm good, I think I can be with him and all that, that's a problem. So we have to face both sides, where we as men messed up with that and where women messed up with that. And then we also have to look at where all that stuff is coming from. Okay, how was Future raised? Was he raised dual parent home, single mother, single father? How did that happen? And then where did Future get all his behaviors from? The influences from other gangster rappers, like in the
he got it from other, which is my whole point, Dom. He got it from other men. He got it from Man Pandering to other men.
If he grew up in a single mother household, how?
That's irrelevant.
No, that's right on point.
That's not on point. So in your single, wait, Dom, hold on, wait. I know you want to blame. Hey, Dom, stop. I know you want to blame women for everything, but make it.
No,
sir, stop.
You're not.
Okay.
No.
All right. I know that you want to blame women for everything, but let me ask you a question. When even in a single mother household, are men not in close proximity to other boys and men? Are they only around their single mothers all day long?
No.
Okay.
Of course not.
So that's how it happens. You went to school. I went to school. Did you play sports? Were you around other boys? Did you not hear the conversation? You don't remember the conversation we used to have as young men? You don't remember the conversations we had as men? That's how it happens, sir.
Boys or as men? What I'm saying is...
As boys and men. Both.
Okay. You ask me a question, I'll answer. You ask me a question, I'll answer. So growing up as a boy, I was around my mother and I was in school, teachers, which were mostly females most of the time. So they had the biggest impact and chances for influence in my life. Those men around the block that I saw, yes, I saw them. And they did have opportunities to influence, but not as much as my mother would allow or that my school would allow. And then me, I was fortunate enough, my parents divorced, my father still wanted to be in my life. So whatever chance he had, he was over there trying to get custody.
Okay, so can we speak for the majority of men, not center you? Can we just speak about the majority of men then?
Okay.
What is that the majority of men's experiences? Do you think the thing that you just described, is that the way that most of us grew up? Do you think around teachers, around educated women, and like is that what you think is really happening in the world? That most men we're as children and as the youth, we're surrounded by educated women. No matter what our socioeconomic status is, we're all just surrounded by educated women. Is that what you're going to say? Okay. No. So let's speak to the majority. Let's speak to the masses and not the asses, Dom. So what about the majority of men?
You said putting words in my mouth.
I'm not. I'm asking you to speak to the masses, not to the asses, not to the small group of men who you're describing. Let's talk about the majority of men. Okay, once again, so the majority of men, you don't think that they're having these conversations with their homies? You don't think that they're in the locker room? You don't think they're in the barbershop? You don't think they're in their homie car talking shit, talking all the wildest shit you can think of about women, and nobody's checking them because we're in a fucking cult?
Great. So let me answer. Okay. So like I was saying before, bad behavior is bad behavior no matter who it comes from, man or woman. It doesn't matter. And the fact that most black men now are being raised up by single mothers because they're in a very bad situation. And no, I'm not blaming.
I hate when y'all try to make this about black people when I'm talking about men. Because the thing, hold on, Dom.
You asked me a question.
Hold on, Dom. When I start talking, it doesn't matter. I don't know why you guys think that you're entitled to keep yapping. If I start talking, be quiet. It's the reason why I'm talking. I don't care about black people specifically when we talk about this, and it's not doing the thing that you think it's doing. Like, y'all don't only care about black people when you do that. What you're doing when you do that is you're vilifying black men, actually. When you act like it's only like black men, you're vilifying us. What I'm telling you, it is a man problem that white men have a problem with it, black men have a problem with it, Asian men have a problem with it. Misogyny is a global phenomenon, not a black male problem in America. So talk about it from that aspect, because black men are raised in the same society as white men, and we are largely taught the same shit about women, not about black and white, not about racism, right? Racism is different. We view race differently than white people do, but we view women almost identically. Black men and white men view women the same way. That is where you will find black men and white men congregating, is around misogyny. We'll be shaking hands in the room of misogyny. Asian men too, American men, Japanese men, Korean men, it don't fucking matter. That is the one thing that all men globally, as a group, I'm saying, not every man literally, but just as a group, as a class, whatever you want to say, that is the thing that we all can agree on. We got to keep our boots on these W's necks. That's what we all can agree on globally. That's what I'm saying. So speak to that. Stop just talking about black people and stop talking about black mothers. Stop that shit. I know you don't like black people and you don't like black mothers and you want to demonize us. Don't do that. Okay?
One more time what I like and what I don't like. How do you do that?
What are you going to do about it? Get dropped? Are you going to drop? I couldn't care less.
Well, yeah.
Then go, because I'm going to do it every time you do it. I'm going to clock it. I'm going to tell you what you're doing, because that's what it is. What's the other reason? Tell me what's the other reason, Dom? What's the other reason for you constantly bringing up single black mothers and black men? What is your justification for that?
I can talk about it. Okay, good. Okay, so yes, I was talking about single black men because that's what I work with the most. But yes, it does apply to all men. Now, on one hand, we like to say that men aren't around, that women have done the work, that they're, even like if they're in the household, it's a double parent household. Man comes home from work, the wife or the mother is in there taking care of the children, doing the laundry, cooking, cleaning, doing everything, right? So how is it? Now, we're here having this conversation saying men are so involved, but then on the other hand, on another day, we're saying
all over
men
there on
aren't
YouTube.
there. It's it's a paradox. It doesn't make sense. So no, the thing is, what the truth is that there are men that don't want to be involved. In my opinion, those are bad men. You lay down with a woman and you help conceive that child, you need to be there, period, point blank. Now, with the men, there are also men who want to be there. But we'll be honest, there are some women, nowhere near all, who are keeping that child away from the father.
So can we talk about the majority and not the minority once again? Why are you guys obsessed with the minority?
I'm talking about all here. I'm telling you just a different.
I'm talking about the general. Look, sir, let's stick to the general group. Let's stick to the back, because the women you're describing ain't even a lot of women. It is the minute. It is a very, very small group of women that you're describing. So can we stick to the vast majority of people and not waste one breath on the minority? Is that okay with you?
Okay. So this is where it looks like you just want me to agree with you.
I don't.
Okay.
See how it doesn't work when you try to say what I want? That's stupid. Because I don't want you to agree with me. I just want you to focus on the majority. And basically what you're admitting is if we talk about the majority, then you will have to agree with me. Is that what you're saying? If we just stick to the majority and we don't talk about the minority, then you would have to agree with me. That's what you're saying right now. Okay, got it. Then just say you agree. Don't try to argue for the sake of argument so you can pander to men. Stop that shit. It's weird. You're too old to do that. Talking about the minority of women. For what? What's the reason? What's the purpose?
So is this a civil conversation we're having where you're over talking me?
Brother, I will promise you this one thing. I do not fall for the gaslighting tactics. We're not about to argue about the argument. I don't give a fuck. You could take it or you could go. No diddy. Like, what are y'all not understanding? What are you not understanding about this, Dom? You're not the smartest guy in the room. Just talk, bro. Just talk or leave. Talk about what we're talking about. Okay. You can't do it. You can't do it. You're too young in the brain. Go ahead, Chris. You can't do it. It's wild.
I was just gonna ask. You blocked me because the Tupac.
I muted you. I didn't block you.
I know, man. Why'd you block me for the
You can't speak on Pac, brother. You ain't got the credentials.
Man.
You don't know nothing about that, man.
For beating a woman, didn't he?
Huh?
He got arrested for beating a woman, didn't he?
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
When?
Look it up.
Okay, I'll look it up.
I'll cash up you 10 if he did.
You said what? Oh, he got what? You cash at me 10? Maybe he did. I don't know. I'll be honest with you. I don't really care. But if that's what you're saying, that's what happened with Pac or whatever, like.
Yeah, that's why I said he kept.
Okay. He actually got arrested. He got arrested and convicted for grape.
pretty bad.
I know.
I mean, damn.
Yeah.
Can I get my comments back then?
No.
I mean, damn.
Your comments? Oh, you get your comments back for coming up. Yeah.
Yeah, I was right in the comments. Though.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if that made it. I don't know if that made it. What you were saying not true, but yeah. But anyways, is that all you wanted to say?
Yeah, I was wondering.
He didn't beat the case. Who said he beat the case? Pac was in prison. Suge Knight. Pac went to prison and Suge Knight bailed him out. Y'all tripping. Pac lost that case. He did not beat that case.
Loving women, though. That's crazy. How does he rap about loving women? He's convicted for rape.
Hey. Hey, brother. I'm just gonna tell you something. Sometimes it be like that. Sometimes it be like that. I ain't about to talk about it on this microphone right now though, because I ain't on that type of time. But
I was right in the comments.
Yeah, but you good though. I think I unmuted you. No, I didn't. Hold on, wait. I unmute you. All right,
I'll see y'all.
Okay. What up, Lux?
What up, Pub? What up?
Chilling. Hey, Dom, you can't. I just want to put out this disclaimer. You can't. You cannot come up here and think we're gonna have a conversation about the conversation. If I'm asking you to do something, it's for a reason. I'm not like y'all. I'm not trying to manipulate y'all. I just don't want y'all to lead us down some boring ass path. And you just saying a bunch of stupid shit. I know you think the things you're saying is smart and relevant to the conversation. I can assure you they're not. If they were, I would let you say them. Even if I disagreed, I would let you say them. But y'all don't be saying nothing that has any relevancy to the conversation. That's my point. So when we're talking about this stuff, I'm talking about in general, in mass, the vast majority, things of that nature. And then you literally admit in all of your statements, you go, well, it's not the majority of women. I know that. I know it's not the majority of women. I know it's not the majority of men. I know it's not the majority of women. Then why the fuck are you talking about it? Because that's what we're talking about. We're talking about the majority. Jesus Christ.
Not only did he admit that it wasn't the majority, he literally admitted, he goes, I know men do it vastly more than women.
Boom.
And it's like,
boom.
Then
where's the disagreement?
It's like, again, and y'all, as much as I dislike Princella V, right, I gotta come and say it. Y'all just be disagreeable.
Be disagreeable for the sake of being disagreeable.
It's weird. But anyways, it's just, again, you guys were in the same sentence that you admit something, try to use every other, tiny demo. It's just, I don't know. We continuously have this conversation how y'all guys are purposefully just running circles to bend backwards to do gymnastics to prove a point that you already admitted is not a point that is true. You've already gone ahead and just said what the answer is out loud, but then when public gotta walk you through 30 minutes of a circle for you to admit what you just said in 2 minutes, it's just so weird to me, y'all. I don't know.
That's just frustrating.
I be rooting for y'all so hard to get public up, and y'all can't do it.
It don't even need to be eating me up, because I'm gonna agree if the shit is, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be like, that's right, you got it right, yada yada yada.
No, absolutely. Yeah.
But it don't never be like that though.
To you, and that's the thing. It's like they won't concede in the parts where they'll concede, but they won't concede on your terms. They'll concede when you're not asking them to concede. Halfway through the point, they'll go and concede, and then when you go, okay, so you conceded to the point, they'll go, no.
That's not what I was saying.
That's not what I was saying. It's like,
that was literally what you just said. You just said that it wasn't most women. So why the hell are we talking about? What are we doing here at this point?
It's crazy, but I do want to say something. It's so crazy how they will tell you they don't listen to Derek Jacksons. They don't listen to all the people they consider pick-me's to women. They've seen everything, Fresh and Fit and Kevin Samuels has said. But then when we bring up the toxic things, it's all of a sudden
they never saw it.
Oh, I never heard him say that. You telling me Yo Kang was going viral for saying videos, for saying real crazy things, and you never heard a word of it, but you can assume all the things that these pick-me's from women are saying. You can assume and all these other things. Not only can you assume, but when people are coming and telling you
that what you're interpreting from them ain't even the right type of interpretation, you won't even take that to be taken. Like, when people tell y'all that Shira is a pick-me for just rich men, she is a pick-me. She's just a pick-me for rich men. Y'all won't admit to that. Y'all won't. If we told y'all that, y'all wouldn't admit to it. But but y'all will come up here and call Shira a pick-me for other reasons. It's like pick and choose. Not only that, but Shira, I'm not even gonna lie to y'all, Shira be saying half the shit that you Negroes be saying too. Y'all be like, if you want to get a rich, high value man, you need to do this, that, and the third. And Shira be telling y'all to do them very things. Let's be honest. This is why a lot of people disagree with her. A lot of women disagree with her. But all of a sudden now it's problematic. I'm confused. I thought y'all was trying to tell people how to get high value men, and she was. Oh no! All right, maybe the math not mapping. Maybe Lux just can't count. I don't know, but we'll leave it at that.
And Shira's not harmful. I don't care what none of y'all say. The women who y'all think be pandering to other women or whatever you want to say, y'all can never explain how they're harmful.
Ever.
You can never never tell me how they're harmful, like ever, no matter what.
Harmful is they take men's money, but mind you, this is a relationship where both parties have agreed, but and again, public men are the logical ones. They're not the emotional ones. Men are the leaders. They're at the top of it all, but they're being manipulated by a woman for money, right?
Crazy as fuck.
And they got so much money that they're high value men that they made so much money,
but they're being
manipulated by a woman.
And if that. Oh shit! And my thing is that if that woman was like not doing the things that the only way for the woman to actually manipulate this man is to do the things that he wants her to do. If that makes sense. Now, does she want it? Is she doing it in her mind? Is she like, oh, he's so attractive? And maybe not. Who fucking cares? But if she doing motherfucking splits on the D, who cares? The nigga don't give a fuck if she like him or not at that point. He just all he know is I'm getting my needs met. You see what I'm saying? He getting that vagina. So why are y'all acting like he's not getting anything out of it or whatever? If which I've said before, even the most gold diggers on the planet, they be having babies and shit. They be putting their lives on the line.
It's crazy.
Like still, like y'all be sitting here acting like y'all don't get like they don't get like when men do the shit to women don't get nothing out of it at the end, but an STD and a broken heart most of the time, right? But when women do this shit to men, the men be getting access to her body, they get a baby out of it, they get domestic labor, they get they getting shit out of it because ain't no man about to just fucking not get nothing and just provide this like great lifestyle for a woman. Like be serious. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't make sense. What y'all saying, we know objectively speaking, that is not the norm. That's not the norm. The richest men on the planet, their women are still doing shit for them. The women ain't just sitting at home not doing nothing. And then when he get home, she's like, oh, I don't really want to have sex with you and blah, 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 blah. Like, and he's just like, okay.
No, it's because public, again, they'll tell you, oh, a high-value man will not choose you if you do this, that, and the third. A high-value man will do this and that. But then I'll turn around and again, we'll be like, well, these high-value men are just getting swindled and they're not getting anything. But I thought they weren't going to take people who weren't A, B, C, and D. But now all of a sudden, they're too dumb to make decisions for themselves. Like, it's like, when it benefits them, they will sit and turn around and not even hear how they're dogging out the same men that they continuously praise because it makes sense for the moment.
They don't care.
I know, but
they don't give a fuck. They talk in circles. They talk in circles. Their points, I don't know if y'all ever, their points look like doodle sketches on a piece of paper. Like, they don't ever make sense. They just look like random dots and shapes. And they're disjointed and disconnected, and they never add up. You know what I'm saying?
Once you walk them through the logic, because they'll make the point, you'll walk them through the logic. You'll say, okay, walk me through the logic. Tell me how you got from point A to point Z, right? Mm-hmm. And then you'll start to walk them through the logic. You'll flip it back on them to see if the logic is consistent, and then they'll go, no, that's not what it meant. No.
You didn't let me finish. I did let you finish. You're done.
You finished. I asked you to walk me back through the point. What is going on?
You know what the amazing plot twist is? The logic actually does make sense once they start slowly creeping into their own backgrounds. Because if you notice, Dom came up here and he started talking about black single mothers, and then he talked about his black single mother. Like that was the next step. It always tends to make sense. And the craziest part is that I think that a lot of these men accidentally reveal that they don't dislike the message. They can't stand the fact that it's coming from a woman. Because if you think about Shira,
I appreciate you later, Lorraine.
Shira 7 says absolutely nothing different than any of these men up here.
Exactly.
She's going to tell you what? That men with money want young, youthful, vibrant women who, will wear the cute dresses and have the babies and do all the things. That's what they desire. If you can find tons of clips by each and every one of these men that will tell you. Because remember, that's the reason why Kevin Samuels came up with the high value man. The high value man was attracting a woman that wanted him for his money and his access to resources. Like, that's the reason why that man was considered high values, because he had things to offer a woman. Not love, not compassion, not the things that, the quote unquote simp daddy or, Pookie and Ray Ray has. He has more because he has a business suit. He works in the corporate world. He, is a six-figure man who owns a home and blah, blah, blah. And the woman desires that part of him. She doesn't desire to be in friendship with him or in a relationship with him. So the reasoning continues to be circular because it's not necessarily about what the woman is saying in particular. It's about the fact that this hurts me because I'm either not that, or I genuinely gotta punish my mama, but I can't. I can't say it to my mama. I can't disrespect my mother in that way. What I can do is I can talk about these black single mothers. I can talk about how they leave their kids in the house and the door is locked and they tell them don't open the door and they really want their mama, but she at work working hard. And they never gonna call their mama and say that. They just gonna come on here and say, well, it's just black single mothers in general.
Real quick, y'all. Hold on, real quick. Hey, it's 631 people in here. I appreciate everybody liking up the live. Bang the Cash App one time, man. Keep the live alive. Support it. Support the live. Same for the Venmo. Venmo and Cash App is the same. Prince Hayes, y'all got it. Yeah, man. I'm not dropping anybody today because y'all be dropping people before they speak, and I was like, maybe I need to take that out. So I got to come up with a better system. We gotta let people talk for like at least 15 minutes or something like that.
That was funny, public. They didn't even let that dude.
We dropped everybody. I didn't know where to go. I was like, come on, man. Let's have a conversation. Let us have a conversation. That shit was crazy. All right, go ahead, Dom.
Okay. Well, when I was talking, I wasn't necessarily talking about single black mothers or single moms. Get rid of the race thing. I know. I was just talking about my mother's situation. My mother remarried quickly after my parents divorced to my stepfather. So my stepfather was there also. But again, we speaking, about the majority and everything else like that. But if we're going to talk about Kevin Samuels and his whole situation, the High Value Man came about based on what calls he was getting from women calling into his show, based on what they requested in what he called the dating or sexual marketplace. So based on what the women calling into his show had to say, that's how he said, well, this is something that these women value. They value these things. And he was like, well, these are men of high value because this is what they value. And that's how he came up with his high value man. It wasn't because these men were looking for this or blah, 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 blah. It was based on the answers that women were giving him.
That's Cant.
The 3 years before when he was speaking to men, it was the same thing.
That's Cant.
Like, he would talk to men, and he would go in. I mean, I know you all know I don't know that you all know. But there's many things. Like, I remember one time he was talking to a guy, and the guy was like, well, I make $35,000 a year. I wonder why women don't want to talk to me. And he was like, okay, you got your own place? He was like, no. He was like, you stay with your mama. He was like, okay, you got a car? He was like, yeah. He was like, what kind of car is it? Like, it's decent. He was like, oh, okay. And he was like, you got a big dick? And dude was like, ha, 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 ha. I don't know. And he was like, no.
Yeah, we seen that clip. But wait, I just want to real quick. Kevin Samuels you're not gonna put that six figure, 6 feet, 6-pack shit on women. He didn't get that from women. He made that shit up.
I didn't say women.
You did. You said
calling into his show. Let me explain.
Say it again.
I said for the women that were calling into his show, because there's plenty of women who don't come by that. Women that BBG and Luke, they probably have men, and That has nothing to do with them. They probably have great guys and everything else. So I said, in particular, the women that were calling into his show. So his show was based on people that was calling in.
I just said that, bro. I know what you were saying. You were saying the women he was talking to. I'm telling you that is not what was happening. That he made that shit up as a man because that's what men are attracted to. Men like tall, buff, rich dudes. That's what men like. That's what other men think is makes a man. You tall and you rich and you buff. I like you. I'm gonna look up to you. You tall, rich, and buff. I'm gonna look up to you. That's what men like. That's what I'm telling you. That's not what women like, bro. That is not what women. That is not the thing that they be asking for. I've never heard a woman ever in my life if I've ever had a conversation with a woman about the things that attract her to a man, her say those things like first or third or fifth. Like they're on the list. Don't get me wrong. How tall he is. Don't get me wrong. That pops up at some point in time. But there's like so many things that come before that. But that he was focusing on those three things tells me that those were the things. Even if women eventually said that, he heard some collective of women say those things at some point in time. Those weren't the main things that they were saying. Those are just the things because he was smart. His level of pandering was really good. He was a very good panderer to men. He called his own shot years before he started to do what he did. He literally said, I'm going to start pandering to these men. I'm going to start dogging out these women. He was literally, but this is what he said. He said, I'm going to start dogging out these women. And because if you do that, you'll get clicks, likes, and views. And you'll make money. I know I can do that if I did that. And I think he was just saying that shit in that video that he made. But then the light bulb went off. And he was like, I actually could do that. And he rebranded himself. And then he started to do it. Because it started to make him money and get him notoriety. That's what I'm saying. He is a top flight panderer, gaslighter. Rest in peace, right? That's who he was. So when men follow him, that tells me a lot about the men who follow him, right? That tells me a lot about the men who actually endorse him. I'm like, oh, I see. So you didn't know that you don't care about the shit that he said beforehand. Y'all, you know everything about him, but you don't know about the shit that he said about the girl. You don't know the shit he said about let that man cheat in peace. You don't know shit about what he said before he became big and famous. When he was out here telling people, when he was out here talking to men, right? He wasn't getting no clicks, likes, and views. But then when he started dogging women, now all of a sudden he got on 3-piece suits and he too cool for school. You didn't clock that. You didn't make no connection there. He not pandering.
And it's funny.
Why is that funny?
Dogging out men or doing all that kind of stuff is what gets you those kind of clicks and those kind of views and stuff like that.
It didn't.
That's not what got him views. What got him views was literally dogging out women.
Yeah, you just what? How did you get to what?
Oh, no. You're right.
He was doing the opposite. He was dogging out women.
He literally said,
no,
dogging men does not.
He wasn't. Let me talk about what happened because again, you're just putting your interpretation.
No, that is literally what happened, Dom. You got to stop saying that that's my interpretation. That is literally what happened. He said it, then he did it. No, you're not going to lie, brother. You're not finna lie on me. You're not finna tell me that that's my interpretation. It's not. That is literally what he said. Man, you
take it as my opinion. You just say
it's not an opinion. There's no room for an opinion when the man said it out of his own mouth, Dom. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Where's the opinion at? It's not my opinion about what he did. It's literally what he did. What are you talking about? He literally did it. He said it and did it.
He said and did what?
Can I just play it public?
Please play it. Please play it. Please play it.
I know y'all like to act stupid on the internet.
Please play it.
Oh, I'm not acting stupid at all.
Come on. Just play it. Just play it. I don't want it. We're good. We don't need to talk about it. Just play it. Go ahead. Go ahead.
But, okay.
Go. Be quiet now.
Exactly. He literally said it in real time. If you couldn't hear what he said, if I started talking about women and all that mess, the likes would go through the roof. That's what he said.
Yeah, and he did it. So he knew. It wasn't like he didn't know what he was doing. He knew exactly what he was doing. And that's how I know y'all are being willfully ignorant about what he did. You don't want to. If you've never seen that, I'm going to give you grace. You never seen it. Okay, so why are you defending? So how can you defend him?
Let me explain. Okay, no, he was talking about how things work when it comes to podcasting because we just sat up here in the same interview. Can I finish? Can I finish?
No, but real quick, Dom. I just really
no.
Hold on, Dom. I promise you.
Understand me? No.
2 seconds. I promise you, I'm gonna let you talk. It's just crazy how you didn't hear the clip, you negated the clip happened, and then as soon as we play the clip, you have an interpretation of what the clip you've never heard before it says. Isn't that insane to you?
He said he heard it. Now he's saying he heard it, Lux. He's saying he heard it before.
Isn't that crazy? How now you have an interpretation, but 10 seconds ago you never heard that clip. You never heard him say that.
No, no.
Okay. All right, you got this, public.
No. Let me talk. Okay. So no, yes, I made a mistake, and I do have to own up to that. But I did. I saw that clip, and I saw everything that he was talking about. And in context, what he's saying is just how it plays out in different audiences. When like when I'm talking dirty about men, right? For some people, it doesn't play out that way. But when some people talk about women, it doesn't play out good for them either. So you just got to find your certain slot and see how things work out. But it's evil on both sides, is what he's saying.
That wasn't what he was saying.
That's not what he said.
And also, Dom, why wouldn't he just do? Hold on, no.
Let me finish.
No, Dom. No, I don't. There you go again. What are you not understanding, sir? He could have just done what he knew to be right. He didn't need to find his slot or whatever the hell you trying to fucking say. He could have just did what was right. If he knew, if in his heart he knew that the real issues were with men. Men need to address the shit that men be doing and the things that we going through. Why not just keep talking to men? Why ever start talking about women and dogging out women? Oh, because it gets you, like he said, the likes and the views go through the roof. That's what he said. That's not what I said. That's not my interpretation.
Huh? You go with your interpretation, dogging out women.
That wasn't my interpretation. That is literally what he said. Literally, that's what he said.
You heard a clip. You gave us an interpretation. Public repeated verbatim what was in the clip, and public is the interpretation.
That's what I'm saying.
Can I explain?
No, because you cannot, sir, Dom. I don't think you understand what's happening up here. We do not allow people to gaslight us.
Y'all are doing this cherry picking and not allowing.
We don't allow people to gaslight us. Okay? In real life, like you can argue with your girl like this, and you can try to gaslight her and shit like that. Don't do that shit to me. I don't know how many times you gonna believe it by the end of this exchange. You're gonna see, okay, I can't do that to him. If you want to go lie to somebody, go lie to your baby mama. Don't lie to me.
My baby mama?
Yeah, your girl, your baby mama, your wife. I don't give a fuck. Whoever she is to you, go lie to her. Look, the reason why I'm saying that is because I think that men be lying to their wives and their girls all the time, right? So you get so used to lying to your girl that you think you can lie to everybody. That's what I'm trying to tell you. And I'm saying instead, yeah, you lie. You've been lying this whole time. Yeah, you a liar. No, you've been lying this whole time, bro.
Probably. Can I ask you a question?
That's all y'all do is lie.
Y'all?
Go ahead. Yes. Go ahead. Watch. Okay. Be quiet. Go down. Let LJ go. Go ahead, LJ.
I just got here.
Yep.
You and I don't agree on much. Mm-hmm. I just got here about a minute and a half ago.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't really know the context of the conversation, so I'm not coming to Dom's defense. But I do want to ask you, is it possible that somebody could say something and you play a clip of that something that they said without the full context of the conversation, and that excerpt will take on a meaning of its own that is not consistent with the context of the general conversation?
Yeah,
is that
but
possible?
It's possible, but in that clip that was played, I heard the whole clip, and it wasn't what Dom was saying. Kevin Samuels said he literally put himself in it. He wasn't talking in general. He said me. He was like, I know if I did this, this would happen. He knew. He knew exactly what would happen. He said it. He said, I knew.
Can two things be true at the same time?
LJ, though, I do want to point
No,
out
he
to
was
LJ.
speaking on a commentary on what's happening with podcasts.
Love, you gotta wait, love. I understand. LJ, I do want to point out, though, I know you said you're not coming to his defense, but 2 minutes ago, before the clip was played, he denied he ever said that or that clip ever happened in the first place. And
no,
now,
I caught that.
Hold on, Dom. Damn, relax. I mean, we all
that wasn't me.
Everybody stay in the calm mode.
That was me.
Ain't no screaming and talking over people. I don't want to have to keep muting you. That's rude of me to do that, but you keep talking over people. Relax. It's just crazy how you can negate that it even happened in the first place, and then when you bring it up now, it's about context. Now it's about other things that are irrelevant to the point of it was a real thing that happened and was said.
Yeah.
Like, what other context besides him saying, I know if I talked about a certain gender, things would go through the what? Like, you would have to literally, for you to negate that, you would have to bring the context of he didn't mean anything of that, which means he's either completely lying in that clip, which again, pandering to a group, or what he's saying, he's just not a person to just take seriously at all. Because if you can say that and then the context of what you're saying is so entirely different, then like there's a disconnect.
And Kevin, I think you've been successfully marketed to. I don't think that men understand that the way that Kevin Samuels marketed his material to you was successful. The man said out of his mouth that he will market to you misogyny and that will work, and it absolutely did. It doesn't work in the same way with women because of the fact that there are some statements that men will make about other men that just don't sound logical to women. Like there are 1,000% things that y'all will say about each other that just don't even make sense. The reason
let her finish, LJ. Let her finish.
Let me finish. The reason why it makes sense to you is because of the fact that y'all aren't willing to do the research. You just said that you came up here after 2 minutes, which we know ain't true because, for one, we minds. We can see how long people are waiting in the box. You said for 2 minutes.
He wasn't. I invited him up, BBG. I invited him up.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
Just FYI, just so you. I
apologize.
No, you good. You good. I just wanted to correct it before we went down here. I added him up, but I don't know how long he was in here. But that he was in here for 2 minutes, and his initial reflex is, "Let me defend this man."
Hold on. I said I was not defending him. Don't do that, Pub.
I think that does.
Don't do that, Pub. Don't do that, Pub.
Because the idea is that you aren't taking into context what's being said. Because the defense of Kevin Samuels is you're not supposed to take 60 seconds of a clip and believe what it is he's saying. But you took 2 minutes. You just said that you took 60 seconds of what it was Dom was saying, and that was enough ammunition for you to say, okay, what he's saying is valid. And that's the bigger issue.
Hold on.
Kevin, well, let me finish.
You guys are lying. You're sitting here lying.
What you're saying of Kevin Samuels is a manufactured piece of content that is meant to appeal to the misogyny in you. If you think that Kevin Samuels is just so happens to talk to a woman a day that just so happens to have 4 baby daddies, that just so happens to be down and out, that just so happens to be overweight. She's always a darker skinned woman because y'all hate that. She's always a woman who's uneducated or a woman that's not appealing to you either physically, financially, or in a domestic way. They're all the same kinds of women every time you watch the clip. If you don't know that that's edited, if you don't know that what it is that you are hearing and seeing is a manufactured product for you, there's literally no help for you.
Y'all know it's edited though. They know it's edited. They know it's wait.
Came up and just asked, can two things be true at the same time? He asked a simple question. He didn't defend me.
Yeah,
they're not. The answer is no.
But then
not in this case. But asking them. Hold on, Dom. Now I'm down. Wait. Go ahead, Dom. I'm sorry. Go ahead. You've been waiting. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but see, that's what I'm saying. This is where stuff gets muddled up. If we're gonna come together and unite, we can't be doing this interpretation and just like, oh, you're bad because you do this, you do that, and you don't even know either one of us, me or LJ. And no, LJ is not on my side. We're just two independent people up here.
But you're not, though. That's what I'm trying to tell you, Dom. That it's
going back to what Kevin Samuels said. And see, now I'm being interrupted, but when they were talking to us. But the whole thing about Kevin Samuels, if I was given some time to go back and say, yes, I made a mistake, because yes, I did hear that clip. It just wasn't on the top of my mind. And people make mistakes like that. People do that. So yes, I apologize for that. But yes, I did see that clip. And again, it was a commentary to say how bad it is between men and women.
Yeah. So Dom, So now with that clip, but the thing about that clip is, I know, but the thing about that clip that we have to remember is that, sir, you taking a long time to get. I need that plane to be landed faster. The thing about that clip is this, brother. It's not just the isolated clip. I would agree with both of y'all if it was just an isolated clip of him doing that, of him saying that, and then everything else moving forward was something different. You see what I'm saying? Like, I would be fine. Like, now I can hear, now, okay, cool. Now what you're saying has validity. But when you take the clip and then you look at the stark difference between how he used to talk than how he began to talk. And then you couple that with all the things that he said afterwards, and then you couple that with the things that BPG is saying, the way his show was curated, because it was curated. The same way, look, Dom, believe it or not, my show was curated. That's how I know his show was curated.
Sir, can I just give my point?
No. My show was curated.
BPG can.
Yes, because she made sense and she got to the point.
I can get to the point too.
Please hurry up. Get to the point. Can you do it in 30 seconds?
Really? Do you give them the rest?
I don't need to. They make better points than you, so I don't let them cook. This ain't fair. Like, that's not, y'all don't understand equity. You think everything is fairness. No. It's not you get the same amount of time as her. It's you get more time the more sense you make. The less sense you make, you get cut off.
There's all this stuff going on with people on your path. Okay, that's fine. All right. What I'm going to say is that Kevin Samuels, okay, I'm not a follower.
Yapping.
I see a lot of his stuff and some stuff I agree with. There's many times I don't agree with him. But Kevin Samuels got couples together. He got at least 10 couples together. And
I don't care. Sir, this is what I'm saying. This is irrelevant. This is not a Kevin Samuels campaign. You're not gonna win us over by telling us about some good deeds he's done. That's what I'm telling you. You're not reading the room. That's not what we're talking about, bro. We're talking about his substance. We're talking about we're talking about what he was saying. And also, like I'm saying, no, sir, I really don't want to have to drop you. Please don't do that. The thing is that, brother, I want y'all to understand. Right now, there are what? I don't know, there's 15 people in my queue, right? I could bring up half the people in my queue. And I think that my live will sound like pretty much like every other live on this app. It'll just be a bunch of people arguing over one another. You know what I'm saying? Everybody be saying da, right? But I bring up ops specifically. I got a balance up here today. Usually it's just me and one person, but I got my peoples up here, so I'm letting them rock out, right? But my show was curated the same way Kevin Samuels' show was curated. That's what I'm saying. I pick who I want to have on my panel. I pick it when I post my clips. I pick the clips that I post. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So you can't sit up here and try to lie to me and act like, that's not what he meant before. Oh, he wasn't lying to me. He wasn't doing X, Y, and Z. He most certainly was. And that's obvious. What I'm describing to you ain't like no mystery. That's what I'm saying. Like, you guys see what's happening with me in real time because we're closer. That's what I'm saying. Maybe it's a little bit different with Kevin Samuels because he's a little bit further away from you. But that's all Kevin Samuels was doing. Kevin Samuels' show was the best hits of Kevin Samuels, pretty much. That was what you got to see. You got to see him. When he would talk to the because I watched his show live. That's what I'm saying. And when I heard his show live, it was different than the clips I heard. I heard a few times women come up there who made sense and would cook him, and he would drop them. They would make sense because he would play that stupid ass game with them. He would try to how tall? Like, they'll start cooking him. I've seen this many a times. They'll start cooking him, and then he'll get fake mad and be like, "How tall are you?" And she'll be like 5'6". "How much do you weigh?" 135. Got him. You ain't got nothing to say now. How many baby daddies you got? None. I'm actually educated and single, and I make da-da-da-da-da. Well, ma'am, you just don't want to listen. Goodbye. And hang up on her.
Yeah, and I've heard that real quick.
Yeah, I've heard that part.
So, hold on, real quick. Pub, are you doing the drop in? Because people are adding me to check your shit. So,
nah, I'm told y'all the drop shit ain't happening. We up here today.
Comments, can y'all public said it, so make sure y'all heard him when he said it. All right, y'all.
Yeah, I'm sorry. We dropped.
I just wanted to let you know.
Yeah.
Well, I'll say this because when I was watching the show, and I did watch it live, Kevin would always begin with like, "Hey, how you doing?" Right? And he would always ask, "Well, why don't you go ahead and tell me your name?" And a lot of times it'd be the young ladies, not all of them, but it'd be a good number. that they'd be rude, or they'd be doing something else, or they'd be, just presenting themselves as rude. So for all this stuff that we're talking about of this man, and again, this is just in defense of his good behaviors, not as Kevin as a whole, because I don't even know Kevin as a whole.
Then why are you defending him?
But I just said it. This is in defense of his good behaviors, not Kevin as a whole, because I don't know him as a whole.
Yeah, you can't, sir. You can't defend people's good behaviors when that's why this goes back to this question about good men and bad men.
I guess B. Simone was right when she said MLK wasn't nothing.
And right? Good people and bad people. Are we comparing Kevin Samuels to MLK? Is that what we're doing now?
No.
Okay. Okay. I just wait. But let me finish what I'm saying. When we compare this good people to bad people shit, for an example, I'll bring up MLK. Love it. Okay. If MLK treated on Coretta Scott King, right? Mm-hmm. Who did he hurt? How many people did he hurt in that exchange?
Well, it depends on who all.
No, I'm saying, who did he hurt? His family directly, Coretta Scott King, right? More than likely. That's who it was, right? Okay, cool. Now, who did he help? Wait, no. Stop.
Same thing with Bill Cosby.
Stop it. Who did he hurt and who did he help? Right? What was his message? Was his message one rooted in bigotry? Was his message rooted in one of violence? Was his message? No, right? Okay. So, yes, that sucks. If he did that, that's terrible. Cheating is bad. All that stuff, that's abuse. Like, nobody is denying that. That's not, but those things, you're not about to sit here and act like like those are on equal, you know what I mean? Like equal things. Now, you could say that overall, and here's what I'm saying. You can say that overall he wasn't a good man. You can say that. You can say that about Frederick Douglass too. Frederick Douglass shitted on women too. He didn't want his fucking wife to know how to read. You know what I'm saying? He was educated, but he didn't give a fuck about his wife being able to read. Right? Mm-hmm. So there's many things you can say, which leads me back to my original thing about.
I just wanted to point out, because we are kind of moving away from the conversation, which is the pandering. Because now we're trying to go to, well, no, he's a good person, or he's
no. This is all. No, this is all.
No, of course. I'm not saying we're off. I'm saying I want to make sure that we don't get too far starting to. I do want to just point out, though, regardless of all the things that are being said, still just prove that he was pandering to men. Like it's still the point is he was still pandering to men, and I don't and I understand that we're trying to have the conversation of, oh, well, if he was doing this, it was a net positive or net neutral.
That's all. That's really all I'm talking about. Is was it a net positive or a net negative? And Kevin Samuels was an overwhelmingly net negative.
Net negative. Yeah.
Overwhelmingly net. It wasn't even close. So the 30 couples he helped get together, out of how many negative interactions did he cause? How much violence did he perpetuate? See what I'm saying? Like you're not about to. So I'm not. And here's the thing about good deeds. This is what I'm trying to tell y'all. One bad deed, depending on how bad the deed is, can wash out all the good deeds. One bad deed could wash away all your good deeds. But all the good deeds will never wash away your one bad deed. That's why I'm trying to tell you, stop keeping score in that way. It doesn't work. It doesn't work that way. And every human being knows that this is how it works, right? I don't care what you did, brother. I don't care if somebody helped you. And I'm saying this about you. If somebody helped you growing up and they paid and they gave you food and blah, 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 but then they ended up raping your mama or something like that, or unaliving your auntie or something like that, you're not going to be like, man, he was really a good dude to me. You're going to be like FDB all day long, lock his ass, throw his ass under the prison. And if I get my hands on him, I'm going to do X, Y, and Z to him. Right? That's what I'm saying. So there's no need in us doing that like, oh, well, he helped out a couple of men. Nah, bro, it don't count. Because he hurt a lot of women. He hurt more women than he helped men. Go ahead, LJ.
I'm gonna say what.
No. Go ahead, LJ. LJ been waiting for a long time. Go ahead, LJ.
I ain't gonna take long. I'm gonna land my plane because I'm gonna take my daughter to dinner. But I just want to make 3 points. One is I don't disagree with the narrative that you guys are pushing that Kevin Samuels was pandering to men. However, facts matter. Overwhelmingly, there were more women watching his streams than there were men.
We know
that's fact number 1. Fact number 2. Kevin Samuels, I think you said, but let me be clear about it. When he first started out, he was an image consultant, trying to help people be better about presenting themselves, having a better black image out there in the overall community. his number one stated goal was to unify the black family. That's fact number 2. Fact number 3, one of the things that Kevin Samuels did that is a net positive, we're not keeping score, but was a net positive, was that he reoriented people around what it means to try to be in a successful relationship.
No, he
actually advocated. No, he actually advocated for the middle class man, for the guy that was working.
Yeah, that's not as
$60,000, $70,000, $80,000 a year. So the way he went about it was kind of. I know about it. Y'all from. The way he went about it was a little bit, not for everyone, but his goal remained true to what he said when he first started out. So that I just want to point that out. My daughter's snapping her fingers.
There were episodes where he teared up defending middle class men.
Yeah, he didn't defend middle class men. What he was doing was he was what's the word? He was coddling them. He was inflating their worth. He was telling them stupid shit like lead with your wallet and not your dick. Hurtful things. That's not advocating for the middle class man. That's actually counterintuitive. That's telling men that they're worth that their number one worth is their how much money they're worth. The thing that they bring to the table, the most important thing they bring to the table is their money, is harmful to men. That's harmful.
He said survive. He didn't say money.
Sir, he literally said sir, you can't. Dom, stop. Everything that I'm telling you, I've heard Kevin Samuels say out of his own mouth. I'm not like wrong, you. I don't conveniently forget or remember. I'm telling you, verbatim, he said, don't lead with your dicks, lead with your wallets. That's what he said.
You're not wrong.
How can a man advocate for middle class people, but then say the most important thing is the amount of money that you have?
Say what?
Or let's say it's a high amount of money you have to have. But he did advocate for middle class people, blue collar people.
No, he didn't. Y'all trying to make this nigga out to be Cesar Chavez, and he was anything but.
He meant a whole lot of things that a lot of people usually talk about.
He didn't.
Character, integrity.
He didn't talk about character and integrity. He never told y'all how to. If he talked about it, y'all would actually be in here practicing those things, right? Because he was y'all zaddy. He was y'all fucking zaddy, and he wasn't teaching y'all about character and integrity because you don't have any. Most of the men who listen to him don't have character or integrity. So I know what he was saying wasn't. Wait, Dom. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Either he was really bad at conveying the message of character and integrity, right? Or he wasn't really invested in actually talking about character and integrity. Which one was it? Because I don't see much character and integrity from the very men who be caping for him the most. Like the closer you get to Kevin Samuels, like the closer you get to his rhetoric, and the more you agree with it, the lower your character and integrity become. So which one is it? Because it doesn't make sense to me. I'm not following at all. Where's all this character and integrity at? Where are the men? You talking about the when he was talking about integrity when he was telling the woman don't believe her daughter. When he was saying that black women are scientifically unattractive. When he was telling black men lead with their wallets and not their dicks. That's the character and integrity. Please, bro.
No.
Please.
What I'm saying is that
I'm convinced y'all don't know what character and integrity looks like.
Again, his whole thing started out where he was trying to get the black image up, right? And he worked to try to unite and get the family up in our community, right?
You talking about the nigga that was divorced twice? Okay.
Working and setting up consulting, times and sessions and stuff like that to have couples come together, talk, and hopefully get them together in marriage. So yes, that was his aim. Now, we can sit up here and people can disagree with his tone, with his harshness, and many of the things he said.
That's not even what we were talking about. I don't care about his tone.
But, okay, that's fine.
I love his tone, actually. I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna tell you something about Kevin Samuels. Kevin Samuels is he's the guy that I use to when y'all get to getting up here and acting all sensitive and shit and acting like my delivery is off. He's the you sensitive as nipples, my nigga. You sensitive as shit. How so? You can't you keep talking. You can't be quiet. You talk while other people. You just can't. You are sensitive as shit.
You gave me 30 seconds at one point, but not others.
Dom, you haven't stopped You haven't muted while someone else is talking one time. Every time I mute you,
that's another line.
You're doing it right now. Like
I gotta mute you every 5 seconds because you keep doing it because you're too sensitive. Everybody else can just they shut up, they listen or whatever, and then they disagree. But anyways, back to my point. I use Kevin Samuels. I love using Kevin Samuels as like my example when y'all get to getting up here and being sensitive and shit. I'm treating y'all the same way Kevin Samuels was treating them women. I'm treating y'all the same way.
Oh, can I talk to you?
Yeah, and when y'all do that type of stuff, it really makes me want to drop you. Like, why? No, of course you know when you can talk.
I didn't mean that.
Now you don't know when you can talk. Is that a mental, seriously, is that like some mental health type shit? Like, are y'all okay? Do you guys not know social cues?
Public. I'm sorry.
You talk while I'm talking, and then when I stop talking, you ask, can I talk? So which one is it? Are you autistic? Are you on the spectrum? Do you not understand social cues? What the fuck is happening? That's crazy. Are you being facetious?
The ASD?
Are you being or are you being facetious?
No, people really suffer with that condition.
I know.
You really just put me up there like that.
Sir, my son has autism. My son has autism. Don't try to play. Don't play with me. I know.
No, don't play with ASD like that.
I'm not playing with it. I'm asking you, which one is it? Is it that you're on the spectrum, or no? Are you on the spectrum, or are you being facetious? That's what I'm asking you. I'm giving you the opportunity to tell me which one, because you seem to not understand social cues. So I don't know which one is it. Are you neurospicy, or like so I can know how to handle it? That's what I'm saying. Have you been diagnosed with something that I need to know of on this live, so I could stop talking to you this way, or are you fucking competent? Because if you're not, then you can drop. You can't handle the conversation, you can go somewhere.
Drop me. I'm here for the long haul, sir.
Okay, so.
But what I'm saying is bad behavior, and like we're men, we're supposed to call out bad behavior. Is you sitting up here calling me ASD or thinking I'm ASD, and I haven't given you any symptoms or anything like that.
You have.
So no, don't do that.
You have.
No, don't do that.
When people just talk over you while you talking. Wait, Dom. When people just constantly talk while another person is talking, that is a sign of something. That's something. I don't know what the fuck that is. I don't know. That's why I'm asking you. I don't know what that is. What is that? What conclusion do you want me to come to? When I'm asking you the question, you don't got the answer. So what do you want? I didn't assume you want to spec. I'm asking you seriously. Are you okay?
No, I'm nowhere near on the spectrum or anything.
Okay then. Act like it. Yeah. Hey, Prince got this line. He said, act your age and not your shoe size, right? Please. For the love of God, please.
Have you said that to yourself?
Can I get everybody
Good
in
one.
here? 780 people in here, 163K likes. Can we get up to 200K likes? Y'all bang the cash up one time, like up the live. Thank you to the YouTube. I'm over there. I'll send y'all on the YouTube. Join the YouTube link. And everybody join the Discord, all right? Discord, all the links, YouTube, everything in the bio public.
Yeah. I appreciate that.
And can I say why Dom is trying to figure out whether or not it's his turn or not? That
I'm here. I know it's my turn, but
he also lied multiple times, even within this conversation, because he started off by saying that he didn't watch a lot of Kevin Samuels, that he watched a few clips of Kevin Samuels, and then just gave us this man's full bio about him working in about him working in marketing and
how he wanted to unite the black family.
How he wanted to unite the black family, what his purpose was. Like, it was a full mission statement.
Never said any of that.
It was a full. You literally just did. You just said that his goal was to unite the black family. That he worked. What was it? He worked in marketing.
Mm-hmm. And he was an advocate for the middle class man.
He was an advocate for the middle class man. That one time it made him tear up. Like, this is all the information that we got from you. For one, I didn't even know any of that stuff until you literally just said it. But this is based off of you seeing a few clips of him. Obviously, the clips.
I never said I saw a few clips. I said I saw.
You started off by saying that when LJ was up here, you started off by saying that you weren't defending him because of the fact that you had only seen a few clips of him. But also, let's not pretend like clips don't tell you what it is you need to know about what a person's message is. Because when you watch a movie trailer, they don't show you 5 minutes of that movie. You get 60 seconds to figure out whether or not that movie is worth watching. 60 seconds. At best, 90 seconds if they really want to be extra.
Mm-hmm.
That's how much time you get to figure out whether or not that movie is worthwhile or not. If you're working in business, they tell you to give your elevator pitch. You should be able to pitch your business, company, idea, whatever it is, from the time that it takes to get from one floor to the next. You 1,000% can find out what that person's character is and what their goal is in those 60 seconds. I have no idea why y'all are committed to telling us that this man's goal was not to be misogynistic and to make money off of that misogyny by perpetuating patriarchal ideas that are harmful towards women. I don't know what the goal is there or why it is to deny that fact, but it is for sure a fact based off of those clips that he promoted himself.
Okay, so what I have to say about that is I never said that I only watched a few clips of Kevin Samuels or anything like that. I never said anything like that. What I said was I watched short clips and I watched the live streams. That's why I knew the context. That's why we got into the whole tiff about that video that Lux played, because I'd seen more of him. So what you just said, PBG, is an untruth.
It might be it might have been LJ. To your point, Dom, it might have been LJ that said that, right? Because I remember LJ giving us the rundown and all that stuff, but whatever. I could be right. I don't know.
That's great, but I do have to just clear my name here with what BPG just said, because there's plenty of people who are sitting here just listening to this and thinking that I said something like that. And no, it's not true.
Okay.
So if we're going to sit here and have a conversation and try to work towards a good goal between us all here, we need to respect people and their name.
Yeah.
That's it.
All right. So, Big Stepper, go ahead, brother. Big Stepper, where you at, man? You got to unmute. There you go.
Yeah, I'm not a big advocate for Kevin Samuels.
We cannot talk about Kevin Samuels, actually. I'm ready to not talk about him anymore.
Okay, well, let's move on.
Huh?
What are we talking about then?
Oh, I got a bunch of shit up here. I got men who pander to other men are dangerous. Every lie they tell leads to harm and violence against women. Men not taking accountability for their actions leads to harm and violence against women. Nobody panders to women. Take your choice.
I got something to say about men are dangerous, because I just got up another live talking about the men in the bear concept. A lot of females are going to choose the bear, okay? Because they feel like, a lot of women are going to choose the bear because they feel like the men are dangerous, right? I don't really agree with it, but men are dangerous.
I just want to point out to you, Big Stepper, the full sentence for that is men who pander to other men are dangerous. That's a full sentence.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Men who pander to other men are dangerous.
Okay.
They're not only dangerous to women, but they're also dangerous to other men because they basically just reinforce all the negative behaviors of men. That's all they're doing. And you're saying that you think men are dangerous, right? Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. So that's why it's hard. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just saying that's why it's dangerous for men to pander to other men because men are so dangerous. So it doesn't make any it hurts us as a society for men to pander to other men. It hurts men and women.
Keep tapping the screen, guys. We almost at 200K. Let's get to 225. Y'all doing great tonight.
Do you have something to add to that? Or?
No, good one.
Oh, okay. Is that all you wanted to say? You wanted to talk about Kevin Samuels? Or?
I mean, yeah, I want to start pitching on the Kevin Samuels stuff, but yeah, we can move on from that topic.
Your phone is going out. What are you trying to say about Kevin Samuels?
That he's really I feel like he just lost my train of thought, but he's really not even what people think he is a helpful hand to the black community. I don't really see him as that. I feel like he's just a ponderer. He just wants to get money like anybody else.
Yeah, he was definitely pandering. Yeah. What makes you say that?
I've seen a couple clips, and I just feel like he's not. Like someone said earlier, his tone is it's a weird tone, and I've seen it in a lot of people that I'll be around. It's not a.
It's not genuine.
Yeah, it's not a genuine tone, and it's just like I can see that in him.
What's something you heard him say that you specifically feel is pander? If you can like give an example.
He was on the phone with some lady. He was on the phone with one lady, and he just kept calling her fat, and just was like, "Oh yeah, miss, you're fat, and you don't have a husband." And it was just like, not really
it's so bad that I'm sure that he didn't even say it exactly like that, but he basically said that though, because I've heard him say that several times in different ways.
Yeah, that was the message.
That's crazy. No cap.
They said he lying. They saying you lying. What is he lying about? All right.
Oh, y'all, it's Cinco de Mayo. I forgot. Y'all turned public? How y'all Cinco de Mayo going public? How are you?
I'm chilling at the house. I don't celebrate it.
Take y'all shots.
Take y'all shots with us. Don't get on the piano, though, if you take a shot.
No, I'm sober as a gopher. I don't drink. All right, who was y'all made me lose my train of thought. Overcome. Who was lying? You said he was lying. Who's lying? Big Step was lying?
I don't know if you can hear me or not, but I don't know who Big Steph is or what of these people. But the young man saying that somebody was called, Kevin Samuels called women fat. To your point, he never said it like that. When women used to call his show, and they volunteered to call his show, and like he went and sought them out, they volunteered, and he'd had conversations. It didn't always go their way. And to say he wasn't trying to help in his own way, he was trying to help. Telling people he'd be in reality, not so delusional about things. Man, because he did it for men for years. And people keep forgetting that part. He came at men the same way he came at women for years. And it didn't go viral until he said something about average at best, and all of a sudden it was a thing. So let's not act like he didn't do it for both sides.
He didn't, but when he would call women linebackers, I think that's worse than saying she's fat. Personally, I would have preferred him just to say she was fat.
I think that was the video that I seen. He said she was like 250 linebacker size.
Yeah, she was like 5'2", 5'3", 250. He was like, you can hit the A gap like a motherfucker. That's what he said to that woman. I think that's worse than calling her fat. Calling her fat and moving on, whatever. But he said shit like that all the time though. That wasn't like the one that that's just the clip that we saw. But I heard him say that type of shit all the time.
He was very degrading. That's why I don't.
All the time.
I'll say this: when I heard him say stuff like that, he often would say it in this talk. He would be like, "Man, your weight, that's the size of a linebacker in the NFL." And yes, he would also cut jokes and stuff like that and say stuff like that. But let's not pretend like he was just out here trying to dice up women. He was just straight up misogynist, and it was just all fueled by hate and all stuff like that. People can keep on saying that, believing that, but then again, like he got people married.
So what?
Who else can say that they did that?
Tons
Who
of
else
people.
can say that they did that?
Whole groups of people. Leaders, cult leaders. Hold on, wait. Cult leaders can say that. Cult leaders literally got tons of people married.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Those good couples.
Abusers get people married. Like getting people married is what the fuck is that? But him. The thing about Kevin Samuels talking about women's weight when he doesn't understand women's weight, like he doesn't know how women's weight. Like men don't know shit. Men generally speaking don't know shit about women. Just generally speaking, we are talking about like the anatomy of a woman. We don't know nothing about it. So him talking like 220, he don't know what that shit really means. He don't know how that shit is distributed. He don't know nothing about it. He just going on some white T-man number type shit, on some BMI bullshit that's based on a skinny white man. Oh, your BMI. Niggas didn't know what the fuck a BMI was before Kevin Samuels. Black men never heard the term BMI before Kevin Samuels. Now all of a sudden it's BMI. Your BMI. That's what it was. That's what I'm saying. He don't know shit. He didn't know shit about women, man. Nothing. All he knew about women was how to piss them off and how to rage bait. That's what he knew about women. He knew the things that would push women's buttons, but he didn't know shit about them. He really didn't. So when he would make those claims, and you trying to minimize it right now, like, oh, he was just saying you're as big as a house, ma'am. Like that. I mean, and since he got people married, we should just look past him completely fucking degrading these people.
I didn't say that either.
That is what you were.
No, no. There you go, misinterpreting. I said he stated it objectively, and I said yes.
That's not objective. That's not objective. That's abusive.
That is an objective.
That is abusive.
It's not abusive to say, hey, you weigh the same as this person. That's not abusive.
If I say you weigh, Dominic, if a heavyset person, if I said a heavyset person weighed as much as something that they shouldn't, that we think of, like if I say a woman shouldn't weigh as much as a linebacker, what am I insinuating? If I say a woman weighs as much as a linebacker, what am I insinuating? That's what I'm saying. That's why don't be obtuse. Be honest.
Not being obtuse, because that cuts right into the bear versus man in the woods, but I don't even want to talk about that conversation. Because that's the same type of argument.
How? That's such a weird connection.
That's not okay. So you said claiming that somebody is something that they shouldn't be compared to, or like a woman's weight being compared to a linebacker's weight, is being obtuse and is being whatever else you said. So saying that a man is just as or worse or more dangerous than a bear is, if you just had an average man out in the woods with an average bear, we're not being obtuse when women have admitted that a good number of women have said that the point of that whole answer that they gave was to be hyper.
Dom, you're educated, right? You went to college. You got 1911. Or you went to college, right? You pledged and everything.
Yes, most definitely.
How in the fuck are you? How do you not? And that's what I'm saying. And here's proof of why I be telling people about be careful with the degrees and whatnot, because the shit it doesn't matter. The logic is not there. Critical thinking is important, man. Critical thinking is really, really, really important. Education aside, education is great. Get an education. Everybody go to school, get an education, to be educated. That's great. But when you go to school, I implore you, Don, please be quiet. I implore you guys, when you go to school and you get that education, also learn how to think critically and also learn how to think logically. Or you're going to end up sounding like Dom. You don't want to sound like him. But back to what you're saying. Sir, okay. Making the trying to conflate those two things is wild, because you gotta be quiet. See, there you're that. I don't know what that is. I don't know what you want me to call it, but that thing you got, that tick you have of interrupting, is coming out.
Just say back to me.
Yeah. No, I know. I was saying me, but I'm going to address you now. So, the context is completely different. The women got asked by a man, not by other women. A group of women got asked by other men, by a man, who would they rather be in the forest with? And the women answered, honestly, I feel like, and they said, the bear. Right? Now, logically, to those of us who have it, that makes sense. Logically, that makes sense. Not being irrational, that makes sense. Now, if they asked the question in a different way, if the man would have said, who would you rather encounter in the forest? Who would you rather attack you in the forest? Any of those questions, and it completely changes the dynamic of the question or the situation, right? So if they said that, then okay, I would give it. I would be like, okay. If they asked, who would you rather get into a fight with, a man or a bear, and the women said men, I would say that's a little nuts. That's crazy, no doubt about it. But if they said, who would you rather be in a forest with, just in the forest, doesn't mean anything bad's gonna happen to you. It's just the likelihood of something bad happening to you. Who do you think would give you the best chance of something bad happening to you? The women said the bear. The women said the bear would get. I'm sorry. The men will give me the best chance of something bad happening to me. The bears live in the forest. It's a bunch of things. That's what I'm saying. Once you start to unpack it, there's a bunch of logic there. Bears are supposed to be in the forest. It's not unnatural for a bear to be in the forest. Bears largely avoid people. Bears don't attack people nearly as much as men do, as people attack people per capita. Right? That's what I'm saying. Even when people are in close proximity to bears, bears still attack far less than people do. That was the point of that. That's what I'm saying. So logically, mathematically, statistically, it made sense. It wasn't an irrational response. It was a very rational response. But men tried to make it, a lot of men like you keep trying to make it into everything but a rational response. Because you want to feel, and here's where this term comes into play, and I love it. You want to play the victim. You want to play the victim.
Never.
Yes.
No.
That's what men, a lot of men love to play the victim. A lot of men do. And then they say that shit about other people like, oh, you just want to play victim. But a lot of people are victims though. You'll say that about people who are actually victims. You will say you just want to play victim. But in this case, you're not a victim and you're oh man, oh it's crazy. How dare you say that about us? I'm a nice guy. I'm dumb. I'm a nice guy. Like what?
I'm right here as a human being. You can ask me what I think and what I feel. But let me explain.
I'll be honest, I don't even care.
All that stuff that you said about, yes, I've been understood the whole emotional point of why they answered that.
It's not emotional.
And the empathy and everything that they were. Many women said that yes, it was for emotional reasons.
Not the women who answered the question.
Many women said that no, I would not choose the bear. But that's getting besides the point. The point is that of how unsafe they feel around dangerous men.
Around men.
If they get cornered in a DV situation, SA, grape, or whatever else it is.
Around men.
If they're up against this big man that may be bigger than them, definitely stronger than them, and he's got this bass in his voice, and they want to try to scream back, but the bass in his voice is booming louder than hers, and she's terrified, and she knows with her voice she can't intimidate him the same way that he can intimidate her. He's grabbing her by her shoulders and throwing her around. He's throwing other stuff around, and he might do all this other stuff like, put his hands on her, do all this little type of stuff, and she doesn't know in the moment. Nobody knows in the moment what that man is going to do. It could just be a beating, or it could go more. It could be that safe. It could lead to, and it could lead to that unalive. So trust me, I empathize with that.
You don't sound like you sound like you didn't get it at all. Just FYI.
No, you assume.
You sound like you didn't. It sounds like you. It sounds like the point went like.
No, I get it because you cut me off, and I get it.
Oh, here they go with that again. You cut me off, even though I let you just rant for a minute.
Sir, I wasn't finished. So even though that was the case, and that many women, like they say, well, we're saying this so that men can just understand. Like this is how bad it's gotten to where we're saying this in this particular case. And then there's other women who will sit up there and say, well, look at the statistics and look at this and look at how much safer human beings are around bears. But there's a fallacy there. It's called the base rate fallacy, meaning we are not in the same numbers around bears on the daily interaction than we are with humans.
You know why?
Animals of all species tend to unalive or do bad things to other animals that they're around more. So the problem is that, yes, those bear numbers, fatalities, and all that stuff, yes, they're far less because we're not in contact with them. And not
we already did the math on that. That's what I'm saying. And it sounds like you just circle back around to make the same. You just circle back around to make that same dumb point that I knew you were trying to make at the beginning. So you completely didn't get it. But I want to make it clear that even when you compare when they're in proximity, bears avoid human beings. A man would not avoid a woman if they were in the forest. If he knew a woman was in the forest, he would go try to find her. And if he saw a woman in the forest, he would definitely walk up to her, without a doubt. A bear in most cases will walk away. A bear in most cases goes, there, I smell a human, let me avoid him. Oh, I see fire, let me walk the opposite way. The human would say, oh, there's a fire there, let me go find her. And then once that happens, Don, please, bro, please stop. And once that happens, then it's dangerous for her. That's the point. So what you're saying is just not right. It's just not correct. It's false.
I hear you. Okay, so if you guys run across Big Stepper, it would be a guarantee.
Oh my God, this is stupid, bro. This is not what we're talking about.
It's not at all. It's not at all about the majority. It's not at all about the majority. Underline caps.
And I know that. That's what I just.
It's not about the majority. It is about the likelihood. The likelihood.
I know that,
when
and I already said
about the things that women encounter, even your very far-fetched scenario where the man is big and strong and his voice. Every time y'all talk about these men, like we try to take the conversation seriously, but y'all describe Gaston. Every single time.
They describe anime villains.
Like, am I crazy?
No, I saw my mother get beat like that.
That's what I was saying. It's always a 6'5" big black brute that is there to ravage, and you should be able to know that that man is dangerous based on how he looks. That's why you use Big Stepper as an example and not yourself. Because let's be honest, a man that cannot practice self-control in a live probably isn't going to listen to a woman in real life. And that's not to accuse you of anything. That's to draw inferences to data that is out there. Like if you Google these things, y'all don't know how to pick which men are safe based on the fact that y'all don't even be knowing how to have safe conversations. Y'all will get into boxes where people are talking about whether or not a woman should have the ability to choose her own clothes, whether or not she should be able to speak up, whether or not her body count should matter on whether or not you treat her like a human being or not. And then y'all don't listen to whether or not women feel safe around men based on whether they would choose a bear or a man. Based on the likelihood of what would happen to them if they were alone with a man in the forest. Because let's be honest, the other conversation that happens is men will tell women on a consistent basis that what she wears and how she behaves is the reason why she's being treated the way she is. So imagine if a man who is surrounded by people in a mall or at a school or at a church or at work, if he can't control himself because of a tank top and a short skirt, what is he going to do in a forest where there's nobody to stop him? That is the point of the conversation. And it has nothing to do with whether or not anybody is pandering to men or to women. Because let's be honest, if you're going to bring that into the conversation, you have to be truthful about what was happening within that conversation. You were being pandered to in the sense that, yes, we knew that it was a far-fetched question. We knew that asking women if they would choose bears or men over, each other, that would be a weird thing that people would have a conversation about, but you fell into the trap and you answered the question. You were successfully marketed again. Kevin did it. The dude who asked the question did it. And here we are fighting for our lives, trying to prove to you that the experiences that women have on a consistent basis that has data to prove from the UN, from the United Nations, that is absolutely true. It's not something that's emotional that women are coming up with in their head. It's actually logical and it's based on fact. Here we are fighting for our lives, trying to prove that to somebody who, truthfully, given all the red flags that any woman could do.
Yeah, I think that also bears have less of a reason to attack people than humans do, because the only thing a bear would get out of attacking a human, well, two things, I guess, in a way, is safety, right? But then the person has to be a threat to the bear and or food or something of that nature, right? But there are a bunch of reasons why a man would attack a woman, and one of the reasons is just because he can. You see what I'm saying? Just because he can. Like, bear's not doing shit just because. So they're easier to understand. A bear ain't gonna just do some shit just on the whim, just because. Nah, that ain't about to happen. That's not gonna happen in that way.
I brought up Big Stepper out of randomness because that's what
we're not even talking about Big Stepper though. I don't even.
Okay, fine.
That's crazy.
Because she mentioned me mentioning Big Stepper, so that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Hey y'all, hold on real quick.
You think that I would harm a woman?
I think you do harm. Wait. I'll put it like this. This is what I'm gonna say. I think, and this is what this whole conversation is around. For the men that would sit up here and tell me that they would never physically harm a woman in person, okay, you want me to believe that about you? Bet, okay. But if you want me to believe that, then you have to protect women with your words. You have to protect women with, you know what I'm saying? Like if you want me to believe that you wouldn't harm a woman in the physical, in the flesh, then you got to at least protect them with your words. And you're not doing that right now. You're actually doing, you're running cover for, sir, you're running, sir, stop. You're running cover, Dom, please. Dom, be quiet. You're running cover for the very men who do those things and perpetuate the very violence that you're saying that I wouldn't do that. Then stop associating with those people. Distance yourselves from those very men who you claim you're nothing like. Stop being aligned with the Kevin Samuels, the Andrew Tates, the Jordan Petersons, the Fresh and Fit.
I didn't defend any.
Get away. You are defending them. No, stop, bro. Can you be honest for 2 seconds? All you've been doing is defending these people since you came up here. Nobody is twisting anything. Nobody is gaslighting up here but you. I promise you. How? How am I gaslighting? I'm not making this up. I'm not making any of this stuff up. You are defending Kevin Samuels. You have been this whole time. You are defending his ideals. You have been doing it this whole time. I'm not making that up.
I defended Andrew Tate. When did I ever talk about him? When did I ever talk about Jordan Peterson? Never did.
Nobody said that. We said specifically.
Public just said that.
I wasn't saying it.
No, I'm not.
Because Because what he's saying is these ideologies and talking points you are having is the same ones that he's aligned with. So no, you may not be defending the person, but you are defending the ideas and the ideologies. That's the point that's being made. I don't understand why there's.
He really don't understand. That's what I'm saying. It's really crazy that he really doesn't understand. I'm starting to believe that he really, like, a part of me, I was like, maybe he's just being obtuse.
I never said I thought the bare answer was wrong, and that's the crazy part here. I never said the bare answer was wrong. Go ahead.
That's cool. I have one question for you. Do you have this much smoke for the fathers that were asked this question you chose today?
Yeah, I'll talk to them. And that's the thing about it. I replied with videos where I asked questions, and I wanted to know. Can I finish answering, please? Thank you. I appreciate that. That's not being sarcastic.
My question was, do you have... No, I'm saying, but you didn't answer my question. My question was, do you have as much smoke for them as you do for the women? Like, the fathers that were all asked this question, do you have this much smoke for them?
Yes, I did, because I came at them with genuine questions. Like, why would you say that given this situation, given you're telling this fallacy? And my whole thing was that, in a way, and I said, I don't know who's right here, but it seems like the path that you're going, you're setting up a lot of little girls and women in our current generation to get this, it's compounding fear. We already tell little girls and we tell women of all ages, be careful when you go outside. Be cautious, be forever vigilant. With women, but especially men. We already say but this situation, but this situation with the bear question.
No, but I'm asking you a question.
And I'll answer that. Just let me finish.
Tell them that.
Right, let me finish.
Hey Dom, they had a poll. It asked, do you guys think Dom is a safe man? 100% said no. That's what the people said. The people said no, they don't believe you.
Nobody voted yes.
Nobody voted yes. And you can take it with a grain of salt. You know what I'm saying? It's 830 people in here. It is what it is. Speaking of that, 830 people, hey, man, bang the cash app one time. Help me get to my goal, man. $1 would do. Are you not entertained? I know a lot of y'all mad. I know a lot of y'all want to drop down.
People done sent $20, $40, $60 to drop. We ain't begging shit.
I know. That's why
he get the fuck down.
Nope.
Why?
Nope.
Public say he's not dropping it.
Nope.
Right. I'm making him bait tonight, so he happy about that.
If you fuck with me, if you down with G.O.D., you'll drop that bitch. You'll drop that bitch. Right.
He making that money. I'm making him money.
I'm not. I wish I was. If I was, I would have dropped you already. To be honest with you, I can make more money letting them drop you. But I don't want to do that though. I want to let you yap. I want because I like the entertainment part. Because it ain't.
Great.
It's hard to find. It's hard to find the Doms of the world, man.
You ain't lying. He's entertaining in the most obvious way. Like, I think that the best part is, and this is where it comes in handy being able to just sit and listen to people, is that People like that, they gonna keep talking. And the crazy part is, you ain't gotta ask them if they lying. They gonna prove that they lying every single time.
Every time. All you gotta do is let them talk. The lie gonna flip over.
Wow. So I just proved the poll in the chat wrong. I'm a Christian Baptist. And then BPG, you said something earlier about.
Hold on, wait, what? Hold on, wait. Hold on. What'd you say? You proved the poll wrong. How?
Poll in the chat wrong.
How?
I said I proved the poll. They
How?
said that I wasn't saved. And I said that I'm a missionary Baptist.
I know you a fucking lie. Hold on. I know you a fucking lie. Did you try to wave your religion around and say that made you a safe man?
I'm not waving anything around.
That's crazy.
They gave me
Hold on, y'all. It's too many people talking. Hold on. Wait.
Listen, there was just a pastor who just unalived his wife in a congregation. They are protesting outside of the church. Your religion means nothing to your character.
Nothing. That's
the most religious person in the world.
Individual. That's the case.
And that's what we saying, Dom. It's the individual. So, Dom, do you see how you just ran headfirst into the point? No. That's the individual. Exactly. So what does your religion have to do with anything?
He thinks that
why did she bring up a pastor?
Hold on, Dom, because I'm trying to explain. He thinks that we asked if he was saved.
Oh, saved? Saved. No, we said saved, brother. S-A-F-E, not S-A-V-E-D.
Not saved.
Not saved. Safe. With that F in it.
Not sanctified.
Not sanctified, brother, man.
We don't care if you washed in the blood or not. Baby.
Don't care. I've been baptized too, brother. Hey, y'all remember the beginning of that first Brat single? Baptized in the funk.
So that's all good. I appreciate that. I'm glad y'all told me. Good.
I've been baptized in the funk too.
So now that we clarified that we didn't mean saved does that not make you even more concerned?
The fact that people who are sitting up here not listening to me, I keep getting interrupted, saying that they don't believe that I'm safe. No. Because many people said many bad things about many great people in history. And no, I'm not saying I'm a great person in history.
But you just defended yourself when you thought we said saved with a V. Why you ain't defending yourself now that we said safe with an F?
I'm fine. I'm definitely swinging. Hey, I'm definitely swinging harder against the safe allegations. I'm gonna try to beat that jacket every time.
Let me defend it.
Y'all can have the same talk.
Here in St. Louis, wait. Here in St. Louis, we have a whole institution. It's called the Annie Malone Foundation, right? Mm-hmm. Black woman, very successful. She became a millionaire back in I believe the 1800s of a beauty supplies, wigs, and things of that nature. She started an alternative school. She started an emergency juvenile facility. I worked there with kids. They had many different behavioral disorders, mental disorders, ASD. They had ODD. They had borderline personality disorder, schizophrenia, and then they just had regular kids. Families who had emergencies, they couldn't take care of their kids. We watched them. I worked in that facility. They would not hire me if they didn't think I was safe. My current job, I work for a violence intervention program, a hospital-based violence intervention program, where we get called out when somebody has been shot, penetrating assault, like a knife wound or something like that, or a regular assault, jump, beat, whatever it is. We go to the hospital.
Hey, we don't care. 100 to drop down. Fuck it. I bring it back. I bring it back for y'all. 100 to drop down. This crazy. I'm getting sick of it at this point. 100 to drop down. Fuck it.
And $100. He's not pandering.
100 to drop down.
He's not pandering.
Cousins, if we can just get
pay that
people, everybody $1. Everybody $1.
You heard him.
Lord, move on your heart.
Pandering is pimping.
That's what
oh man, this shit crazy.
$100 and I drop it.
Real quick, Dom. Real quick, I gotta say because you talk like over people, you can't hear us. I'm sorry, but you can't hear us. I just think it's absolutely insane. Again, not only that she was fighting harder for the same thing, but regardless of that point and moving past that point, Dom, it's just if a collective of people are telling you that the rhetoric that you have is very like, red flag, side eye, and then you go, well, women are so afraid and women are da 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 da. Like,
you never said
don't
that.
understand what I didn't say that. I'm saying that. Let's say that. I'm paraphrasing.
Sorry, my apologies.
If that's the case though, you don't think that. Forget all that. You're trying to prove the point of because you work at certain places and you have certain jobs that you can't be a dangerous person when you yourself just said that's an individual. That has nothing to do with the character of the job type you have. I've heard a lot of nurses and doctors that have sexually assaulted people. I've heard priests that have done it. I've heard teachers that have done it. Just because you are I've heard CPS workers that have done it. I've heard nurses that have done it.
Nobody care about your profession, brother, or where you volunteer. Actually, wasn't Jared was all around town. Hey, but hold on real quick. I gotta read this comment. Online. I'm sorry, online on over here on the YouTubes. Somebody said I wouldn't leave a fucking turtle around this guy.
You see how nobody's laughing except for one person.
I'm laughing too, bitch. I'm over here
screaming. I'm on the B word now. Is that what it is?
That's how Kate talks.
I'm from Florida.
I love y'all. I love y'all too.
Oh man, hey, that shit funny right there.
You know what? I wouldn't leave a Florida alligator.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Oh my god. Yo, y'all be having me screaming. Yo,
hey, the YouTube comments be more dangerous though, because you can say anything on YouTube. You ain't gonna get banned or blocked or nothing. People don't be holding their tongue for anything. And you can type it, like you can type way more. They be saying crazy shit. But that's funny as hell.
I was in YouTube. I was in TikTok jail today and ain't even know it till I tried to get in the box.
Oh, that's crazy.
Them hoes put me in jail.
Oh man.
But they freed me. I appealed and I won.
Oh, I was like, after one day, yeah. Oh yeah, because your shit got suspended last night. You told me it got suspended though.
Yeah. No, I didn't know it got suspended. Like I didn't know I couldn't have live access. They didn't tell me that.
Oh yeah, no, they told you. You just didn't clock it. They told you. They always tell you when they try.
Hey guys, like up the live. It's 800 people in here. We had 25. 250. I can't count.
251,000 likes. We doing a great job on the tats, man.
Listen, public, but I don't give a fuck if they had banned my shit because Sean's World said he apologized to his baby mama because my live.
Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, Sean came in my live and was like, K-Live, turn it up. And I was like, oh, that's what's up. And then you was in my live like 2 minutes later. I was like, oh, that's crazy. So I thought you just ended it.
Hey, cousin, y'all got y'all $100 together? Y'all bringing that money?
I'm not even clocking it right now.
CC said she got the whole 100.
Pimpin'. Go ahead, do your thing, Papa.
But you can't even lie, Dom. I'm not gonna lie. You probably the longest op that's ever been up here. No cap. Like it's been like an hour plus.
Yeah, because I'm genuine. I'm not trying to be right. I want to get the truth.
Did you say genuine?
Genuine, maybe. Come on, bro.
No, y'all know it. Otherwise, I would have been dropped. If I got emotional as well, I would have been dropped.
Hey, somebody asked who gave Dom 131 coins. They mad. They more mad at that than anything.
That's that truth.
That's that truth. That was probably an accident. You know how you be trying to scroll through and you see. Oh yeah, sometimes. Yeah, I've done that before. Sometimes when I try to give you coins public, it'll be like give coins BPG.
Yeah, I've seen that happen before.
You know, so it's an accident, Dom. Don't not too fucking much. Don't it's an accident, hoe.
No, I'm no type of hoe. I don't know why you calling me that.
That's why I gotta listen to people lingo. They don't.
No, I know what the lingo is. I wonder why she said that. I wonder how she.
I talk like that. I just don't want to get public face taken down, but I talk like that too.
Yeah, it's all good. But on some real shit, we gonna get back to it. It's a
community thing. I know, and I wish we would fix it.
I will say at least Dom is. Well, I mean, besides the interruption, at least he's like most respectful for the most part. At least I say that. I mean,
I appreciate that, Lux. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that.
Yeah, you definitely got an interrupting problem, but besides that, you still at least are able to have a conversation. I can appreciate that, even though a lot of this was wild. But even then,
Yeah, I appreciate noticing of that. So yeah, thank you. And BBG, I think you were saying the same thing. So thank you.
No, I was no. I was.
BBG said, "Don't put her in this shit."
I have no idea what Lux is talking about, and I usually ride for my people because
I just mean in the sense
I don't know what she's talking about.
I mean in the sense of they be coming out here and cussing public clean the fuck out.
He trying to sneak. He trying to sneak this, and it's like not. You know what I'm saying? He pimping, and all that corny shit. But like, you know. But the thing is,
but he ain't the best.
Yeah, he ain't the best. But the thing, but he all we got. But here's the thing. Here's what I'm saying though. Dom, I want you to understand, brother. You got to stop pandering to these men, fam. Like, please.
I don't pander to men. I don't pander
to women. You got to stop pandering to these men, bro. Be honest with yourself first so you can start being honest with these men.
I've been honest with myself.
Nah, man. You lying to yourself.
No, never.
5 on the drop for it.
I'm telling you, bro. You got to stop lying to yourself so you can stop lying to these men, bro. Stop making these. Stop. It's time that regular men, that the quote, like y'all like to say, the good men. It's time that the good men start making the quote unquote bad men feel uncomfortable. Stop making it comfortable for them. You a rest haven for hoes right now. Like stop. Like you a rest haven for these hoe ass niggas. Stop being a rest haven for these hoe ass niggas and step up. Yeah, bro. Yes, you a rest haven for hoe ass niggas.
You want to keep on repeating that. And do that whole Candace Owens thing where you just snowball me. And just,
I don't even listen to Candace Owens. I don't know who. I don't know about Candace Owens.
But it is what
it's probably a human. It's probably a human. It's probably a thing that human beings do. Yeah, I will agree to that. Yeah. I don't know if it's a Candace Owens thing. I've been doing it my whole life. But yeah,
it's something she does. Steamrolling and interrupting. Yeah, it's something that she does.
That's you.
Okay, dummy. Now, Dom. We need to get back to the topic. Interrupted, baby. Come on now. The person who couldn't keep their mic on mute is not talking about interrupting. Let's not go there. Let's get back to the topic.
Now let me tell you why. Because I was the one who...
Damn, you interrupting this woman right now while she talking. You couldn't even let her finish.
So let's get back to the topic because we have been kind of joking around for a little minute. Let's get back to the topic. But to pretend as if you ain't been interrupting people, Dom. Come on now. Like, let's not.
Okay, and nobody's interrupted me.
Yeah, we always gonna interrupt you because you don't be talking about nothing, Dom. If we let you go, you could talk. Here's what I think: if everybody muted up and we let you talk, I don't know when you would stop talking. That's what I'm saying. Like I'm not even joking. Like I don't know when you would stop talking. You don't make points, come to the point, and then stop talking. You just keep going and going and going because you're trying to find a point because you don't have a point. You see what I'm saying? If you had a point, you would get to it. It'd be like, boom, 2 minutes, 1 minute 35, so whatever it is, I'm to my point. But every time I mute up and let you go, you just keep fucking going. You just keep going. Shit crazy.
No, I make points. The thing is, you don't agree with this, so you interrupt and you say, "Oh, get on my train. You need to go with what I'm going with."
All right, buddy. All right.
You got it, Bucko.
Right. You're on thin ice,
I'm none of your buddy. I'm none of your Bucko.
You're on thin ice, pal.
All the condescending language. Like y'all.
You're on thin ice, bud.
Not your thin ice.
All right, hold on, Burke. Go ahead. Hey, you know what?
You go and drop the ball.
My ADHD fucking with me, y'all. I'm sorry. I can't do it. I can't do it. It's too many voices.
He can't do it.
It's too many voices up here. It's giving me anxiety.
Before I drop y'all, we need to be at 325K likes. Let's keep tapping them screens. Bang the Cash App. Go to the YouTube. Go to the Discord. Do all the things. Y'all got it for tonight. And please be respectful up here so the bars don't gotta beat y'all.
Please. Go ahead, Burke. Oh, go ahead, Kay. I'm sorry. Kay, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, y'all ain't let me get my shit off.
Go ahead, Kay.
I came up here. First of all, hi, public.
What's going on?
Nothing but the rent. And I just paid that bitch and I'm mad.
Every month.
Right. Nobody panders to women because they be hell bent on not providing a safe space for women. Women have to curate a safe space for other women. Just because there are no other safe spaces in this world for women. Like our reproductive rights are under attack.
like everything that pertains to women is literally being threatened. And this whole idea that men can walk around with their male privilege and think that just because women have these feel-good lives and encourage each other, is that all of a sudden women are going to rise up and take down the men and everybody's coming against men. And it's like, no, because literally there are no safe spaces outside of these types of conversations for women in this world. And I don't understand why y'all don't understand that. Yet, the rhetoric that most of the men on this app and the like, i.e. YouTube, i.e. Facebook, the rhetoric that is spewed against women to other men creates dangerous situations for women every fucking day. Mm-hmm. So to think that because women are having girl talk and talking about deadbeat ass, co-ed baby daddies is dangerous when y'all are literally encouraging men to grape and unalive women because they don't have to tell you no. You don't have to accept her no. You don't have to accept her turning you down. No, this is how you do it, man. This is how you, like, that's the kind of shit that y'all do and tell each other on this app and others. How is that not fucking dangerous? How is a woman saying that men don't take care of their kids dangerous to other people? The shit that y'all say and the rhetoric that y'all spew is fucking dangerous. And I need you to understand that, Damini. If you talking about you such a pillar at your job and in the community and all this other shit and talk about who people are supposed to look up to, like, you're not him. You're not fucking him. And I'm pretty sure the people that you associate with think just like you. Because most of y'all douchebags grab each other, y'all circle jerk each other and tell each other the same shit. And y'all live by the same code, which is that fucking bro code, which is toxic masculinity, like fucking pigs in a blanket. Like, be fucking for real. Stop saying that you don't know the type of men that do shit like this or say shit like this or carry on like this when you're surrounded by those men every day. When you're that fucking man. Because you have sat up here for an hour. I have listened to you. And I honestly, before they even said anything in this poll about you being unsafe, I started to feel unsafe. My anxiety, the fact that you literally triggered a migraine. I started feeling like the anxiety, my chest getting tight because you sound like nigga. Hey, check on this bitch neighbors. Okay? That's how I feel. So for you to be trying to fight for Kevin Samuel's life, you need to be fighting for your own integrity and your own character. Because you're not him. You give bad vibes, my guy. And then to top it off, you're a fucking doofus. But I'm going to get down before somebody report me and put me back in TikTok jail. Bye.
All right, so I got to respond to that. She said a whole.
Do you? Hold on. We got.
She just assassinated my character.
No, she didn't. No, she didn't. Don't be so, brother. Yeah, hold on. Don't be so dramatic. Don't be so dramatic. She didn't assassinate your character.
Stuff about you,
hold on.
People would give you a chance to go ahead and rebuke every bad thing that a person said about you. Huh? I would do the same thing. I would say, no, you can't tell me.
I'm gonna let you talk, but I gotta get. Okay, I want to get to Burke because he's been up here. Can we get to Burke? Let Burke say whatever he want to say. Go ahead, Burke.
Hey, I'm 32. I just want to share my experience, but I don't want to go on for too long. So
please.
He's a bitch right now. There's so much going on here, but
yeah.
I am legally blind. I'm albino. I'm non-binary, and I grew up around little boys. I went to 9 different schools because my parents were good people who cared about me and pulled me out of every situation where I got abused and tried somewhere else. And what we learned was that this is the norm. Every friend group I joined, because I always joined little groups of boys, I had a sister, so we had like a rivalry. I didn't want to be feminine. Every group of little boys from when I was like 5 up until graduating high school and then in college still, it was all essay, grape. We had like funny terms for it. We'd haze each other with it. Like it's all on Urban Dictionary, you know. Like that was in the 90s, 2000s, 2010s now. People are forcing each other into positions where they are being essayed, and they call it a prank, and then they're called the F word, you know, because they were forced.
Bert, I'm sorry, Bert. I'm sorry. Where are we going with this? Does this pertain to any of the topics?
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to come around to, eventually I got therapy. And I got into groups with men who are healing. And they're talking about this stuff and what they went through.
Yeah.
And you can heal from this if you want to. You just got to stop fighting.
You can heal from
resources for you.
You can heal from what? You talking about like misogyny?
Yes.
Oh, got you. And
like this behavior that this awful feeling of guilt that you're carrying in your chest from this behavior that you maybe participated in and maybe witnessed. You can stop it if you just accept that it's happening around you. That maybe it sucked at one point and go, yeah, okay. So what are we gonna do instead?
Okay. That's actually, yeah, that's smart. I get what you're saying. The first thing you got to do is accept that it's an issue, which that's what we've been trying to say this whole time. It's whack because we fight most of the time we spend on this panel, in these is just trying to get men to accept that it's an issue, that it's a real thing. It's literally like the discussions we have will be like this. Is misogyny a real thing? No, not misogyny. Is the gender pay gap a real thing? Are women oppressed? Like, you see what I'm saying? Like we're starting so far below. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like even like we've done so much work on racism and no work on misogyny, but we've done so much work on racism in this country that, for the most part, if you go into a room full of YT Americans, YT people, whatever, non-black people, whoever, right? And you talked about racism, the vast majority of people would say racism was real. The vast majority of people would acknowledge that racism was real and that it affects people and that it hurts people and so on and so forth. But if you walked in a room full of men, your average men, and started talking about misogyny and how it hurts women and things of that nature, most men would not understand what you're talking about. Most men would not agree with you. Most men they would look at you with a very bewildered and puzzled look, and they would some of them would feel challenged, some of them would get aggressive, some of them would push back, some of them would shut down, some of them would walk away, but very few of them will go, no, that's actually true. Oh man, no, that's actually, damn, I never thought about that, or I did think about that, or I'm actually doing the work to almost none will ever say they're doing the work to unpack it. But you might get a few that'll be like, no, misogyny is real, and I do agree it does hurt women and children, whatever. Like, we're fighting so hard just to get men to acknowledge that it exists. We're fighting like hell at this point. We're fighting like hell to get men just to acknowledge that it's a real thing, and not only is it a real thing, it affects them too. It doesn't only affect the women. It affects them too.
Well, I'm non-binary, and I'm in therapy, and I personally have a really hard time with gender expression because of what I went through and what I saw other people going through. It's just it feels like I witnessed it everywhere, and I continue to witness it everywhere. So I don't understand how people can be in such denial. Because
Bert,
our whole
Bert, the
language is about it.
Yeah, but the reason why people are in such denial is because men pander to other men and they allow men to never have to take accountability for anything. That's how men can remain in denial. That's why it's so easy. There's 100,000 doms on the internet right now in various lives, coddling men, telling them it's okay, making excuses, obfuscating, being willfully ignorant. You know what I'm saying? There's 100,000 of them in various lives, making a ton of different content, sharing different content. These things. That is why it's so easy. That is why it's so easy. And that's just with the online shit. But then you want to go to society writ large. Look at the movies. Look at, like, I give this example all the time, but it's because it really happened and it's so fucking crazy that it happened. But when I was in high school, when they brought everybody into the auditorium to tell all the boys, tell all the girls, stop dressing like that because you're driving the boys crazy, essentially, and never said anything to the boys. They never said anything to the boys. They just said, hey, boys will be boys. Hey, girls, stop wearing those skirts. Stop wearing those spaghetti strap whatevers in fucking summertime. Don't wear that skirt because it's 150 degrees outside and we don't have AC in the goddamn rooms. But you can't dress, you can't be comfortable. You can't do that. No. Boys, we get it. These girls are driving you crazy. They're too attractive for you, right? They're just boys. Yeah. They can't do anything about it. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's not just online, but if you look online as well, you will see like the representation of that happening over and over and over again. Like, I just did a video today. I stitched a video of this young man, looked like 19, 20 years old. The video is because women made the video first, I believe. And y'all know how men love to copy women. So the original video I saw was a woman, and it was like 5 reasons I trust men, or 5 reasons I trust my man, or something like that. And then when you swipe, it just takes you off. You can't swipe it pretty much, right? Because it's like pictures or whatever you're supposed to swipe through, and it's basically just saying she don't trust the man, right? Hardy har, right? But I understand why a woman would say that about men in general. I would understand that. That's not crazy. I get it. Cool. Now, this 20-year-old young man makes the same video, but in reverse. And he's saying women, he's like, reason why you trust 5 reasons why I trust women. Boom, you do the same thing, you try to swipe. And I go, but you see how that's not funny? It would be the same thing as if a black person made that video about a white person, about YT people, and say 5 reasons why I trust YT people, and then you swipe and there's no reason to trust YT people as a black person. Okay. Mm-hmm. That's fair. Right? That's fair. But then if a YT person made that same video, it's racist. And everybody would clock that it was racist. We would all go, wait, what are you talking about? You can't do that. Because there's no fucking proof. There's no proof of us doing that shit. There's nothing to substantiate that claim that you can't trust black people. As a whole, what have we done? You see what I'm saying? But these men, and when you do that though, when YT people do that to black people, it perpetuates violence against black people. You can't trust that black person, so when they call the police on you for walking in your own goddamn neighborhood, and you wondering why, it's because of shit like that. So when a woman comes forward and says that this man touched me, and nobody believes her, it's because of little videos like that. It's because of those little conversations that people are having every single day, just like that. That's why that's why it's such a hard battle to fight, because it's happening in the hearts and minds of people constantly. It's happening it's top to bottom, don't get me wrong. But the same way the racism is perpetuated at the dinner table, right? At Thanksgiving with your racist uncle and your racist racist nan and shit like that, right? The way that it's perpetuated there, how do you combat that? That's tough. That's tough. So it takes the people in the room to go, hey, nan, that's racist. Hey, unc, that's racist. Hey, mama, that's racist. That's problematic. Don't do that. So I'm the man in the room telling other men, hey, no, stop that. That's misogynistic. Don't do that. That's terrible. Don't do that.
That's what I'm trying to do too. And it took a lot of therapy because it was ingrained in me from childhood and having these people influence me. And I had to blow it out of my system. And
that's good.
An author named Bell Hooks, she wrote a book called The
Will to Change. Yeah, I'm reading it right now.
Broke me down. Mm-hmm. I'm blind, so I could have to do the audiobook. I could only listen to it in half-hour segments because it was tearing me apart. Yeah. It was like,
it's tough.
Everything I went through. Mm-hmm. But they were talking about men. But I'm like, but this is what I went through. Mm-hmm. And I was a little girl. It's like, I wasn't non-binary yet. You know, they were like, "You're the one who's allowed to be here at boys' night. Just don't say anything."
Mm.
So I grew up with all that bullshit, and now that I'm on the other side, I want to go back to those circles with like masculine people and be like, "Hey, you can heal. It doesn't have to be like this."
Yeah, we definitely can heal. And my wife told me the other day, I ain't gonna even hold y'all. She told me I'm still not a human. And I was like, I'm not. She was like, nah, you ain't there yet. I was like, damn. Okay. So yeah, I still got a long ways to go, and I'm working at it. I'm trying to get there. I really am. I'm really trying to get there. Hey, I appreciate you, Sean.
I believe that. Thank you.
No problem, Bert.
Sharon.
What'd you say, Don?
I was telling her thank you for sharing. I was wondering if any of those boys got justice, and I was wondering how that justice, if they got it, how it made, I don't know her pronoun or his pronoun.
Oh, any pronouns are fine with me.
Yeah.
I kind of like
She's
took that
non-binary.
power away from men because they were doing that to abuse me for a while, misgendering me. No, I did not. I'm not going to seek justice because it's a matter of dozens of men at this point.
Jeez.
Like I said, I'm disabled. I was legally blind. I went to the school for the blind, and like it was everywhere. It was my whole life, and I'm because of therapy, I'm at a place where I would just rather forgive and let it go than have this rule my life.
Yeah.
Because it's been so many dozens of people, and I couldn't even track them all down if I put up some kind of effort.
So when I hear stuff like this, and I know this is an extreme example, Burke's story, I know this is extreme, but that, I don't even want to say it. I was going to bring it, I ain't going to do it. It's stupid, but that's crazy though. It just, I mean, there are way more examples that, you know, that mimic Burke's story than there are like the good examples. You know what I'm saying? Like the good examples are few and far between. That's the problem. I think we're way closer to Burke than we are to like nothing ever happening to anybody. You know what I'm saying? Like that's not like we're really far away from that. It's yeah, maybe not to the same extent, Burke, but like most women suffer, you know, have suffered through SA at some point, right? And experienced SA. A lot of boys have experienced SA as well at the hands of other boys. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's a problem. Consent is a problem. Understanding consent is a problem. Bodily autonomy is a problem. As a country, we don't understand bodily autonomy. Like you don't got to look any further than Roe v. Wade. It's wild. Like it's the whole setup from top to bottom is we're doomed to fail. You know what I mean? Like we really are. It doesn't mean we can't overcome it. I'm just saying like they really set it up for us to fail in this way, and they're not doing anything to help us. So we have to help ourselves. Like it's going to take the people that quote unquote get it to come out here and actually try to address what's going on. Yeah. But that's really it. That's all I'm trying to do. I just want to make sure we address it, right? I have fun with it. I try to, you know what I'm saying, whatever the case may be. But I really and truly just want to address that issue, these issues that affect that affect women and men, but that largely men perpetuate. You know what I'm saying? Like we are the ones who are perpetuating the harm and the violence in the society by and large. Yeah, there's some women that's responsible for it, but like I said 1,000 times, if every woman tomorrow stopped committing crime, we wouldn't even notice it. If every woman tomorrow stopped being abusive, we wouldn't even notice it. But if 15% of men stop committing crime, the world will look completely different. If 15% of the people that's out here causing harm, the men that's actually out here committing the violence, said, "Nah, I'm retiring," the world would look completely different. It would look completely different. It would be like night and day. That's why I don't sit up here and focus on the minority. I focus on the majority. That's the thing. What up, Jeff?
Hey, my bad. I got disconnected right quick.
You good?
I did listen to some of that chewing up that Dom was getting. And I know Dom wants to rebuttal on that, but I wanted to just ask you a couple questions, homie, if I could. Is that straight?
Yeah, definitely. Go ahead.
Yeah. Do you feel like you need to make an effort to make a change?
Jeff, real quick.
When I have bad behaviors, most definitely. Yeah.
Hold on, y'all. Wait. Go ahead, Shan. I'm sorry.
You and Dom gonna go back and forth for a little while.
Oh, got it.
I just wanted to say something real quick, and I'm gonna drop to what Bert was saying. I really want men to like, because we didn't skate past it, but I really want men to like process what she just said, because the numbers, as bad as they are, don't scratch the surface of what it really is, because most women react in the way that Bert does. Like she said, you don't even bother at a certain point to, seek justice, because you would always be seeking justice. There would always be somebody you got to try to take through court. And 9 times out of 10, you're going to be put through. And I'm not trying to put this out to like scare anybody, because you should try to seek justice. But I think women understand that like you're going to be put through more than probably the person you're taking through. Hold on one second. Sorry.
Than the person you're accusing. Yeah, the accuser is gonna get put through the ringer more than the accused. No doubt about it. Especially
I'm
when
choosing peace, and
especially when it comes to
justice
SA.
for me doesn't feel like putting someone through the ringer for shit. It feels like this. This feels like justice for me.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say, real quick, like in my situation, I was 19, and it wasn't full on, whatever, but those situations where even at 18 I understood the thought process was this wasn't bad enough for him to go to jail, so what's the point? It's only gonna be a situation where, again, I'm put through the ringer, I'm put through the tester, I'm asked, what did you do? What were you wearing? Why were you bald? You. And it wasn't even a situation where he would even see any real jail time, because it didn't go far enough. So that's another thing that women have to worry about. Was it even that bad? There's situations that are so much worse that happen to women. Was it that bad that he's even going to see any jail time for it? So all of these things, like every time you're touched without your permission, somebody tries to force themselves on you, but they don't, you wiggle your way out of it, or they decide not to go all the way. If you were reporting and trying to go through a whole court case for every one of those situations, women would spend half their lives in court. And this starts when we're in childhood. This starts for a lot of women. We start to get groomed and used to these situations, and I hate to say it that way, in childhood when we're little girls. So by the time you're 19, it's like, it's just kind of part of life, just kind of part of being a woman. So I just really want like all the men who come up and they fight so hard to argue and go back and forth and win an argument. I want y'all to really understand that for you, this is just an argument that you get to win or lose at the end of the night and go about your business. For your sisters, your mothers, your daughters, your female friends, this is violence that they're facing day in and day out. And that's all I had.
Subjective, because my sisters and mothers got married, and none of the men abused him. Sorry.
What?
Said her opinion is subjective. My sister and my mother were all married, and none of the men in their lives abused them. And me and my brothers and cousins are not abusers.
So
her opinion is subjective. It doesn't speak of the collective of men.
Hold on.
It doesn't speak of the masses of.
Hold on. It's not subjective. Hold on, wait. It's not subjective. No, wait. It's not subjective. Stop. Hold on. It's not subjective because most women actually do suffer from SA. Your opinion is subjective. You got it backwards. What she's saying is actually objective. It's the objective truth, because the majority of women actually do suffer SA at some point in time in their life. So you're basically opposite.
So do boys.
Huh? The majority of men don't. The majority of men are not SA, brother.
It doesn't matter if the majority is not.
It does matter. That is the difference between subjective and objective. So that's what I'm saying. It does matter. You can't say it doesn't matter. Nobody is saying that little boys aren't SA'd. Nobody said that. Nobody said no men are SA'd. I agree. We know this, but not the vast majority. Not the majority. Not even half.
Men aren't aren't as boisterous about being SA.
Nor are women. Did you not hear what she just said? Nor are women. That's a 1-to-1. You can't say, sir, you can't act like men are less likely to report it. You can't say that. It would make more. It makes more. It makes just as much sense for a woman to not report it as a man. It makes just as much sense. The man is going to be met with a ton of scrutiny as well. But here's the difference, though. The man in the end will be believed more than likely, unless it's done by if it's done by another man, maybe not. Maybe not. It's a coin toss. He won't be treated as bad as a woman, but more than likely he's not. More than likely he will be believed in the end. He will be believed in the end. But when a woman is SA by a man, it don't matter who that man is. It don't matter who that woman is. Nobody's gonna believe that woman. Like it's gonna be you gotta move heaven and earth to get 10% of men, 15% of men to believe her. It's fucking nuts. Go ahead, Dom. Go ahead, Jeff. Finish your question because I know you want to ask Dom a question. Go ahead, brother.
Jeff, do you mind? Can I ask Burke one quick question before we go? Yeah, go ahead, Dom. Okay. It seemed like what you and I just want to understand. It seems like you said, you're more comfortable in the sphere where men can perhaps be rehabilitated from their misogyny, and that's how you're looking at it. It seems like what you're saying, you feel safe in that space. Is it okay for other people to discuss any possible punishment, severe punishment, penalties for men that do the things that men did to you? Would you want to put any input in? Would you feel comfortable with that, or?
I would rather that punishment. It just feels like such a toxic, masculine thing to do. It doesn't educate people. If anything, it just makes people vengeful because of the loss and the grief that they feel for the punishment that they've experienced. So, just as someone who's in recovery from a lot of garbage that toxic masculinity ingrained in me,
yep.
I would much rather just provide them with the means of recovery and resources to feel safer in their own life, because people only do that to other people because of trauma.
Yeah, I would.
Yeah. Thank you. I could definitely even answer because you didn't have to answer that. So thank you.
I could definitely.
Thank you.
I could definitely see in this system how somebody wouldn't be like, oh, we got to punish this person, but at the very least, we want to stop people from their behavior. Like even if you take them off the street for 10 years, 5, whatever it is, you know what I'm saying? That's 10 years less that they had to be out here hurting people. So, I look at it. I can see it through that lens too. It ain't. The system is terrible. We know that, but allowing people to just roam free after we know what they're capable of is like, I don't know. I think a part of it is we owe society to stop the people, but that's not. I don't want to put that. I want to be delicate with that because I don't want to put the onus on the victim. Like, you got to stop them. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I get it. It's your choice to be like, I don't want to fucking do it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's fine. Like, I'm not. But I'm just saying, I also don't think that's some toxic masculinity shit. That's all I was saying.
It's too much work. Some of them are dead, and it would hurt too many other people in the process who probably
don't deserve it.
Don't deserve to go through that.
Yeah. I understand. That's what I'm saying. Every situation ain't the same. I'm just saying the idea in general. I just want to make sure, I don't think it's, I wouldn't say it's toxic masculinity. I would just say it's like.
And I want to apologize, Bert, because I was coming in with a different understanding of what punishment and penalty was. I was looking at the behavioral psychology definition, and it's just punishment is the adding something to decrease the probability of a given behavior, and penalty is It's taking away something to decrease the likelihood of a given behavior. And punishment for a lot of people is something harsh, mean, nasty. I don't know if that's what you were thinking, but I just wanted to be clear about that because I don't know what you were thinking. But
I appreciate you clarifying that.
So, sorry.
Go ahead, Jeff. I know you want to ask him a question.
Get back to that topic about the as though you can be wrong in something and like you feel?
Hold on, Jeff, you breaking up, brother, real bad. Real bad connection.
I believe I remember the question.
Hello? Hey.
Yeah, I got you now. I can hear you now. Jeff, you good
All
now?
right. The question just, do you feel as though you have work to do? Like, do you feel like you need to change in any way in your personal life?
In my personal life? Yes, there's plenty of stuff. I think every human being walking around has stuff that they can improve on. Yes, absolutely. Yes. But if you are, like, trying to get to me to admit, like, everything that everybody has told me in this life and that I'm wrong about everything in this life, no, I don't. But are there things that I need to improve on, things I need to work on? Most definitely. I believe every human does.
Thanks for coming up, Bert.
That's it. Yeah. Take technology and like work on it. Starting like elevate that with you in your life. Because you all get a snippet, right?
Damn, Jeff, your phone breaking up, bro. I didn't hear nothing you just said, man. I missed the whole thing. I feel like that was a good response, too. Yeah, he's driving.
Yeah, I'm off in these woods.
Yeah, that's what they said. They said Jeff in the woods. I was like, damn.
Yeah, well, I pulled up.
All right. You good? I can hear you now. Go ahead.
Yeah. Is that better?
Yeah, you good now. You good.
All right. But like I said, we don't want to. Everybody's opinion is their opinion, right? But like when a majority of people have opinion, then what we got to do is you got to use that in your real life, day to day. Just like.
We can't hear anything, Jeff. You might have to hit us back when you get somewhere around some people. When you see a couple buildings, hit us. If you see 2 or 3 buildings, hit us back, man. Shit.
I heard something what he said. He said when so many people are saying this and that, this and that, we already addressed that. That's appealing to the majority. And again, once upon a time, eugenics was a big thing, and they thought black people or Negroes were inferior to white people and everybody else. So no, appealing to the majority doesn't work. Seeking the truth and seeking resolution does.
I brought up somebody real quick, man. I'm gonna get to you in 1 second. Yeah, what were you saying, man? What were you saying about if men thought like what? What are you talking about?
I think the statement of us men stepping up and not pandering and actually keeping ourselves as accountable is being the men that the women actually need us to be and what we were created for. Mm-hmm. If we actually allowed all women to actually run us and speak for us, then we need to shut the hell up and let the women just do what they do. But this is not your natural order, brother. All men on the planet has a natural order, a sense of order of things. Actually, the birds and the bees follow it, but we don't follow it. Now we're going to say women, because we've been poor leaders of women. Now we're not entitled to this leadership, or we can't lead women. No, for me, if that was truly our heart of hearts of men to allow women to lead them, then shut up, get out the way, and let the women speak for you. That's all it is.
Yeah, I'm with that, though. I think that's the best idea I've heard all day today. I think we should let the women speak for us. The same way that I think that the oppressors should let the oppressed speak for everybody, because the oppressed got the plan. If the oppressed gets a chance to speak, then everybody will be heard. And when the oppressor speaks, only the oppressor is heard, right? So yeah, I agree with you. We should shut up and move aside and let the women speak. Secondly, I think men are terrible leaders in general. And not to say that no man is a good leader, but as a group, men are terrible leaders. Look at where our leadership has led us. Countless wars, nukes, racism, sexism, the destruction of the planet. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not understanding. Wealth inequality up the wazoo, death, pestilence, sickness, disease, famine. Where's all this? Where's this man? What do you mean the natural order? Ain't no natural order. The only thing is that we bigger and stronger than women. We're not smarter than them, but we're bigger and stronger than them. That's it. We're bigger and stronger than women. And we have a desire to be perceived as leaders. We have an ego. Our ego is bigger than women's ego. That's a part of it. So I got to put that in there too. Because we don't got to be, even though we bigger and stronger, we don't got to be like this. But men have this, because a lot of men will believe that we're supposed to be the leaders, then we start to go out there and we start to work it. We work it backwards. We say we're leaders and then we try to go prove it. When really we should just prove we're leaders and then just lead by example, right?
I truly believe what you're saying is a lot true. I mean, us men have not been good leaders to any of account of what you see. It wasn't just men; it was men and women. So you have a certain type of leadership that only reflects men because this is what the masculinity wanted you to believe. But actually, in all reality, that men and women are very poor leadership. Now, what are we talking about? We're talking about a mindset of a man and woman. A mindset of a man and woman, if it was the natural order, it would work perfectly because this is how it actually is supposed to work. Now, I'm not saying that women shouldn't be, say, just put in the house barefooted and raise our kids. They're more powerful than that. So I acknowledge that women can be a part of this leadership, but to take the man's role out, brother, it's just like me saying that now, because you feel that way, I have to adopt female traits. This is what's wrong with it.
What are female traits? What female traits are you talking about?
The female traits that men are trying to do surgically to them.
What? Hold on, wait. How did we get to transphobia? What bridge did you jump off of to get to transphobia?
Bro,
what train did you catch to transphobia?
I got you. Now, transphobia has to start with your mind first, bro. So again, if you're going to adopt this social pathology that you're trying to put men down, you're creating men into women and men and women into men.
No,
and
sir.
This is what we got.
You said,
so
first of all,
transphobia is a trans reality, bro.
You telling some trans lies. This is crazy. But wait, what are you? I'm just trying to understand what characteristics.
That transism is not real. You can't call me a trans lie, and now transism is real, bro.
Transism? What is transism?
The same thing that people turning themselves to be trainees. Yeah, I'm only using a verb.
Hold on, wait. I think you're mixing. Wait.
Transphobia.
Hold on, wait. Yeah. Listen, I think you're misinterpreting what I was asking you. You said female characteristics. So you were, and you kept it true. You went biologically, right? You were saying vaginas and pickles, right? You were talking about vaginas and pickles, right?
No, it ain't just that.
Okay, so what characteristics are you talking about beyond vaginas and pickles?
I got you.
Yeah.
Now, a woman, they act different from a man when it comes to just their personalities and the way they handle certain things.
Yeah. So be specific. How do they act differently?
They're a lot more softer, bro.
What does that mean?
That means they're a lot more gentler with you.
Okay. They're more gentle.
They're a little bit more soft.
Okay. And you're saying that men shouldn't be like this?
I'm saying that it shouldn't be as a woman do.
No, I'm asking you. No, listen what I'm asking you, y'all. Wait. Listen what I'm asking you. Yeah, listen what I'm asking you. So you don't think you don't think that men should be softer?
Bro, not as a woman.
What do you mean not as a woman? Are all women soft?
A man is built to be hard, bro.
Some men. Why? Wait. What does being hard mean? No Diddy. What does being hard mean?
I got you, bro.
Yeah.
I got you. Mm-hmm. Again, right now, I'm being soft-spoken to you. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, I'm being a man. See, you can't sit here and tell me because I'm being soft-spoken to you, I'm not a man. I'm speaking to you as a man, bro.
Yeah, we don't got to be disrespectful to be men.
Voice.
Yeah.
Bro, I never said nothing about disrespect.
No, I'm saying to your point. Yeah, wait.
Your mind said it.
No, sir, you arguing with me. You arguing with me, and I was agreeing with you. I was saying, yeah, I hear what you're saying, that we don't got to be up here and be belligerent to be quote unquote men. We could talk to each other in this tone and be perfectly okay. I was agreeing with you. But I'm asking you.
And I was agreeing with you too.
Okay.
I'm military. I know what belligerent is. I haven't been belligerent at one time with you.
You haven't been. That's what I'm saying. We're on the same page now. But what I was asking you was what does that have to do with the characteristics of men and women? Like it sounds.
This is the thing, bro. Look, you know what a characteristic of a woman is, and I do.
I don't.
It don't belong into a man. Now, if you say to me, Danny, I don't know what a characteristic is of a woman, then you don't even know. Why are you talking about a woman and you don't know a characteristic of a woman, bro?
Because I don't need to know.
I don't want to pander, like you said in your thing. I don't want to pander when it comes to this stuff. I want to have a real conversation.
Okay. So let's have a real conversation.
How can you tell me to deal with a woman if you don't even know a characteristics of a woman? I do. You know why? Because
I'm asking you for the characteristics, and you keep saying you know them, but you're not telling me what they are.
Bro, you don't want to accept my answer. You're a lot.
I do accept your answer. You said gentle, and I said okay.
You're a lot more soft-spoken than you.
Okay, cool. So what?
They deal with things that men don't deal with.
Be specific.
What you mean? Be specific, bro.
Be specific.
I have been.
You're not okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Hold on. Wait. Here's what I'm saying. There might be a disconnect here. So let's try to connect it. So you're saying that women act a certain way, that there are certain characteristics that, about women, that this is how women act, this is what women do, blah, 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 blah. Okay, cool. I'm asking you, what do you think those are? Don't make the assumption that I know or I think the same thing about women as you do, because I can assure you that I don't, right? Me and you have different views of women. You clearly have a different perception of women. So I'm asking you, what is your perception of women, and why shouldn't men? Because here's why, yeah. Because I think that men should adopt almost every characteristic of a woman so that we can become better people. The things that women do in general, I'm like, the things that I associate with women, I'm like, oh no, men, we need all of that. We need to be more gentle. We need to be more patient. We need to be more nurturing. We need to be more honest. You know what I'm saying? Like we need to be more selfless. We need to have more integrity. Like all of these things, I'm like, okay, because those are the things that I would attribute to women as a group. I would say that's what I think about women in general. Of course, there's some women who don't fit that mold and yada yada yada, and we don't got to have that discussion. But when I hear a man say, wait, but y'all, wait, brother, I'm not done. So when I hear men say stuff like men shouldn't be like women, I have to ask them, what do you mean, and why shouldn't we be more like women? Like, what's so bad about men being more like women?
I got you. Again, everything you said, I am. Everything that you just explained, we already are as men. Because you have this mindset, because we're bad leadership, now you want to throw all our man traits out the goddamn door and just pick up the woman. No, bro. I will never, ever, as a man, actually take on your mindset and now teach my men, my young men, okay, that I raised, I'm 54 years old, and now pick up traits as a woman. Bro, are you absolutely fall off your rock?
You're not making no sense, brother. Because you still haven't said anything. You still haven't said anything.
Brother, I'm almost done.
I know, but you're done though, because you haven't said anything though. You still haven't helped me understand your point of view.
I listen to you, and all I'm doing is interjecting of what your comment was, brother. Okay?
But you're not making sense. I'm asking you to help me understand.
Young men and women that I actually raised, bro. Okay, just like you, Dad. Okay, I do not teach my young men to be more like a woman. That would be nonsensical.
Why not?
The actual mindset.
Why not?
Transism and all this gayism.
Sir, you just talking. You're not. This is not your pulpit. We are not your congregation. I'm asking you to give me direct answers, not vague innuendos. I couldn't care less about who you raised. I'm asking you directly, what is the problem with men adopting more quote-unquote feminine characteristics? That's what I'm asking you. And then I want you to tell me what are some of those characteristics that you don't feel like men should be adopting. That's all I'm asking you. Can you answer the question or not?
Yeah.
Okay, please.
Wearing dresses. That's a characteristic, right?
That's not a characteristic.
That is a.
That's not a characteristic.
Again, if you wear soft clothes.
Sir, I'm talking about people's character. You're talking about what they wear. Do you not see how that doesn't make any sense? You are a grown man. You are a grown man. Yeah. Hold on. Yeah. Wait. Yeah. You are a grown man, right? Have you ever heard the term? Have you ever heard the phrase, don't judge a book by its cover? It's what's on the inside that counts, so on and so forth. Why are you so caught up in men wearing dresses or what their sexual reproductive parts are? What does that have to do with their character? Are they bad people or are they good people? Do they do bad things? Do they do good things? Are they a help or are they hurt? Not at all. I don't think you know what character means. If you think that those things have anything to do with the person's character.
Women, you follow this dude. I'm not.
Okay. I love the how men are. Who was gifting them? Girl medal? Oh yeah, you can come up here. I'm glad you was in the box. You was agreeing with that?
Are you speaking to me?
Yeah, you was agreeing. You was gifting him. I'm curious. You was agreeing with what he was saying?
No, I didn't. When he first started, let me clarify. When he first started, he started off saying something and he was making sense. But then it went left really quickly.
Oh, okay.
So it was just like, what? It was almost like the way he started off was like a trick lead-in. Everybody in the comments was like, oh, okay, he's making sense. And then all of a sudden it just went left.
Yeah.
And he wasn't pronunciating, and he was getting off into saying words with the isms and all of that and talking about wearing a dress. I don't recall anybody saying anything about clothing or wearing a dress or anything.
Nope.
So, no, I was not agreeing with him. Once it went left, I was like, okay, he's on some other stuff.
Yeah. I just wanted to make sure.
Directly. Yeah.
I thought that was crazy. You was just gifting him right now. I was like, what is this man saying for this person to be agreeing with him?
I think if I was gifting him, I was trying to gift you. It's probably because I forget sometimes that little switch. So when
I know exactly what you're talking about.
I forgot that little switch over.
Yep. I got you.
That's okay.
You good.
But thank you for having me up.
No problem.
I did want to address your prompt.
Go ahead. Wait. I'm sorry. Wait. Girl medal. Real quick. I invited that dude up, so I let him jump the line, but I got to go to Vanity and Auntie, and then we'll go to you. Go ahead, Vanity.
Hey. Yeah. So, yeah. It's a whole mother country like I'm just like, wow. But I know we're not his congregation, but I am going to start off with the Bible verse. Proverbs 11:10. When the wicked perish, the people rejoice. And today I've had a few margaritas because I am celebrating the timely demise of the 1KS, who took the black femicide rate from 8 point some odd hours, every 8 point something hours, to 4.5 to 5 hours. We're losing a black woman or girl to black femicide. And a lot of it is because of his rhetoric and his stochastic theorism. And so I am sitting here, and I want you all to celebrate with me that this charismatic leader of the Pandering Manosphere is no longer with us, because I can only imagine the damage he would continue to do if he was allowed to continue breathing. I hope in the lower room that he is now residing in, it is nothing but pain and torture and pure, unadulterated suffering. Forever and ever, a woman. In nomine matris, a filia, a sancti. All right, so let us, have that prayer. That is what I came up for. If anybody's in the Discord, that little like picture thingy that I made, you could go ahead and get that. And every May 5th, have a couple of cervezas, have some tacos, have some margaritas. I'll be happy that that man is no longer here to put a target on the backs of black women and girls.
Not Kevin Samuels. Look at that man's face. She got a poster for this dude. That was hilarious. That's crazy. You knew Vanity was gonna do that. She been telling us for a long time she was gonna celebrate that man's untimely demise on the 5th of May.
So. No, timely. It was right.
Oh, it was timely. Okay, it was right on time. Okay, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. Touche. Touche. But hey, I appreciate that. Go on and keep enjoying your drinks. Be safe. We want to make sure nothing happens to Vanity. Protect Vanity at all costs. We need her. She's a solid citizen in this world. What up, Auntie?
First of all, I didn't realize it was on this day. That's hilarious because every year somebody gonna be drinking to it. But I came to address a couple of things. One so I'm one of the people that was in Kevin Samuel's actual Facebook group before he went viral. So he had a group, and so I said that to address the fact that they were saying, oh, women said that he can't. No, he came up with the high value man and the high value woman stuff long before he went viral, long before women were doing that. How I know it is, in order for you to get in the group, you had to be, he measured you, and you had to be an 8 or above, and then the men had to be high value men, and he actually called their employers to make them get in the group. That's where he's saying he had those relationships from, is because people were in a Facebook group together and they ended up dating each other. That's where those relationships came from. So he didn't really create relationships. That happens in every single Facebook group. I actually was on a Zoom with him. He did Zoom with all the ladies, and he wouldn't let me talk to him. And that's when I started doing research on him and realizing that he had all kinds of things in his past. So I need y'all to do research on him. And I can tell you from somebody that was actually in his group, he did that stuff long before he went viral. I remember when he went viral because he did it in the page and he was talking about it. He was a regular smuggler dude that worked for like freaking the Yellow Pages and old child support. Like, y'all are doing too much. So as far as that, I just want men to go ahead and do your resource pass before he went viral. He's a regular dude with a group. But as far as the other thing I wanted to point out is these were the same men, and I'm not a Derrick Jackson fan, but let's put that out there. But these were the same men that were so mad at Derrick Jackson and don't realize that Kevin Samuels was the male version of that. He did the same thing Derrick Jackson did, he just did it to men.
But worse though. And that's the thing. That's what I was saying earlier about Derrick Jackson. And this is why I got this right. The things that that he's saying to women, they're not harmful.
Right.
They don't hurt men or women. They don't hurt. The things Derrick Jackson says to men, they don't hurt men or women. Whether he believes them or not, he's a cheater, whatever. Totally irrelevant. But the things he's saying aren't hurting anybody. The things he said hurt a bunch of people. A bunch of people were hurt because of this ideology. A lot of people were hurt by it. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm like, we can't compare when quote unquote people pander to women. It doesn't exist. There is no pandering. It don't fucking exist.
No, well, I only brought him up because those the same dudes that were totally mad at him, and like you said, he didn't even do, like, all he did was just pointing out the foolery that bad men do.
and they were in their feelings. They didn't like his delivery. They didn't do all the stuff. But then Kevin Samuels comes, and now y'all like him. He's doing the same thing, but worse. Like I don't get it. But yeah, and the other thing I wanted to say, like, let's talk logic for the men. Like the men always say logic. And if we're thinking about it, men arguably have run the world. We all know that women really ran it behind the closed doors, but on the surface, men were in leadership. And we're in a world where we don't have a lot of things. Like the world is trash. Like we can all admit. Like right now, we're not in a good place. So the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. Well, if by that logic, shouldn't we try women leading and seeing if we can get a better result? Wouldn't that be the logical explanation?
I think right now today we should go to an egalitarian approach.
Oh, I agree.
I think that's the best approach, long term and short term. But because I feel like going from men to women is an extreme, and I feel like there would have to be like a buffer, and you know what I mean, like a transitional period. And I feel like the egalitarian would be the transitional period. But I think it's also the best approach to have everybody represented. You know what I'm saying? But if I had to choose, and for the sake of saving the planet, like tomorrow, like in the immediate, I think we should just turn everything over to female leadership. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like the egalitarian stuff is like long term. I feel like that's, you know what I mean? Like, yes, we want to get there, but like if it's like we're about to crash right now, we don't have time to train people and all of that stuff or whatever. Then we gotta like get, you know what I'm saying? We gotta go right to the people that's like ready to lead today. That's what I'm saying. And men aren't really ready to lead today. We're just not. Like by and large, we're just not. We're proving it every single day that we're not really ready to lead yet. You know what I mean? So yeah, I would agree. I think I said it.
Asking what egalitarian means. I don't know if you want to define it.
Say it again.
There are people in the chat asking what egalitarian means.
Just where like egalitarian is like where basically the responsibility would be spread around, you know, amongst all of humanity, right? Like not just women, not just, you know, black people, not just, you know what I mean, whatever. It would be like everybody participates. Everybody has a say so, right? So think like if you were at work and they democratized your job and everybody had a vote in what was going on at your job, right? Like that's basically what egalitarianism is, or the idea, the concept, I guess, if you look at it that way. So it's basically just like a big ass democracy, like in America, we don't know what democracy really looks like, but like a real democracy would be fucking dope. Like everybody has a voice, dope. Hell yeah, let's go, love it. But
I have one more thing. Can I say one more thing before we go? I just need people to. I challenge everybody to do some research for the last 100 years about everything that you have an opinion about, because the fact that people keep talking about clothes and dresses and heels and wigs were originally made for men drives me nuts. If you have a strong opinion about something, I just challenge anybody. If you have a strong opinion about what somebody should or should not do the research and find out where it originally came from before you do it.
I did not know that. Y'all, I remember one day y'all was screaming at me like heels are made for men, and then I fucking looked it up.
Wigs were made, makeup was made for men.
Yep. I was like, damn.
It used to be a man color. Like it's all this stuff has background and crazy stuff. Like I do it myself. I'm not even telling people what I don't do.
Yeah.
Like, I'm like, I really don't understand that or where it came from or why like we do that. I go all the way back. Like where did this come from? Like where did it start? So I can have a better understanding. So I just challenge everybody to do that.
Somebody, Nadia said, "I love history, but not KS." She wanted to make sure. She wanted to make sure her views. She wanted to separate herself. You're like, not me. I appreciate that.
Now
That's
you
much
do some
respect.
research on him too, and you'll find some. He got like people suing him and stuff. It was bad. He was an image consultant, but he has nobody on his website that shows that they upped their image. Not one. You don't have no like. He helped me. There's not one. Can't be found.
Yeah, Dom said he had 30 people. He got married. He helped you get married and stuff like that. So
No, they weren't married. They got engaged in like 6 months because he told everybody if they haven't proposed to you in 6 months, then they're not worth your time. And so these people were getting engaged and majority of them, there's a few that got married, but majority of those people did not get married. How I know is I'm still Facebook friends with them. I went on 2 dates out of that group. I was in the group of people that were dating from that group. It was just people dating in a Facebook group. Like,
that nigga, don't tell me that man just had a speed dating app.
He did. He had all kind of dating challenges and all kind of stuff.
But that still shows that he was doing the work.
No, he wasn't. People weren't compatible. He wasn't.
What? That does not show he was doing the work, sir.
He did as much work.
Wait. You're not going to be 100% in everything that you endeavoring.
Dom, listen to me. He did as much.
And I listened to you.
No, listen.
You said that what?
I'm saying. No, you're not listening to me. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm in multiple Facebook groups. His Facebook group got as many relationships as all the other hundreds of Facebook groups, including the Marvel one. Those get relationships out of it too, and that's not their focus. It was just because people were in a group together, not because he was doing advice. He said he wasn't a relationship coach. He's an image consultant.
Damn.
Okay. No, that's what he said. He said he set up appointments and people paid.
No, he said
have to sit down with him. That's what he said. Now, if you weren't involved in that, that's something different. Now, if you're just looking at it from the outside and saying, "Well, I'm part of the group and I'm seeing it,"
you're from the outside. I'm telling you, I was one of the people. Okay,
so you paid.
Hold on, let her tell you. So how did it work? How did it work, Auntie?
So he would have different group activities. So he'll be like, "Hey, everybody come to Atlanta on this day. We'll have a happy hour, and you need to pay me $1,000 to be a part of this group." If that'd be an example of it. But it turned out some of those events didn't even turn out really well, and people were getting mad, and they left reviews because he was taking people's money and not doing anything. So he was charging people just to hang out in the same place. He made when you got into the group, you had the men. He would call your job and say, "Do you make this amount of money?" He had certain criteria. There was the money. You had to graduate from a certain school. You had to be making $10K for at least 5 years. Like, it was criteria that he made people follow to be in the group. And so people, like-minded people, would get in the group. I don't even know how I got in the group. Apparently, I was considered an 8 to a 10, even though he probably would have called me fat later on when he changed it. But he had certain criteria. Only 8, 9s, and 10s could go in the group, which he didn't think Beyonce was, so that's another story. And then he had men that had to make a certain amount of money. That was how it was. Just proximity. It wasn't. He didn't do it wasn't like he was matchmaking nobody. He just had us all in the same Facebook group.
I ain't gonna even hold y'all. So I don't even care if somebody is matchmaking people. You still ain't doing shit. In my mind, they ain't doing no fucking work putting people together. I could put 2 random motherfuckers together.
So it seemed like everything that she just said, that's what I said. He charged people. And he made it a point. He made it a direct wait. You just said he charged people $1,000. And people down in the comments are like, $1,000? That's crazy. I'm thinking $1,000 is crazy. But if it is his attempt at trying to do a matchmaking thing.
$1,000 for?
Wait.
What did you hear me say he charged for?
That's the thing, the meetup. I didn't say it was like a guarantee you're going to get married or anything else like that.
Yeah, so he charged for an happy hour that you can go to for free. That's why people were complaining.
But on the flip side of that, what you just explained is that he verified what they said. So he would call their job, verify they work there, verify their income, verify their education. So he would be careful that he would protect the women that were coming up in there.
I dated a guy that was abusive, and I broke up with him because he cussed at me, and then he went and hit somebody else. So no, he wasn't vetting anybody past what their money was making. He wasn't vetting for real relationships. That's why half of them didn't work.
And that's what I was saying earlier, because telling them, hold on, Dom, telling men and making men focus on their money as opposed to who they are on the inside. Because Dom was trying to make us think that he was all about character building, and I was saying he's not about character building. You did say that. You did say that.
No, I did not say he was all about character building. No, I said that was a big part of what he says. There you go.
Same thing.
Interpreting no, it's not the same thing.
But
I also
even if you said that, it wasn't a big part. It wasn't even a small part of what he did. It wasn't. It had nothing to do. He literally said a wealthy man can cheat on you because he's wealthy enough to do it.
Yeah, let him cheat in peace.
And that's something that I disagreed with. It's also the facet that he said marriage has nothing to do with being happy. It has nothing to do with love. And I disagree vehemently with that. There's a lot of stuff.
Hold on, but wait. Can you answer Auntie's question? How is that character building then? What does that have to do with the person's character? Wouldn't that be counterintuitive to character to say that it's not about love, then what is it about?
Yes, those two things, but there's plenty of.
That's a major thing.
A minute, let me finish.
That's a major thing, Dom.
No, what I'm saying is, yes, it is. And many people, like you yourself, who like to interrupt and like to put words in people's mouths, is a red flag. People have.
Calm down. Now you learn.
But Dom, I'm telling you, it's not just the people putting. I'm telling you, that's why I came up here, because I normally just be listening when you got more than 5 people in this bar. I came up here because I am somebody that was in that actual inner circle before it was a viral thing, before it was all that stuff. I still talk to those people that were in the group. It was a small knit group. So I'm telling you what he stood on. And people agreed with what he stood on. He stood on your finances and your background and who you are to other men matters more than your character. He was standing on that. That's what I disagreed with him. That's why he did not have a conversation with me, because I disagreed with him in front of everybody else, and he stopped talking to me.
Yeah, because he definitely would do that. I definitely could see him doing that. Without a doubt. He would definitely do that to you, especially a woman disagreeing with him. But yeah. Go ahead, Girl Metal.
Yeah. I wanted to just go and bring it back to the actual prompt.
Don't cut me off.
I'm speaking, and I haven't cut you off at all. Thank you.
But they did. You heard that. They did.
I didn't. Thank you.
You didn't hear them cutting me off?
Go back to the prompt. It says men who pander to other men are dangerous. I have to agree with that. It's extremely dangerous because the pandering part, you can infer, is definitely have to come from a place of ego.
Dom, shut up. No.
Sorry.
You're good, Girl Metal. Keep going. You got to talk to us sometimes.
Yeah, when coming from a place of ego, and it's dangerous because a lot of men look at their physical strength, their physicality, and think that is something that puts them in a position to be in power or to hold this over women's head. Like, we know we can hurt you, so you're gonna do as we say. And you hear a lot of that, especially now with this, 4B and drizzle and what have you. But no one's talking about this incel movement, which is like basically stands for involuntarily celibate. So this comes into play where women are saying no, or we're not going to accept this type of treatment and what have you, and men are refusing to understand and hear that. So it gets twisted. And then you have men who pander to other men where it's like they're just making fun of what's being said, like the 4B. They're not really understanding the concept of women saying, okay, we're going to remove ourselves and put ourselves first. I don't think any woman has necessarily said, we just done with men, we hate you and all of that stuff. But what women are saying is that, we're going to recenter ourselves in our life. And we're going to find the happiness that we can find in our own life without putting men as the center. Like, why do we have to put men as the center? So that's the only way these men can get through this, is by pandering to one another through their ego. And it's very interesting because it all comes down to physicality, and it comes down to like brute force. Every lie they tell leads to harm. That's the next one, violence. And again, it kind of ties in with the first one. They're saying all these lies, doing a lot of generalizations, and very dismissive to statistics, to what's right in front of them. And it's very harmful because the violence that happens against women, it's not something that is, it's not taken seriously. I mean, even when you look out into the BIPOC community, look at the indigenous women with their missing and murdered sisters. You don't hear anything about that. Mm-hmm. And the same thing with Black women and the femicide that happens in our community. You don't hear about that. That's not on the news. And that's very harmful. That's very detrimental. And then we go down and it says men not taking accountability. Men are not understanding. They're so busy in their ego. That's why you hear so many saying, oh, but it's not all men. They keep this circular argument going, and it gets ridiculous because we're not talking about all men. And obviously, you haven't learned critical thinking or inference to understand that if it doesn't apply to you, then you don't need to say that.
You know what's crazy about that statement?
Over and over.
Oh, sorry. You know what's awesome. I don't know if anybody saw it. I really want to show the video. I wish I could do it right now. But there's this really cool video where this woman is talking about how people lack reading comprehension, and one of the ways that it shows up is how they'll read a statement and then they have to ask a bunch of questions about the statement, right? But when you read a statement, there's certain things you're supposed to conclude from the statement. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like just naturally or whatever the case may be. So if it says something about men, you're supposed to know it's men in general. Of course, it's not all men. You know what I mean? And I think that the more I have these conversations, I really started to understand that it was that a lot of men who would argue against it, I thought that they were being willfully ignorant, and some or most probably are, don't get me wrong, but there are a lot of men who just don't have reading comprehension skills, and when they read the prompts, and they just don't have comprehension skills in general, so when they read the prompts and they hear the things that we're saying, their mind goes, oh, what do you mean all men? Oh, it's not all men, and yada, 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 and then there's a disconnect there, right? But then their ego doesn't allow them to listen to you explain to them, that's not what I'm saying, right? Because now they're embarrassed. So now the ego takes over, and then you lose, and then you're never going to get through to them. Because it would have just been easy. Like if it was something else, my point is I think that if it was in a different scenario and if it was about a different topic, it would be easier to persuade them. It would be easier to talk to them. It would be easier to communicate with them. But in these spaces, with this many eyes on them, with their ego, with all of this stuff, you know what I'm saying? Once they come to that conclusion, it's really hard for them to move away from it, and that sucks.
Right. Well, I saw that. I saw that video that you're talking about, and I do agree with that as well. However, I also at this point, as much as this conversation has been had, and people have said, of course we understand not all. It gets, for me, I'm not going to be as nice. I think they're being purposefully obtuse. I think it's a dysfunction, and I think it's done on purpose to keep these conversations going in a certain way that it's just like nothing will ever move forward if we keep having to coddle people and say, well, not all, we're not saying all. It's like, if you don't understand that, that is your problem.
I agree 100% with that. I agree with most. I think most are doing, you know what I'm saying? Like, I agree with that. That's for sure. Yeah. They understand. They understand. Because when you move it, when you change it to another, when it's not misogyny, right? When it's not rooted in sexism, when it's not rooted in men versus women, women versus men, whatever you want to say, when you shift it to something else, like I normally do when I shift it to race, they clock it immediately. Dom did it earlier. Clock it immediately. But then when you say, okay, now do that same practice, but just do it in this instance, their brain shuts down again, and the cognitive dissonance sets in, and they can't do it for some reason. Now they're back punching the air. And I'm like, what? You just did it right now when I just did it with race. You completely understood it.
And the thing is that there's something that I have to touch on, just two things I have to touch on. When we talk about patriarchy, we can talk about it in general. Then we have the white supremacist system of patriarchy that we can discuss, but we can also talk about how Black men uphold the patriarchy, and the ways that they do it are very unique. And that's why when we say misogyny and we say misogynoir, and for me, I think a lot of Black men fail to realize the absurdity of them clinging on to misogyny. Now, I get it that they don't have the same power, so to speak, as their white male counterparts. So what would you do? You return to the weaker vessel, so to speak, and then kind of bully them. So I understand where that misogyny comes into, but at the same time, I can't understand what makes it so difficult for most Black men to get, like when you say ACAB, for example, right? About police brutality and what have you. They understand that. But when you say things like, okay, all men, so until more of these so-called good men speak up, then we're going to say all men in order to protect ourselves. They don't get that.
Yeah.
They also don't seem to understand that, okay, you understand what it's like as a black man to be oppressed in this country, right? You know what it's like to deal with, jobs, redlining, the jail systems, and all of that. But yet, when you look at your black women counterparts, there's a loss. Like, you can't understand what we're saying in regards to men not taking accountability. Like, for example, the shame that's put on single moms is so ridiculous and sickening. There is no empathy, there's no compassion, there's no understanding for each individual circumstance. And do we have some baby's mom, so to speak, that may keep the children from the dads from being bit or whatever?
Very few.
Yeah, there may be.
Almost none.
I'm saying there may be. But guaranteed majority, the fathers are very difficult. They fight for custody and then they don't show up to pick up the kids. Child support's not getting paid. You have black men that want to bitch about child support. Trust and know that $200 is not sending anybody on vacation. It's not doing any of these things. And it's just a lot that goes into it. So for me, it's the special kind of misogynoir that black men really need to open up to and really consider and think, like, how am I upholding this white supremacist patriarchal system that does not serve you either? It does not serve you either.
Yeah, 100%. That's what we're doing here. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to get through to them, but a lot of black men just refuse to understand it. So that sucks. But we're gonna keep trying. Hey, Girl Metal, I appreciate. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was just gonna say, yep. That's all we can do is keep trying.
Yep. I appreciate you coming up, ma'am. I got a few people in the queue. I'm gonna get to them as well.
I appreciate you. Thank you for having me.
No problem. Well, no problem. No problem. I like her. She got a lot of good ideas. Hey, Emily, go ahead. Go ahead, Emily.
Hi. I do have something to challenge within the prompt, if that's okay, which is that nobody panders towards women, and I think that people do pander towards women only to benefit men. I think that people pander towards women as a beneficial proponent to men. People pander to women as a way of benefiting the patriarchy and things like that. And I know that I'm probably not necessarily adding anything to this conversation in the sense because I agree, but I also know that I have been very privileged in the past couple of weeks to be involved in a lot of and I don't want to get too far into it because this is not what the topic is, but I've been involved in a lot of body count chats. I've been involved in a lot of bear versus man chats. I've been involved in why men are the problem chats and things like that, and it's been really interesting to me because I've been here since the first person that I saw when I came into this chat was someone saying about how people were in dresses and things like that. And I think we need to identify the fact that it doesn't make you any less of a man presenting your gender identity how you want to. Do you know what I mean? How you present yourself is totally up to you. And
I agree.
We sit here and there's been a lot of conversations about Kevin Samuels. And I'll be real, I'm from England. I don't know whether you can tell. Probably the accent gives it away a little bit.
What?
No, I know. Crazy, right?
I thought you was from Compton.
Yeah, I'm totally from Compton.
Compton.
but what I will say is that there's one thing to say about, for example, women of colour and how we speak about how they're the most disadvantaged in society, and that's because not only are they a person of colour, but they're also a woman. Do you know what I mean? It's like a double negative at this point, in the sense that you are not only treated worse because you're a person of colour, but you're also treated worse because you're a woman, and it's a real it's a real interesting subject, because I know there's been a lot of conversations about not all men and so on and so forth, but I'll be real with you, in my personal opinion, and people can disagree with that. It's all men until people prove that it's not them. At this point, I need people to prove to me that it's not them. And I'm not saying that I dislike men. I'm a man lover. Don't get me wrong. I'm a man lover.
Hey, Dom is a man lover too. He love men. He be up here fighting for men, protecting men. Huh, Dom? You rock with. I don't mean in a sexual way either. But he rock with men heavy. He in the coat thick.
But at the same time, it's all men until it's not the men. Do you know what I mean? Like we need to spend the time and go. Women don't have this. I don't want to bring up topics which aren't relevant necessarily to the situation, but I want to say that the bear versus man conversation is only relevant because it's a conversation about how women are scared of men. That's the whole thing, and we speak about how women are disadvantaged in society. I had a whole conversation yesterday with a guy called Jeff, who I believe is in the chat at the moment, and we were speaking about how women are earn 84 cents on the dollar versus man. The gender pay gap is ridiculous, and I had people questioning the statistics, saying that women take more time off when actually it's proportional representation, and it's not relevant like that.
When you look at the aggregate numbers, it doesn't matter how you slice it. Women make less than men, doing the same job, working the same amount of time on the job, like whatever. They make less money.
Have a per dollar amount if we were looking at just total salary. Do you know what I mean? That's not how that works.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's one of those things that we look at the entirety of the situation and we go, women are paid less.
Yep.
I think the big stat for me was when I looked at real estate agents, and it was that the median salary of a male real estate agent was $74,000, and the median salary of a female real estate agent was $49,000.
That's great. I would think women were selling more houses too.
This is a Forbes article which has got references within it.
Yeah.
That's a 60% difference between the median. Like, I want to point out, this is median. This is not highest and lowest paid. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, it's I got you.
Salary.
Yeah.
This is the average salary, and you can look it up. If you just look up gender pay gap US, and it comes up, and
that's crazy.
Stats and things like that. And we spoke yesterday about how there's only 3 specific areas in which women get paid more, and it is nursing, it's retail, and there's another one. I'll be real with you, it's 4:30 in the morning in the UK, and I can't remember.
I'll say corn. That's the only thing I can think of. Women make more than men.
I mean, like, to be fair, but also at the same time, I think there's a disparity because this is coming from declared earnings. Do you know what I mean? So I don't want to go too far into that. But there's a whole thing about, and there's only one wage in which people earn the same, and it's teaching assistants.
Yeah.
Men and women earn the same when they are teaching assistants. But you look at, for example, the gender pay gap between people who are entry-level jobs, and there is an 18.4% difference between men and women in entry-level jobs. Like, this is just spitting facts off the top of my head that I can remember from what I saw, and anyone who has ever seen me on a live knows I'm a massive stats fan. I love statistics. I live off statistics. And it's one of those things that you look at the disparity between how men and women are treated, and there is statistical proof coming from so many different areas. So for me, in the UK, it's the Office of National Statistics.
Yeah.
And in the US, there is so many different areas, and we look at the inequality between the two. Like, this isn't even bringing race into it. Like I said,
we just men and women. Yeah, just difference between men and women.
This is men and women, but we bring race into it, and we bring gender into it.
It's way worse.
We look at trans people and how they're like one of the most
trans black women,
like, the most severely targeted within society. Severely targeted within society.
Mm-hmm.
And we have conversations, and I remember seeing something which said and I don't want to say this is my opinion, this is something that I saw, but it was a woman of colour going to a doctor is equated to the same as a man of colour being pulled over by the police. Women of colour are so disadvantaged within the healthcare industry. They're not believed. They are treated so badly Like, I'm not going to sit here and explain, that's not my business, but at the same time, I can sit and look at facts and statistics and say that women of colour are not only discriminated against because of the colour that they are, but also because they are women. Like, we can say that as facts, do you know what I mean?
That's for real.
And I don't want to sit here and say, like, black women and things like that. I just want to say women of colour, because we can look at Asian hate within the US and Canada, and we can look at so many other, like, relevant things, you know what I mean? But it is literally the BIPOC community is screwed. Sorry, no. Like,
we got the short end of the stick. But Emily, I appreciate everything you said. Thanks for dropping the stats on us and the knowledge. We needed that. That was good. That was refreshing. Usually a lot of people, they don't really come with the numbers, and a lot of people be asking for the numbers. So I'm glad that you brought that. So appreciate
I'll be real with you. If you ever have a situation and you see me on the live and you need numbers, that is literally my job.
Bet. Okay. Now we know.
Student, and I study statistics and I live off of numbers. So let go know.
Now we know. I got you. If I see you again, definitely, I'm gonna be like, Emily, come up.
Get involved. It was so lovely meeting you. I know I'm just solidifying the point you're making. And
no, you're good.
So that I fully support you in the fact of calling out people's bad behaviours, and I really appreciate that. So.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Emily, can
I? I'm sorry. I'm trying to. I got a lot of people.
I fully get that. The only reason I wanted to have a conversation with Emily real quick is because the whole barren men conversation.
Mm-hmm.
There was a situation here in London where I live currently, and he's also from the UK, so she could have actually verified it. There's a young lady, her name is Sarah. You can look the article up. I'll even send it to you. That went for a police officer for help, and he ended up unaliving her and dicing her up and dumping her. An hour to an hour and a half away from the city that he works in.
Oh wait, she needed help because she thought she was being like chased by a bear or something, and then
no, she was just not safe to get herself home.
Oh, okay.
And this is the public servants.
Yeah. Damn.
And that's where the whole bear versus man conversation even comes from, and that is statistically there's numbers that can back that up as to why women wouldn't feel safer with a male, because animals are instinctive.
Yeah.
Unless you threaten them or rattle them, they're not gonna attack you.
Yeah.
Whether it's a pit bull, a cat, a dog, any form of dog, or a bear, or even a mountain lion, unless they're instinctive. Males tend to be different. That's not what I was trying to get back to. And thank you for bringing me back, by the way.
No problem.
But it was dumb. Unfortunately, in a lot of your arguments that I've been paying attention to, you tend to go back and forth on like what you said and didn't say, and then you said that you did say it. You do pander to men. You literally are the perfect example of this whole debate. And as a person that is educated, I would have expected a lot more, but you're confusing societal expectations of men with societal expectations of women. There is a lot that is expected of women that is not expected of men. Do you understand what I mean?
Okay. Well, you saying that I'm a pandering to men, in no way, shape, or form do I pander to men. My job, part of my duties and responsibilities is talking to men, getting them not to do that type of stuff. We have mentoring programs, and we're always working on prevention programs to where we can get young boys into jobs and to get them into.
Hold on, Dom. This is not for you to tell your resume.
Oh, no,
it's irrelevant to the situation.
No, she accused me of something.
No, I know, but it's irrelevant to the situation, though.
Here's the point. Yes, it is, because she accused me of something.
No, I know, but it's not going to prove your point, though.
It is proving the point.
It doesn't, though. Only to you.
I'm not pandering to anybody. I'm not pandering to no man. I'm not pandering.
You know what's crazy? You know what's crazy about when people get called things like this? Like when I get called a panderer, everybody knows my, like, if you pay attention, like I go down, like I have like an instant, like I'm like, okay, how am I pandering? What is, be specific, give me specific so we can hash it out, because to this day, nobody has ever been able to substantiate the claim of me pandering. Not one person.
Right, so give me an example of what I pander.
Yeah, but I was just gonna say, it's kind of like how when if you watch those like murder mystery shows and the police talk about the reactions of people, so they'll like arrest a person, and then the person won't ask like, what am I under arrest for? Because obviously they're guilty. Like, you didn't react. You weren't like, how am I pandering? Be specific. What are the things? You just instantly went to, I don't pander, and here's my resume. Like, no.
Well, there are also those shows where people get arrested and they say, I'm not guilty of that. I didn't do it. And that's exactly what I did. So what you just said, that's invalid here, because I think I didn't do it.
Okay, Dom, can I ask a question?
But
Dom, let me just ask you a simple question, sweetheart. You just said that you, with your work, with your actual career, that you set up programs in order to, like, and I want to use the right terminology.
You can't make this shit
You
up.
want to change the mind frames of certain men in order to be able to habitate and function around women in a respectful, healthy manner, correct?
yes, all the bad men who think negatively and would do bad to women, yes, that's my
programs are necessary.
Because there are bad men in this world.
All right, but you have been Kevin Samuel's #1 supporter this whole conversation.
But Kevin Samuels also said that there were bad men in this world.
Sir, you like to finish? Let me finish as well.
Go ahead.
You literally have said that, oh, but most women are like this, but not all men are like this. Less than 45 minutes ago. I've been on this live for a while now. So when it comes to women, you're comfortable saying most women or all women. When it comes to men, you're just like, but not all men. Why does that distinction happen in your brain, but it doesn't happen for the opposite sex?
No, I've said this whole life. Certain women, some women, these women do this, and certain women that. I've made it a point to be in my brain to not say all women because of that fact, because I know it's not all women, because I have great women in my life, my coworkers, women in my family, past girlfriends, and everything else like that. So I've made it a point to say that, no, we need to correct people on both sides, those that do bad on the women's side and those that do bad on the men's side.
Okay, cool story. I'm going to go to Nisi, and then we got to go to Liz, and then Jada. Go ahead, Nisi.
Hey, public. Thanks for letting me up.
No problem.
Dom, you're being very disingenuous. You've been at it all. No, you are. You are being very disingenuous. You have been at it all day. You were on Eli's live earlier saying that women were irrational for choosing the bear in a hypothetical question. Yes, you did.
I heard him say that.
You did.
Yeah, no, I heard him say that. Yeah.
Yes, you did.
I'm right here. You can ask me what I said. If you
I know. We heard it. Why would we ask you when you be lying the whole time?
But me and public were both in that live.
People send me the live. I was watching
you say it.
No.
We
what
literally
I said
both heard you say it.
That question, it propagates or it gets people to have an irrational fear because we already have a fear that we
see. No, hold on a second. It's so funny that you're a Kevin Samuel supporter.
No.
You're a Kevin.
I agree with some of the stuff.
Yes, you are. You just said you were a Kevin Samuel
lying
supporter.
when the truth will do.
I said there's plenty of stuff that I did.
Lying when the truth will do. I'm not understanding it. Go ahead, Nisi.
Yeah, seriously though, this dude has been in it all day, and honestly, it's irritating. It's very irritating
because you want to.
Hold on, let her finish. Let her finish, Don. Let her finish. You've been up here all day.
And you can respond to me. You can respond to me.
Yeah.
Okay,
but honestly, what you're doing is disingenuous in the fact that you're saying that, oh, it's not all men when women have a fear of men and say that they rather pick the bear over a man because they know of the potential, the damage that a man can do, and calling it irrational, and that it's not all men. How the heck are we supposed to know? We can't tell which one of it is, which man it is, if we don't know you. And then say a woman chooses a bear, you would be the same guy that say you should have chose a better man if that man harms her in the woods. That's what you would do. And men like you do pander to men. Men like you pander to men and blame women for not choosing men. I think, honestly, what you're doing is you don't want men to lose access to women, so you get mad at women for deciding and figuring out that, hey, men, maybe I should stay away from men. And you're trying to prevent that from happening because women realize that men are more of a danger to them than freaking bears are. Mm-hmm. And even though it was a hypothetical question, you, and the way you came in here, even on this live tonight, the way you came in here basically trying to make it seem like, men have it so hard. Victim me, victim men. Men are such victims. That's how you came up in here.
No, I didn't.
That's how you came up in here. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. And you've been doing it all day. You've been doing it all day.
No,
yes, you have.
Go ahead, please.
Yes, you have.
Jada, what are you trying to say? Because I keep your thing keep lighting up. What's going on? Jada?
From a standpoint, from a woman that sat down with women that dealt with severe domestic violence, severe to the point to where they can't sleep at night, they're shaking. And I'm not talking about women, though. I'm also talking about little girls. Mr. Dominant, I guess how you say that. Have you sat with a young 15-year-old child shaking in her boots because her uncle done took everything from her, and that's somebody that she knew?
Yes, I've sat with 5-year-old young boys who have been molested.
No, a girl.
By their mothers.
I didn't say nothing about no.
Wait.
It happens to young
you asked
women.
Me a question.
It happens to young men. Have you sat down with a young lady?
Yes, I have.
I have.
Yes, I have. And my mother has been the victim of that kind of stuff.
These young girls will grow up and look at a man, and who do you think that they're going to think is safer? A man? Honestly? When a man...
This man claimed to be working with domestic violence victims. He said earlier he worked with domestic violence victims.
Hey, hold on, y'all. Hold on.
There's no way.
We gotta go one at a time. We gotta go one at a time.
No, the thing is that it seems you all, not even it seems, you guys are dropping all these negative things and saying these things are coming out of my mouth, and they aren't. They aren't. Mm-hmm. I understand how dangerous men are. I wouldn't be in the work that you're double talking. Realize men aren't as dangerous. She stopped talking.
No, I said you're double talking though. You keep doing that. You keep saying I understand, and then you say the complete opposite.
No. When
2
did
seconds
I
later,
men were in danger?
He just said a boy. He didn't. I said the girl, right? I didn't say nothing about a young boy. We are talking about women, correct?
Well, that's the thing.
If we are talking about women, why would you say
Hold on. Wait. Hey, Jada, Dom, stop, please. Dom, real quick. That little boy that you were talking to, who did that to him? Was it a man or a woman?
It was his mother.
His mother?
Yes, his mother.
I believe it. Okay.
Yeah.
Good. So
who does that? Who does that to little boys the majority of the time?
So now we're going. You already know the answer to that. Men. There's no problem. There's no hesitation with that. Men do.
Yeah. So
absolutely no problem with that.
So
well, I do have a problem with it, big problem with it, and that's why I got into the work that I got into.
Yeah. To Jada, the reason why I was saying that too was just like you're right, because Jada's saying this is why women specifically are choosing the bear. That's why the girl part matters.
That's the thing I've been saying. I totally understand why they're choosing the bear, but it seems like
you do understand.
That I understand.
Dom, you do understand, and that's the part that's infuriating. Is because we know you understand, but then you say but, and that's the shit that pisses people off. So you do understand. You got it. You saying you understand actually makes what you're saying worse. Like, because you do understand. And then you say but, and then everybody goes, why the fuck is he saying but if he understands? So it sounds like to us you're pandering to men. That's the only reason why you would say a but right there. If you completely understand it, it should be like, look, I understand. That's why there's no but. You see what I'm saying? I understand. There's no but. Where's the but at?
You see what happens when I explain, I understand, and then I say that but. A lot of people cut, they interrupt, they get emotional, they want to say, well, wait, why, but not trying to understand what I'm saying. Okay. And what I'm saying is, if we're going to get somewhere, progress somewhere, let's hear each other out. And if I'm wrong, at the end of what I'm saying, you have all the time in the world to say, this is what I thought was wrong, this is why I thought it was wrong. And
okay, tell us what's after the but. Tell us what's after the but. Pause.
I've already explained it. I said
exactly.
Then why are you acting like
we already heard it and we disagree with it? It ain't that we don't. It ain't that we ain't letting you talk. It ain't that we don't understand it. We heard it and we think it's a bunch of bullshit. That's what I'm saying. You're acting. You always try to deflect and act like it's us, sir. Sir, wait.
You're free to have your opinion.
Hold on, sir. How can it be? You one of those people, huh? Where everybody will be telling you the same thing about yourself, and you will go, "It's not. It's them. It's not me." Everybody is wrong about you. Everybody is wrong about you.
There's so many wrongs on this line, but sir, you are the one that's projection that you just did. You're the one that people have said, "Hey, this is where you go." Public, you keep interrupting. Public, you
what he did is
3 minutes.
That Muhammad Ali
did. You did all this. You say this, but then public, what will you say? I don't give a fuck. Fuck you. Who are you? And all this other type of stuff. You would throw ad hominems. You would throw insults. You would do all this stuff. But you say you care about what? Just only women? You don't care about people? What is it?
You see how dumb that is? But
he's pretty much saying the same thing that Muhammad Ali said on his interview with that white man, talking about if you were to go in a crowd of mad, angry white people, and there's only 5 of them in there that actually like your black ass, would you actually say, well, okay, I'm just going to run to the fucking crowd of angry white people, knowing that only 5 white people in the damn crowd like me, just run up in it and just think that everything's going to be okay. That is just not how it works, okay? I am not going to go running full force into a crowd of angry people.
The crazy
and just say,
Jada,
okay,
I like to use this analogy.
Wait.
I like to use this analogy because men, like, I love using the Muhammad Ali analogy with the snakes, but I like asking men, if I gave you a bowl of grapes and only one was poisonous, would you eat any of them? Would you eat any of them?
I wouldn't eat a factory. If you gave me, if there was one poisonous grape in a factory of grapes, I wouldn't eat any of the grapes in the factory. In the whole factory. I don't give a fuck. I'm not, why risk it?
Exactly.
I don't like grapes that much.
This is why we choose the bear. This is why we choose the bear. Because we don't know which one of y'all are poisonous. We don't know which one of y'all are harmful. We don't know y'all. That's the whole point.
That's fine.
So we choose not to choose any of y'all.
That's how public answered. I just said it depends.
No, it don't depend. It don't depend. The fact of the matter is that men are dangerous. And if a woman wants to protect herself, she's going to stay the F away.
I absolutely agree.
I also just want to point out, that wait, hold on, wait. I want to go to Liz. Go ahead, Liz. And I'm going to make my point. I got to wrap this up soon. Hey, y'all, bang the Cash App one time, man. Keep liking the live. We have 425,000 likes. That shit crazy. We litty in here. Keep the gifts coming. We trying to push the live out. We need the gifts for the diamonds. Y'all know what it is. Yeah, man, we having fun. $35 more to drop down. Just so y'all know, that's the count. So no shade, no tea. $35 more to drop down if y'all want to drop them. Just FYI. But keep it going though. Go ahead, Liz.
Where's the integrity?
Go ahead, Liz.
So the woman who was up here before, I believe her name was Emily, she was saying that there is an especially large gap in terms of salaries for real estate agents, men and women, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So that doesn't. As someone who's been a real estate agent for 10 years, I immediately know exactly why that is. And I'll just give you a few. And like this, I think is relevant to any sort of gig employee, where it's kind of like by the job because real estate agents are 100% commission. So just to give you an example of the things I've seen in the last 10 years, I have been literally groped inside of houses.
Oh, yeah.
I have been, and every time this happens, I have had someone write into a listing contract you need to go on 2 dates with me in order for the for you to get the listing. I've had goodness. Well, there was an issue with the Confederate flag, like someone across the street, and like I said something about it, and then the guy kind of like had it out for me, and that was really scary.
25 more.
Like, so every single and then there was a guy who watched porn in front of me.
Oh my God.
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, no, and that wasn't even the worst one. The groping was the worst one, but
of course,
there was a guy who watched porn in front of me. But so
it's over.
Every single time that happens. And keep in mind, every single check I get is like $15,000, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because that's the way it works.
Yeah.
Every single time I have to walk away from a job because somebody is clearly not safe, that is $15,000 I'm leaving on the table.
Golly.
And every single time that I have done that I've been like, I'm not safe, I need to fire this client, a man has taken the client immediately and then closed the deal.
Gross.
And that's $15,000 for him.
Yeah.
So that's like that to me is like a big aspect of the pay gap that I don't think people understand is that like women.
It's the clientele. It's hard to find the right clientele that's going to finish the deal with the woman. Yeah.
Right, and then even on top of that, like people just in general see men's time as more precious than women's time, and we. Real estate agents have to go around showing houses until someone buys one. And people are a lot more comfortable, like, kicking tires down the road and just sort of, like, whatever when it's a woman, because her time's not that important. But then when it's a man, it's seen as more official. And it's like, oh, now I better close the deal.
Oh, sorry. Talking to my dog.
Dom got dropped?
Oh, yeah, he got dropped. They paid the fare. Just so y'all know, y'all paid the fare. Congratulations. It only took y'all a couple hours. Dom got dropped. I'm happy he was up here. I don't care what y'all say. He kept the situation situated. I'd have been ended the live if he wasn't up here. It would have ran its course. It would have just been everybody up here to turn it to an echo chambers. So y'all could be mad if you want to, but hey, we need haters. Haters, come back tomorrow, man. All day, every day. Come back tomorrow. We need more of y'all. We love to hate. We need y'all.
Is that what you classify me as? I'm in the opposition hater.
Oh, you definitely a hater. you was a big time hater. You at the top. Some of the people just be ops. Some people are just ops. You's a hater though. So, I love haters and ops. I love them.
Okay. All right. Well, hey, however you gotta sleep at night, I'm with it. Yeah. I got a question for you, man.
Okay.
I caught a little bit of you. You joined another live. I think it was a day or two ago. And you gave a lot of, good detail, like on your background and different things.
Uh-huh.
So I have a question for you. And I know this narrative has been pushed, but I haven't heard anybody answer it yet. Mm-hmm. A lot of today's women are unhappy with the crop of men today. And vast majority, if we go back to the 70s, 80s, early 90s, vast majority of these men were raised by single women. So at what point, and this is not about the whataboutism. That's not true. That is true.
That's just not true. Damn, that's so. Okay. I can't even begin to tell you how inaccurate that statement is.
Hold on, let's go back. Let's go back in. At what point do you think in history, and I want an honest intellectual answer.
Okay.
At what point in history do you think the decline of the black family unit started?
When we came over here, when they brought us over. When they brought us over here on slave ships on the Mayflower.
Come on, that's intellectually dishonest because we know
what.
Yeah.
What?
We know. Hold on.
What?
Let me land this plane. We know that through the 30s, through the late 60s, that the black family unit was an exemplary unit of family unity, togetherness, and at no point any other time in our history in this country have there been much more unity between the black man and black woman. So again, I ask you, at what point can you identify that there was the attack on the black family to separate the black man from the black woman?
Slavery. But since you want to ignore slavery and go to the 1960s, you want to cherry pick and go to the 1960s.
Okay, all right.
We were never this strong unit like you're trying to portray. But just because people were forced to be in relationships and forced to be married doesn't mean that the marriages were strong. My mom was born in the 50s. Have you talked to a boomer? They are not okay. You think those homes were strongly knit families, healthy, raising 2 kids? Absolutely not. That is not what was going on.
The funny part about it is, and maybe I'm just lucky. So let me thank God, because not only were both sets of my grandparents married and still together until their demise, my parents are still together. So and all of my aunties and uncles, for the most part, are all in married, committed relationships. It wasn't until we got to my generation that we started straying away from that.
Yeah,
but that's not the point.
So what happened?
My dad was born in 45. My mom was born in 48. So they are baby boomers, and my parents are still together.
Cool.
So
I will. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No. I control.
No. So all I was about to say is the thing that happened was women could get bank accounts and drive cars and work jobs, and as soon as women had the opportunity to leave men, not just black women, by the way. Like I said, when black people do that about black people, all you're doing is demonizing black women or black men. In some cases, both. Right? So stop doing that. If you truly care about black people, you would stop saying stuff that demonizes black people. Because the thing you're describing happened across the board with all women in this country and all women around the world. Every time women get economic freedom and social and political freedom, they run away from men in every single country, in every single instance. So it's not a black thing, brother. That's not what happened.
You run it from me because I know you know what I'm talking about. But let's get into it. In the 70s, they began this campaign, and it was a targeted campaign by government to offer public assistance to women, specifically of color. And one of the conditions that they attached to that public assistance to help those families get ahead.
Let him finish. Let him finish, please.
Interject after he's finished?
Yeah, let him finish. Go ahead. You good.
One of the things that they required in order to receive that public assistance was that there was no man in the house, and that still rings true today.
Not true.
But go ahead.
So real quick before Nisi answers, every time you guys say this, I have to remind you guys that I was a child in a home with 2 parents, a black man and a black woman, and we was on Section 8. So we was getting public assistance, and my daddy was there in a home with us. Public assistance is not gender-based at all. It's financial based. It's based on your money. It's based on it's based on how much money. So if you qualify for it, you qualify for it financially. If you don't, you don't. The man being in the house and not being married, that is what drove the family apart. And then you would have to ask, why didn't black men want to marry black women? And why does that still ring true today? You can't blame that on Uncle Sam. That part, because that was a choice that black men were making. And still to this day, black men are still not interested in marrying black women or anybody, not just black women. We're not interested in being married, period, to anybody. That's not what we're into. So you should be asking that question. Hey, public, why aren't black men interested in being married? That's a more honest intellectual conversation. The one you're having is ahistorical. It's not accurate at all. It's been debunked on my platform at least 1,000 times. I feel like we got to debunk it at least 3 times a week. And the people that bring it up the most are black men. So why are you pandering to black men? What are you doing? What do you get out of this by perpetuating this lie about black women? What's going on? It's so weird. Why do you keep doing it?
Let Nisi get her point in, and I'm gonna respond to you.
Okay, go ahead, Nisi.
Public is absolutely right because he said exactly what I was going to say. There was no law that told black women that they couldn't have men in the home. They had to be married. That's what it was. They had to be married. And in fact, black women loved black men so much that they went to the courts to fight to get that law changed within a 5-year period. So that law was changed 5 years after it started, and all the requirement was for them to be married. Black men were getting assistance too. And it's so crazy to me that black men are using that as an excuse for, we got kicked out. No, you weren't. Even if you weren't supposed to be in the home, black women were letting you stay in there. You were eating off of those food stamps. You were living in that Section 8 house. That woman would hide your stuff when she had inspections to keep you in that house. That's how much black women ride for black men.
And the fact that y'all are using that as, oh, y'all got kicked out of the house. No, the heck you didn't. Y'all were staying in those houses. Even when it was illegal, y'all were staying in those houses. I know this as a fact, just like public knows this as a fact. Y'all using that as an excuse is just a reason for y'all to not want to do better for yourselves.
Land the plane.
Y'all don't want to do nothing for yourselves. Nope. I will land my plane when you get the message. Stop using that. Stop saying that we kicked y'all out of the home. Stop doing that because it's a complete lie. Y'all were right there in this home. Even still to this day, y'all will brag about how y'all want to date single moms so y'all can eat. No, let me finish. Y'all will go with a woman that gets assistance and gets food stamps. Y'all will eat her kids' fruit snacks and all the kids' foods and stuff, even though you're not married to that woman. And that's what y'all have been doing since the beginning.
I'm just
y'all
curious.
Haven't changed.
I'm just curious as to why. What do you and I?
Okay.
I want you to. I did this. This is you, LJ. This for you. I'm asking you though. But why? So what is the point? Okay, let me ask it in a different way. I'm sorry. I want to be very.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Take your time, brother.
Okay. So, for argument's sake, let's say that what you're saying isn't true, right? Because I know you're still going to double down and say that it's true. So, what if though it's not true, right? And what do you think? Give me another reason as to why you think the whatever was happening in the 60s isn't happening in 2024. Can you give me any other reason other than Uncle Sam, leveraged poverty for black women against black men? Like, can you give me any other reason?
Okay. Well, first, let me say this. The point of me even bringing that up wasn't to demonize anybody or to attack the man or the woman. I think at the end of the day, two people are responsible for the health of a relationship, and whatever the situations were, both are responsible. But what I do know is that the government is really good at using stats to target demographics to get an outcome that they're looking for. That's number one. Number two, my only point in bringing it up wasn't, again, to demonize it. It was to illustrate the point of that the majority of men that were born between the years that I listed that didn't come from two-parent homes were raised by the mother. We know that the court system was unfair for a period of time. And the third thing I'll say is I personally do not see that in our community today where fathers are. I'm not saying there aren't any deadbeat dads. I'm not saying that. I hate when people speak in absolutes. There is no such thing. It's never 100% one way or 100% the other way. But what I do know is the vast majority of men today, at least from what I see in my circle and the group of men I associate with, every single one of us are, if they're not the primary parent like I am, are heavily involved in their children's lives. So I do think that it's changing and getting better as more information becomes aware and as the courts become more fair and guys are not fearing the court system as much as they used to. But my only point was that if women are unhappy with the batch of men that are out there today, and if you're telling me that, okay, cool, that you accept what I say, or even if you disagree with what I say, that's one quick question to ask before you start engaging with the man. Who raised you? And then you can have a better understanding, because what I do know is that men that were raised with their fathers have better emotional control. They have better understanding of what it takes to be in a cooperative relationship. That's what I see.
So a couple, like I said, I've said this before about the two-parent household myth. It's about the money for the most part. Some of it has something to do with having both parents there, not having abandonment issues. I'm sure some of it is psychological, but for the most part, it's the money. Men and me personally, also, it's funny how when it comes to you trying to prove that it's the single baby mother who is responsible for the downfall of the black community, coupled with Uncle Sam, you want to.
That's not what I said.
LJ, that's not what you were alluding to. Let me know. Let me know. Then. If I miss, I'll give you the opportunity to clear it up.
Let me say it as
clear as I possibly can without any.
Clan is right. Freudian slip. Clan is right. But go ahead. I like that. That was good. You saying it right. As you possibly can.
Very, very clear. Mm-hmm. What I'm saying is that these men that most of the people are speaking of, whether it's go into the woods with the strange man or the bear, or whether it's the guys that you're talking about where men are pandering to other men, what I'm saying is that the majority of those men that fit that criteria, and again, let's not use absolutism.
Yeah.
The majority of those men that fit that criteria were more than likely not raised with their fathers in their lives. They don't necessarily have to be in the house. I'm saying, and the other thing, one quick thing, and then I'm going to be quiet, is I caught that live the other day. I'm confused. Today you're telling me that your dad was in the house, but on that other live you were saying that you would have rather had the money because your dad was absent. So which is it?
My dad.
Dad was there or not there?
My dad got kicked out when I was 6.
Okay. Well, I just want to get a clear
understanding. Wait, I know. And here's the thing. It's real easy with me because I don't be lying like y'all. I don't double talk.
Oh, like y'all? Okay.
Yeah, I don't double talk. My shit is straight up. I've told that story a million times, and if you were listening, I probably said it then. But I've told that story a million times about how my dad was in the home. The point wasn't how long he was there because it didn't matter. The point was they qualified. I don't care if he was there for 6 months. They qualified for government assistance while they were married. But they were married. And then I was saying, I even said in that live, I was like, you know what? Because I'm just thinking about it now. I still haven't talked to my mom about it, but because my dad and my mom got married after I was born. So I'm thinking that they might have gotten married so that they could get the government assistance. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's a possibility. I don't know.
That makes sense.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. But nonetheless, my dad was, whatever, for better or worse, he was willing to marry my mom, and and there you have it. But we were living together prior to that. I wasn't born in the projects, but shortly after being born, see, shortly after, I gotta find a timeline on that, but I don't know what it was, but I just know that my dad and my mom both were married, and we lived in the projects, and they were both on the lease and all of that. Like, I know for sure all of that stuff. But to Nisi's point, fast forward, once again, I've seen it firsthand. Women, mothers, grandmas, aunties, having men live in the house, not be on the lease, and they hide in his shoes, and they hide in his work pants, and he got to park around the corner, and he can't walk in. He can't drive in the gate because if they see him driving in the gate, like, I've seen that with my own 2 eyes. I've seen it with my own 2 eyes, hundreds of times. Like, I've just seen examples of that. So I don't like when you guys come up here and try to do that. Like, they kicked the black man out the home. They did it because if they did, a bunch of black men would have been homeless, LJ. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like the homeless population of black people would have skyrocketed if black women would have kicked the black man out the home. So that doesn't make sense.
I'm not disputing any of that. Again, my only point in it was, and I was very clear about what I said. So that the only point was the correlation to that event, which led to the rise of the single mother being the primary or the principal caregiver, with the dad being absent. And some of that, let's be honest, like some of that had to do with the drug pandemic that swept through like the late 70s, the 80s. Like a lot of that impacted our community too. But the point remains that if the dad was absent in the home, it led to not the optimal outcome. I'll just say it that way.
Yeah, because the money was funny. I know, but the money was funny though, LJ.
Of course.
That's what I'm saying.
Can I say something public really quickly? Because this is I wanted to say this, and he literally just proved my point just now, because he said about the candy dealers. Mm-hmm. Y'all have more empathy for the candy dealers
than you do for the mothers.
For women that got assistance. That's crazy to me.
He brushed over the whole drug epidemic. Like, well, maybe the drug epidemic kind of caused some harm. But these black single mothers, like, what?
Right.
What the fuck's going on, bro? The niggas out here.
He went at single mothers first. Y'all got assistance and kicked the men out of the home. But then all also, I understand that they were candy dealers. No, if y'all were candy dealers, y'all were the detriment to the community.
You got a comprehension
Y'all
problem.
were the problem. No, you have a comprehension
Hold
problem.
on, wait.
No,
Calm down, y'all. Calm down.
No,
One at a time.
because you literally just expressed the fact that you understand, and I'll try to be as cordial as I can. You literally just expressed that you understand that there were men that were dealing candy in the neighborhoods, and that might have caused a problem, but you weren't blaming them for the breakup of the black family. You weren't blaming them for that. You were blaming women that got assistance. No, hold on a second, because there was who do you think was selling the candy?
Wait, time out. Also, LJ, and here's something. Here's why I know you guys don't actually do like real research and data on this. You have confirmation bias. So somebody told you in a live or on some random on a tweet, you got mean knowledge from somewhere, right? And then you went and did a quick Google search to so that you would have like some reference, so you could say like, well, it was this or whatever, right? But you didn't actually study America, as a whole, right? You just looked up one thing that was like, this is it. This is the smoking gun, right? But also, what happened in the 1970s? What else happened in the 1970s, LJ? That was major in America. What else happened in the 1970s?
You had the Vietnam War.
That was the 60s.
Vietnam War
started in the 60s. Yeah.
It started in the 60s and then in the early 70s.
Yeah. So it wasn't the Vietnam War.
Yeah, what else?
It was
70s, right?
you ain't gonna never answer.
When did the Vietnam War end?
I don't remember, but it started in the 60s. But so
I understand it. But
I got you. But wait. I'm not, sir. You got it. Vietnam War 70s. That's not what I was talking about, and I'll just skip to it because you ain't gonna never answer. The deindustrialization of America happened in the 70s, right? So now you got to get to the economics, and you guys ignoring the the Uncle Sam part is the economics too, but you like to act like there was no way around that. There was no way around us being able to qualify for government assistance. You're missing it. Why did we need government assistance in the first place? Because we were fucking severely oppressed. You see what I'm saying? So you ignoring the oppression to go to the, it was Uncle Sam and da-da-da-da-da. No. The oppression got worse in the 70s. The oppression actually got worse. It was economically we were more viable in the 60s, and it wasn't because the black family was together. It wasn't because of the nuclear family. It happened in the 70s after the deindustrialization of America. Everybody's home started to get broken up. If you go look it up, white people homes getting broken up too. Black people homes getting broken up too. It was a lot of things happening. So what I'm saying is why are you pointing to the thing that is probably the thing that was that had the least bearing on the situation? It was the thing that that affected us the least. That's the thing you want to highlight, because that's what y'all do. Y'all highlight the minority and you blow it up and make it way bigger than it needs to be because it gives you fodder, right? It gives you fodder for your attacks.
No, he's being honest, because you're making excuses for a person for not having integrity. You should have integrity on how you move as a man, period. My father came from a fatherless home and a motherless home and raised 5 girls. 5 girls. We didn't struggle. He had full-blown cancer, got up every day and worked. But have a man do that today, he gonna whine, cry, and bitch about it, and still not have no integrity about how he walks. Every single day out here in this world, he'll point his finger at a white man before he actually does the work himself.
That's funny because I'm one such of those men. So
oh no. I don't want to go back in it. I don't like comparing the men of old and the men of today and act like the men of old were better men. That's
great.
I ain't gonna hold you. I'm a little. That's when I bow out. That's when I get away from the situation.
An honest man, a man that walks with a moral standard. That's not what we have today. But y'all make excuses for not carrying that with you.
Jada, when did we have that? But Jada, when did we have that though? When was that the case?
Why are you conceding the point that we don't have it today? Why? Are
No. I don't. I agree with. Wait. Time out. Jada, hold on. Wait.
Somebody else.
Jada. Wait. I agree with Jada that men lack integrity across the board. I'm just saying that I don't think it's a thing of today. I think it's a tale as old as time at this point. So that's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, I get your dad was dope, but the men in the 60s were not dope. Just generally speaking, black men.
He was born in the early 50s.
No, I know. I'm just saying for an example. Yeah, the men of that time, though.
We got to talking about, and my aunts and them, they were Black Panthers and shit like that. Those men walked with integrity. They helped their community instead of talking about other, the white people won't give us this, and they put Section 8 and food stamps. That had absolutely nothing to do with it. Black Panthers are the reason why black men that did Black Panthers are the reason why kids get lunch, even though they cannot afford it now.
That was a black woman. That was a black woman that invented that program, Jada.
I mean, yeah, but it involved the Black Panthers.
It did, but I just want to be clear, a black woman, a black woman. She was a Catholic. She was a nun, I believe. She was the one that came up with the program. And then women ran it. Actually, the men were doing it at first, but then the men started getting locked up, and then the women started running it.
Started getting locked up and everything else. But of course, you can expect that. Of course, with everything that was going on in the 70s, you know what I'm saying. But still, people are making, especially, are making excuses on how not to walk in integrity.
Yeah.
And that is just, to me, it's just asinine. And then the first thing that they're going to blame is how a woman kicked them out the home, or how this situation got in front of this situation. Whenever you see people that come from detriment countries make it,
hey man, I ain't gonna even hold y'all.
Being took from their whole family, sisters and brothers dying, and they can become doctors and lawyers and still raise their families with integrity. That is all, there is no accountability. That's what the whole thing is. When then the man says that he puts all this other stuff in front of the real root of the problem, is just integrity.
Yeah.
A person being a good person.
I agree with that. It's a lot, and that's what we talk to, right? That human nature, trying to be better people. That's what I try to humanize the situation, because I don't want to get into the numbers and you know what I mean? Like, you just got to be a better human being and treat people around you better. But before you do that, you got to do a lot of unpacking. But hey, I appreciate y'all coming up, Jada, Nisi.
I think you was gonna do that.
I appreciate y'all. Hey man, I got a little while. I got a cool minute. I'm just rotating. I got to keep the op up, and I'm gonna bring up some new people to come up here. They want to thump on you a little bit.
Well, hopefully they'll be a little bit more informed.
They want to jump on top on your head top a little bit. No dig.
Well, let's roll with it, brother.
I already know.
At the end of the day, let me say this before you bring them up. At the end of the day,
the day gonna end. Oh my bad.
No. At the end of the day, we all are people. I got love for you, just like if I saw you in the streets, I would say what's up to you, embrace you, even if I don't agree with a single thing that come out your mouth.
I feel you. I would dap y'all up, but I don't really like y'all niggas like that. I'm just fucking with you, bro. I'll be the same way, man. I dap you up, man. I dap you up and shit like that.
I say what's up to you.
Yeah. I definitely say what's up to you, though. Yeah, I'm not no weirdo. I ain't never been no weird nigga, but I definitely I can't really rock with people I 100% disagree with. That shit, especially like on this type of shit. Like, nah, I can't really get down with you. That shit hard. That's a hard sell. That's a hard sell.
Once you embrace the true pandering, and you start holding both sides accountable, I think this will go a lot smoother.
But the thing is, though, brother, is that you prove that you're pandering because you say things that don't make sense. You say things that aren't rooted in logic or science or data or anything.
Give me an example.
Did I not just walk you down the whole damn when you just came up with that bullshit about but LJ, hold on, wait. You got to understand something. Just because you remain stuck in your ignorance doesn't mean you're right. It doesn't mean that what you said was any more valid. You're just being willfully ignorant. You see what I'm saying? Like, so you could, like, it's basically, I don't know. I've been in a lot of fights, right? But so there, and I've seen a lot of. Have you? When people get knocked out, sometimes they don't know that they got knocked out. Like they get knocked out and then they get up and they be thinking they still in the fight, right? And it's like, bro, you just got slept. Sit down. You dig what I'm saying? That's what just happened to you. Like, you just got knocked out, but you like, what you talking about? I won. Like, you putting up your hands and shit like you won. You just got slept. You didn't make no sense. Like, I blew up your whole argument. It didn't make any sense.
No, what happened was you and the rest of the people on the panel got emotional and got triggered by one single thing and lost sight of what I was actually saying. And just to be clear about what that thing is the men that fit the criteria for what you all are describing as far as poor behavior, overwhelmingly, those men had an absent father in their lives.
Yes, you're just repeating the same thing you said.
Listen to me. It is scientifically proven that when a child is raised with both parents, let's be clear, I'm emphasizing both. One is not more important than the other. When a child is raised with both parents in the home, they are more emotionally regulated.
So you're just repeating the same thing you said. So you think that this is how you think I forgot what you said? I didn't get nobody, sir. What you're saying is it's a moot point. Saying that kids are more emotionally regulated when both parents are in the house. When I acknowledge that, I said I could see that for two reasons: the money and the lack of the need to. They more than likely they won't have abandonment issues, right? They have both parents there. They're not wondering like why daddy left me, why mommy left me, so on and so forth. I already chalked that up. I already acknowledged that. But you're trying to, once again, you're just holding on to that idea that like that's the reason why, and I'm telling you that's not it. Because if that's the case, then explain white men. White men don't have that problem. They be 68% born in wedlock, so on and so forth. But yet and still, white men and black men tend to think the same about women. So how is that the case? If it's all due to two parents being in a home, right? Hear what I'm saying? I'll even go further than that. Asian men also born in a wedlock, higher than white men in this country. Okay, so if that is the case, explain to me why and how white men, Asian men, and black men all typically think the same about women in general. Why is that?
Okay, you really want to get into this?
I'm asking you the question, obviously.
All right, well, because sometimes y'all ask questions and then 20 seconds into it, you want to pivot and talk about something else.
I don't do that.
So let's talk about it. Specifically with Asian men, there are cultural differences. Like, we know that the Asian culture does not value women the same as other cultures. So I don't even know why you're bringing them up, because that is a whole other conundrum that needs to be unpacked. When it comes to white men, we know that they have this imperialistic mindset that they are the ruler of all things. So I don't even know why we're comparing those to black men, because we've never been in that position where we can control the economy, the access to resources, or any of the other things that go into your basic needs. So now that just leaves us. And again, I'm gonna stand 10 toes down on it. The black nuclear unit was the strongest in the 50s, 60s, and early 70s when you had two parents in the home, regardless of why they were doing it. We had two parents in the home working together cooperatively to make things happen.
They weren't working cooperatively. That's a lie too. There was tons of abuse.
How is it not cooperative? There was money.
There was tons of abuse. There was tons of neglect going on in those homes, brother. So no, it wasn't cooperating. They weren't cooperating. The women were hostages, and the men were the wardens of the prison.
Where are you getting this from?
From fucking stats, from data, from the women, from writings from women talking about it, going through it, from my grandma, from my dad. Like, what are you talking about?
What study are you citing for that?
Because that women didn't have the right to leave. That if a woman left, she couldn't live on her own. What are you talking about?
Well, I'm not disputing that, but I'm talking about the violence aspect because, again, both sets of my grandparents are married.
So what? So what? Don't use an anecdotal. Please don't give me your anecdotal experience.
Your aunts and uncles.
Brother, I said wait, hold on. Wait. Nope. Here you go. You making a fatal mistake. You went to one thing I said. What else did I say? What else? When you said what gives you that? What gives you that impression? And then what did I say? Was that the only thing I said? Was my grandma, or did I fucking say the numbers say it? Fucking the women's record, the stories that the women tell of the time, the writings of the women of the time tell the same story. The media told the same story. Everybody told the same story. Okay, the media, brother, and do you know? You can go look this up. Go look up old ads. You can go look up old ads because I did this shit. It was fucking crazy. There's old ads for it that were in like J.C. Penney's, Woolworths, shit like that, right? And it was like, oh, if your wife needs a little spanking, which is abuse, and they had a picture of a man with his woman, a grown ass woman, over his knee, and he's like in the motion of beating her butt, and he was like, basically, I don't remember what the product was for, but like that was it was so normalized that they were putting it in ads. It was so normalized. The same thing when I did a live one day, and I was talking about how it was like for the women who work 14 hours for the basically it was like the stay-at-home wives or whatever that work 14 hours a day or whatever. It was like, instead of your woman working 14 hours a day, wouldn't you like to cut that time? Because I was like, look how much labor the women were doing. It was so commonplace that they were putting it in ads. It was like that was just what it was. Women were abused. Sean Connery said in the 80s that it was okay to pop your woman in the mouth. Marital grape wasn't a thing. Marital grape wasn't considered grape until 1995 or some shit like that. I was alive. Boomerang had just came out. Boomerang had just dropped, and they was like, oh yeah, it's kind of bad for you to grape your wife. And you talking about, I don't know, I don't see nothing, massa. Everything was good in my neck of the woods. Cause my granny told me, like, nah, bro, get off of that cool. Hey, man, get off that clan shit, fam. Get out of there, bro. Come back and come live in reality. The women were hostages. The men were wardens. That's how it was, bro.
I don't know why you want to victimize black women so bad, to make them like they this weak, unable, unpowerful force that they are. I believe that our black women are powerful, that they are strong, and that they are. No, I believe that.
No, you don't.
Why would I say cap when I love my mama dearly? I don't know about you, but I don't see my mama as no victim. And my mama wouldn't say that she is one. But then again, my parents still together, so like I said, maybe your mama
wasn't victimized. Maybe your mother wasn't victimized, brother. But if your mom was victimized, what would you call her?
But she wasn't.
I know. I'm asking you though. If your mama was victimized, what would you call her?
She would be a victim, but she
okay,
wasn't.
Cool.
Because
we can't hear you. Your phone cut out. But so every time I always find it funny how y'all always run to this like.
Far back as I can trace it back to the 1900s. In my family, on both sides, for the most part, like there are some exceptions, the parents stay together.
What is the relevancy?
I'm sorry that's not everybody's experience.
Yeah, I know, but
we're talking about we're talking about our personal experiences. So I'm telling you,
I'm not talking about my personal experiences. You are. You keep going to your parents and your grandparents. I'm not talking about my mama. I'm not talking about my daddy. I'm talking about reality. I just told you that that this was common in America. I just told you that marital grape wasn't a thing until 1995. That ain't got nothing to do with my mama and daddy. What you talking about?
No, I hear you.
You want to keep talking about that shit. Women couldn't have bank accounts. They couldn't drive cars. They couldn't have jobs. LJ, what would you call it? Was slavery a choice?
Slavery was not a choice.
Okay, so keeping that in mind, if you set up a society in which men make 10 times more money than women, men have 1,000 times more freedom than women, right? And you basically make women 100% economically reliant upon men, and that's how you set society up. What do you call that? What are those women at that point?
Well, I would call it a patriarchal system.
No. But what would you call those women, though?
They're disadvantaged.
Beyond that, what would you call them though? They're definitely disadvantaged, but slaves were disadvantaged. Could you not call them slaves? Is that not a form of slavery? It ain't chattel slavery, but is that not slavery? They're literally economic. They literally don't. They're not economically viable. They cannot survive on their own in society.
I agree with everything you're saying. I disagree with the labeling. I would not call it slavery.
All right, semantics. What do you want to call them then? Prisoners, hostages. What do you want to call them? Give me a descriptive
term. I don't know what the right
term.
is, but to use the word slave would be disingenuous and also kind of diminish the impact that our ancestors went through.
Nope, it's not, and that's a problem, and that's a problem.
It is.
And that's a problem that because you guys think that
they went through some of the
no, LJ.
conditions.
You guys think that the only form of slavery was a slavery that took place in America. It's not. There's many forms of slavery.
I know that.
Chattel slavery was a specific type of slavery that was invented specifically for us, right? I get that. But slavery existed far before chattel slavery, and it didn't look like chattel slavery. So this form of slavery that I'm describing doesn't look like our ancestors' form of slavery, so I'm not comparing it. You're trying to do that to obfuscate. I'm not doing that, though.
No, but when you use that term, and most people when you say slavery, most people in this country specifically will reference back to that.
And most people will be wrong. That's not, LJ, that's not my fault. That's not my fault.
Yeah, but you have to be intellectually honest when you.
I am being intellectually honest. You're not.
Everybody's not as well read or versed or studied as you are.
Okay, so if they're not, I'll explain it to them, like I just did. I'm not comparing it to chattel slavery.
Yeah, but when you throw stuff out there like that, and if you don't take the time to stop and explain it,
I just
people are
did.
take away from it.
I literally just did it. What do you want me to do? I did.
Only because I challenged you.
Because wait, once again, so my assumption is the same thing. I wish I could play that video. It's about comprehension. So I'm assuming that people can comprehend what I'm saying because what I'm saying isn't it's not inferred that I'm talking about black people in America because I just said slavery. I didn't say chattel slavery. I didn't say black people in slavery. I didn't say any of that. I just said the word slavery and the concept and the institution of slavery. And then you said, well, now I got to talk about the black people in America specific, or the slavery that existed in America specifically. Fair enough, but I already laid it out. I already said this is what I mean. So now with this new information, do you still disagree with my assessment?
I wouldn't apply that label because it wouldn't be it wouldn't be the best usage of a label.
Okay, so what do you call it? What do you call a person that can't leave and has to work and suffers abuse and doesn't get paid for it? What do you call them?
I don't know. I wouldn't call him a slave though. Let me marinate on that.
Be fucking for real. Be fucking for real.
Indentured servant? I don't know. I don't know what you want me to tell you, bro. But it ain't slave.
Do you know what an indentured? Wait, do you know what an indentured servant is though? Do you know?
I know it's a form of slave.
No. No. Do you know what indentured servitude was though? The institution of it.
You worked for a period of time and then you were free.
And then you were free. But the women never get free, so you can't be an indentured servant. Try again.
Well, we're gonna have to come up with something better than slave.
Why?
And not
because it makes you feel icky. Because it makes you feel bad inside to realize what was really going on to the women, and it totally blows up your whole loose, weak ass argument. Is that why? Because if we acknowledge that the women were actually slaves, then this idea that they were cooperating with the slave master doesn't make sense, right?
See, here's the thing. Slavery was not a choice, right? And in all of these situations, I understand what you're saying, that had they made different decisions, they would have been up against some dire situations. 100% agree with that. However, they're still, relative to women, and whether they were in the home or decided to leave the home, those people had a choice. Slaves did not have a choice. Nobody was forming no posses to round up the women to take them back to their husbands. Nobody was doing that, bro. Come on now.
Once again, hold on, wait. But once again, you're comparing chattel slavery. You're doing that, not me. You're literally comparing it to that form of slavery. You're saying, well, they weren't whipped, which they were. A lot of. Oh, I gotta mute you. Got some background noise. A lot of them were actually physically abused. A lot of women were raped. A lot of you know what I'm saying. A lot of women were unalived as well by the hands of their husbands. A lot of them were, and nothing happened to the husbands. By the way, the husbands could unalive the women because the women were seen as property of the husbands, i.e., slavery. That's what I'm trying to tell you. There's really no way around it. I don't know why that's so hard, but I do know why that's so hard, because you're being disingenuous, because you're pandering to men. Because that's what I'm saying. When you're being genuine, you can admit to stuff like that. You don't have to lie when the truth will do. And that's why I like walking y'all down these corridors.
No.
So we can come to these places where it's like, it's obvious, right? Where it's obvious. Where you can't lie anymore. And if you do choose to lie, then it's obvious that you're pandering and you chose to lie. So people are clocking it in real time, like, yep, he's pandering.
Nobody's pandering, bro.
Okay.
I literally agree with you on all of the conditions that I did. I didn't dispute one thing that you said about what the impact or the conditions were. The only thing I disagree with you about is the particular label that you're trying to apply to it. It was not slavery.
Okay, once again, I hear your point, but that's a lie. And when I asked you to give me another descriptive word to use in place of slavery, you couldn't find one. Slavery would be the best descriptive word.
Just because I can't find a descriptive word doesn't like I don't know all of the things that's in the ocean, but I know a lion ain't one of them. So if you pull something out the ocean and tell me this is a lion. Wait a minute, brother. I'm sorry. I'm going to let you cook. Do you know how bad that analogy was? Y'all got to stop. Hey, man, you guys are terrible at analogies. And I told you why. You guys are so bad at analogies because you don't understand the thing you're trying to you're trying to make sense of. You don't understand it enough. So it's hard for you to find an analogy that is applicable. So you guys are trash at analogies, right? It's that was a bad analogy because you don't understand what we're talking about. It's crazy. That was terrible, bro. That was so bad. I can't give you a descriptive word for it, but I know it ain't slave. I know that.
Mm.
Okay. Let's just agree to disagree. We agree on the principle of the conditions, but we can agree to disagree on the label that should be used.
And somebody said sea lions exist. Cooked them.
Hey, whoever said that, W in the chat. You know, all right.
Damn, bro. That was
a good one.
Damn, that was a good one, man.
That was a good one. All right.
And lionfish.
Anyway, bro. Hey, as always, it's been entertaining. It's nothing but love.
Yep.
I disagree with you 100%. But at the end of the day, we just two brothers trying to figure this thing out. So
I figured it out though, LJ. That's the thing. I cracked the code.
I think you got a little bit more studying.
I have figured it out.
You got a little bit more studying to do, bro. Get back in that library. You ain't fully cooked yet.
Yeah, I'm not about to sit late. You're not about to sit here and gaslight me on the way out. I'm the one that needs to study? That's crazy. Wicked work. Wicked work. While you giving terrible analogies and can't find a better word than slavery. Talking about it's the single baby mother. Y'all gonna stop with that shit. One of these days, I promise y'all gonna stop blaming single black mothers for every fucking problem in the neighborhood and trying to repackage it as something else. That's fucking disgusting. Never in my long-legged life would I. How is that possible? How can y'all be like that? Being raised like, I don't know. That shit's weird. I don't get it. Oh, that's crazy. Hey, man. Are you not entertained? It was a good day. It was a good day. Bang the Cash App one time for your boy. We had 500,000 likes, man. I love it. 500,000, a half a milli. Y'all really was rocking with us today. A half a milli is crazy. A half a milli is crazy. Hey, they spamming sea lions in the chat, and y'all be cackling. Spamming sea lions is crazy. Uh-oh, Mr. Facts straight. Damn, that's a weird one. Oh man, come on, Mr. Facts straight. Come on, brother. I'm gonna let you yell at me. You can yell at me, man. I know you be needing to get it out, man. Come on now, brother. Y'all don't want to hear Mr. Fact Straight? Oh my God, y'all crazy. Oh, I ain't been reading the comments. I caught a couple. We almost there, man. Let's hit the give goal real quick. I'll bring up the next person. Actually, I'm gonna reset it real quick. Let me reset the give goal right briefly. Let's hit this give goal real quick. I'll bring up the next person. Trying to get these fools to put. We need them to push us. We need them to push the live, man. They not pushing the live because the diamonds ain't right. Y'all make me want to. Hey man, I ain't gonna even hold y'all. Y'all make me want to join the drama talk. Y'all make me want to do the drama talk shit. I need to start a whole different page. Don't let when I start doing this shit full time. I'm gonna do drama talk too. Cause they be getting paid. I was like, damn, look at them. They be getting their cheat. No, I can't do it. I don't got the bandwidth for drama talk. I don't got it. I can watch it for a little while though. I'll be like, damn, this is enough drama for me. But I like this drama because it make it. The drama is it's organized and it got a purpose. You know what I'm saying? I like the drama because it got a purpose. You know what I mean? We out here having fun, but we doing work. You know what I mean? We be having breakthroughs and I be having breakthroughs personally myself. You know, so that's why I do it. And the shit just be funny. The comments be hilarious. So I love it.
Dramas are too serious. They get too personal.
Yeah, I'll be watching drama talk like, man, this cannot be life.
I just had to do one quick thing while I'm up here, Pub, and you can bring up the next person. I promise. Y'all like up the live. Y'all doing real good tonight.
Hell yeah.
Y'all not for once. Y'all not being haters.
It's a good one. I'm liking that.
I just want to play one quick little clip because I know this has been on your mind all night, Public. So we just play this quick little clip.
Bet.
Just for live. I know you don't do too many clips, but just for the one time.
This cultural and societal moment we're in, where we're realizing that people don't have reading comprehension skills, like very basic reading comprehension skills, is that people forget part of reading comprehension is being able to infer the intended audience of a piece of text without the author telling you directly. Did you know that you're supposed to be able to do that? You're supposed to be able to engage with a piece of text and say, I think the intended audience is blank. You are not supposed to need clarifications at the beginning of a text saying, now obviously I'm not talking about A, B, C, and D. You're supposed to be able to figure that out on your own, right? And so when you request those clarifications of saying, now make sure you say you're not talking about X, Y, and Z group, you lack comprehension skills. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Like that's a skill you're supposed to have, and it seems like most people don't, and that goes hand in hand with reading comprehension.
So just had to clock that real quick. I know that was on your mind. And
I love that clip, man. She really broke that thing down. That was good.
You can bring the next person in. I just wanted to make sure the live heard that because a lot of y'all really needed to hear that. So made sure it was heard tonight. No,
it shouldn't be said in the text, Quran. If you need it said in the text, then you have reading comprehension problems. If it just says men, you don't need somebody to say not all men. It could just say men. It doesn't need to say some men or most men or whatever. It could just say men in general. And based on the context of where the man is, the word men or whatever, you should be able to surmise what the author is talking about. You shouldn't need somebody to come in and be like, well, actually, it's not all men. Like, you shouldn't need that. Did you really need that? If you really needed that, then you have a problem. Like the young woman said. The specified group of men is made clear. You can't make it clear. That's the thing, because we're talking about men in general. So what men do you want me to specify? Men born in the year 1968 to 1999? Like, what do you mean? It's men in general. throughout history. What specific group of men would you like for us? How? It doesn't make any sense. That's crazy. All right, we got some people in here that's requesting to come up. I saw Cynthia in here. I don't know where you at, Cynthia. I don't know if she wanted to come up, but I like Cynthia. She be saying some things. What time is it? Oh, it's 9:53. I got a little time left, and I'm out of this thing. What's going on?
Oh, I was trying to mute, so I wouldn't.
No, you good. No, go on and get it off your chest. You good.
All right, so when I land, you could just drop me because the mute button is not working. So before I yell at some kids or something.
Bet.
Hi, everybody.
How you doing?
Thanks for having me on the panel.
No worries.
It's been a wild ride today. So I did want to say, because of something that the last dude said, I think that you have the most intelligent, knowledgeable Black women that I have ever, like, not ever, but top 10 that
on this app
came across. No, in my life. Like I listen to Lux. I can't say all of the names because I don't want to leave anybody out. But I think it's KGB,
BPG, Shan, yeah.
All of them. They are so knowledgeable, so well read. They put so much effort into their responses, and I absolutely abhor seeing them waste that knowledge. Or what feels like a waste sometimes. Like these women are awesome. You said something that I didn't think about until you said it, which was about the deindustrialization of America, and I had never heard that aspect before. But after hearing it and thinking about it, I was like, yeah, but you know what? It sounds like Black women actually saved Black men from homelessness.
Oh, they did, yeah, 100%.
From a certain to a certain end, right? And it's like the way we got paid back is crazy. We always worked. I don't even then at that time. So if it hit everybody, like you said, all races, we always worked. Black women have always worked. I think, and not to go off topic, but that's why that whole soft life thing kind of bothers me. With the soft life, self-ever thing for men bothers me because it was like, why do you guys hate that for us? You should want that for us. No. We've had hard lives. You would think that your men would want you to have a soft era and not be jealous of it, and
Nah, BPG said it. Speaking of the smart women, BPG said they want cellmates, not soulmates. So ain't no way.
She said that yesterday, and I was floored. I mean, I'm saying some of the most profound things I've heard in a while comes from the amazing women that visit your live or speak on your live.
I be stealing all they shit too. Tell them I said it.
That shit on Facebook yesterday.
I be stealing all they shit.
Yeah, they're brilliant. I think for me, a lot of my questions are because I'm a single mom as well, and I've been hit with the whole fatherlessness for my child and my children and myself. I think when Black men say, like, oh, when they had that thing where they're blaming single mothers for the destruction of our community or whatever, it always confuses me because both the last dude and I think the fake Kevin Samuels dude that was up here, the Kevin Samuels, discount Kevin Samuels, is his name, that dude.
Devin Samuels.
They both were saying a lot of the times, oh, I understand, but what bothers me about it is if you recognize that the issue in our community is fatherlessness, why is it still happening?
Because
they don't realize that the implication is that Black men are actively seeing the issue in our community and still not doing anything to uphold it. So it's not fair to point that finger towards us. I definitely think that we should be working together on the situation.
Yeah, they don't care.
But I ain't gonna drag it because I want to come say some things to them while they were up here because they're not up here no more. I don't want to drag it no more, and I don't want to bore your audience. But there's one thing I do want to say. Papa Was a Rolling Stone was a song written by two Black men, and I may have said that before.
Yeah. I got a video on that. I got on that song. Like
I got a TikTok on it too.
Yep.
So the song was written in the 70s by these two Black men, and they're both 30 at the time. So 50, 60, 70, that was their experience as Black men with fatherlessness. And they go on to say in a song, when my mom never talked down on Dad.
Yep.
But when they went out and talked to other people, they would talk about how they was standing in front of the stores preaching and being drunk and lit, and that was a lot.
He had a family across town. He had a family across town.
Oh, baby. And so it was like I actually did a live one day where I had this older black man come up, and when I say clocked it, he clocked it. He was like, "Listen, I grew up in them times, and my fathers and my uncle said them was just lazy." That's what he said.
Yeah, I don't like. That's why I really don't like when people say stuff when they like romanticize like the men in the '60s, and I'm like, them niggas was terrible. Like, you're not about to sit up here, and this is not even in defense of my generation or anything like that, but I just want to make it clear that this thing has been happening for a very long time. It's not a new phenomenon. Like, oh, I don't know. Back in the day, they had integrity. They didn't have integrity back in the day. They were lacking integrity back in the day too, without a doubt. Integrity has been integrity has been hard to find for a long time when it comes to men. For a long time, very, very long time.
Mm-hmm. And just one more thing, because you also made another great point when you asked, dude, so why is it that this misogyny is a common theme amongst these different races?
Mm-hmm.
He said that, Asians have this excuse. I think he blamed familiar piety.
Yeah, he just tried to blame. He thought he was like breaking it down, but he was just like, Asian men is this and white men is that. But I was like, you're still not understanding that if all of these cultures are different, but you still didn't answer the question. If all of these cultures are different, how can it be that they all share the same thought that women are lesser? That's all I was asking.
I think what he failed to realize is when he brought up the white team male power structure and how they actually had the power to do this to us. Mm-hmm. What he doesn't see is that when it comes to, like a lot of the people have said, pay and things like that, or just in general treatment, Black women are so low on the totem pole that we are literally the only things they have power over. Mm-hmm. So in a way, they do have the white team man's power, but just over us alone. Yeah. And we all know that absolute power corrupts absolutely. And with that, I'll land.
Facts. That's facts. I appreciate it.
But you got to drop me. My mic is broken.
I got you. You good. You good. Hey, man. I really do appreciate that. Coco is another one. She all the women, okay? Yeah. All y'all, all my people I be having up here. They be on this app terrorizing y'all. So I love it. I love the company I keep. I ain't gonna even hold y'all. Y'all be making me look better. My friends be making me look better. You know what I'm saying? My friends are cooler than yours. That's it. There ain't nothing to it. Sorry. Thank you. Oh, man. All right. It's 10 on the dot. It's 10 on the dot. I got to meet the shadow. Hey, man, Sean, the chat, this chat be different, bro. This chat, I don't be knowing what the fuck is going on. And you know what's bad? When I be cutting it on sub only, the chat tend to turn up more. I'm like, how the fuck? Usually when you cut the sub only on, the shit turn down a little bit. It don't be turning down. You cut sub only on, the shit turn up like 2 notches. I'm like, damn, that's crazy. The sub only chat be, oh my God, it be vicious. I'm like, man, yeah. It's because when you turn the sub only on, then I can only read the sub shit, and I think the subs be the ones saying the wildest shit anyway. It be the non-subs, they be saying a lot of fluff. But when I can see the sub only shit, I be like, damn, these motherfuckers, they heartless. They don't have a heart. Y'all don't care about nobody. They gonna spit that shit for sure. Oh my goodness. I don't really like saying they be mean, man. They just be real. Like, it don't even be mean. Like, they don't even be going out of their way to say mean shit. They don't be bagging on people that much. Like, unless they be nice, they be matching energy. It don't be nothing too crazy. But when people get out of pocket, they be like, nah. When people get out of pocket, they gonna clock it, as the saying goes that I just made up. This was a fun one. Hey, I appreciate everybody on YouTube, on the YouTubes too, man. I appreciate y'all. We had about 40 people in there all night. I'm rocking with y'all. Thanks for all the new subs on the YouTubes. Thanks for everybody in the chat. It's hard for me to do it both ways. One of these days, I'm gonna have somebody in the chat chatting with y'all because I can't do it. I can't do it both. I can't do it at the same time. Can't do it at the same time. But the chat was turned up. Even the YouTube chat was crazy. That's what I'm saying. So it's something different. It's something about these topics. I think it just be bringing out good material. So, but I appreciate it, man. Yeah, hold on. Let me get this squared away. Appreciate y'all. I'm out on the YouTubes.